Canwin.com.au.
Sport's biggest moments called play-by-play from around the world, right here on SEN.
Good morning, I'm Celeste Smith with SEN News. The New South Wales Crisis Cabinet will continue to meet in the days ahead to workshop a roadmap out of the crisis. More than 100 new locally acquired cases of COVID have been recorded every day for the past 5 days as the death toll sits at 10. It's expected restrictions will tighten in certain LGAs. Victoria has recorded 10 new local cases, all are linked to the current outbreak and have been isolating during their infectious period. The state is set to lift the lockdown at midnight, but will keep certain restrictions in place. The 3 Sydney removalists who sparked Melbourne's latest outbreak will not be charged by police. Victorian authorities say they have found the trio did not commit any further breaches. The state's response commander had previously stated the book would be thrown at them. The New South Wales government will invest a further $10 million for 990 private rental assistance packages. It'll focus solely on domestic violence victim survivors and young people. It'll mean people will have a safe place to live to rebuild their lives. Americans who suffer serious long-term COVID-19 side effects can now qualify as a disability. US President Joe Biden says people will be able to access accommodation and support services in workplaces and schools.
Many Americans who seemingly recovered from the virus still face lingering challenges like breathing problems, brain fog, chronic pain and fatigue. These conditions can sometimes rise to the level of a disability.
SEN.com.au sport coming up.
Need to declutter? Then do it with Storage King, with an expert team to guide you and help make the job easy. Search Storage King, the kings of storage, moving and more.
Aussie Owen Wright is in the surf in his quarterfinal heat. Earlier, Gabriel Medina from Brazil advanced to the semis. 5 athletes will represent the green and gold in our weightlifting campaign today. It's the largest team to compete at an Olympics since the 2000 Games in Sydney. Meantime, Flora Duffy has won Bermuda their first gold medal, taking out the women's triathlon. Emma Jeffcoat was the best of the Aussies, finishing in 23rd spot.
The all-new SEN app. Download it today and never miss a moment of your favourite show. Streaming live, anywhere, anytime.
Roselands for COVID-19 testing from King George's Road. No delays into Roselands Drive. Ingleburn, good run on the Hume motorway in both directions around Brooks Road. Lambie Heights, they're clearing a crash on Lambie Road just near the public school. And the Warrenora Bridge, you'll have a good run there, east and westbound. A stay-at-home public health order has been made to help stop the spread of COVID-19. Financial support is available. Visit australia.gov.au. Authorised by the Australian Government, Canberra.
Waitley, one of the most respected broadcasters in the country, today from 12.
UPin Property. Dream it, find it, UPin it. Australia's first seeking property market app. Download now.
Made in Sydney. Independent curtains. Call 9756 2900.
Sunny today, we're heading for a top of 22 degrees in the city, 21 in the west, partly cloudy tomorrow and 24. And don't miss world record holder Callie McHugh and Chase Gold in the pool this morning live on SEN.
Welcome to SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For Mate Communications, award-winning Aussie service and a bonus Tidal music subscription included on selected mobile plans. And Xero, invoicing but instantly, receipts but organised, cash flow but clearer. Try Xero free for 30 days. Search Xero, Xero.
It is day 4 of competition here on SEN's coverage of Tokyo 2020. We are decked out in our sportscraft gear. We're looking good. We're feeling the golden glow that Ariane Titmus in particular has put across the Australian team. Matt White and James Magnuson alongside me for the next few hours as we gear up for another big day. G'day, Maggie.
Morning, Matt. Another big day in the pool.
Just one more gold will do you?
Yeah. Look,
one per day?
We're on a bit of a roll now. 1 goal per day. We had the women's 4x1, day 1. Ariane, day 2. Can we please get Kaylee McEwen, day 3? That would be a real fairy tale for mine.
We'll break down the swimming program for tonight a little bit later as we get kicking throughout the day, but there's a fair bit going on right now. By the way, the women's triathlon has been completed. Just the one Australian, Emma Jeffcoat, made it through because the other 2 competitors didn't get through to the run leg. They were lapped on the bike leg. So Jazz Hedgeland and Ashley Gentle means that Emma Jeffcoat finishes in 26th on debut from Melbourne in pretty treacherous conditions with the typhoon playing havoc. Let's have a listen to Emma. Thanks to Red Energy. Red Energy's green and gold for real Aussie energy. Switched to red today. Here's an Aussie update with Emma Jeffcoat.
That it was going to play out that way. The girls up the front with the likes of, Flora, Katie, Jess, Georgia, they're, amazing. They're so strong swim bikes. So I kind of knew I had to be there from the get-go. And, halfway through when we dived back in, I saw I was just off the back. So, in an ideal world, I would have got on, but I missed that opportunity today. But, learn from it and move forward.
The heat's been a massive factor in Tokyo this week. Today, almost the complete opposite. How did you handle that?
I know. I feel ripped off. So many hours in the heat chamber, and then we get a typhoon and it's raining. I didn't even get an ice bath beforehand, so it was actually pretty mild. You definitely feel the heat a bit on the run, but on the whole it wasn't too bad.
Tough day for your teammates as well.
Yeah, unfortunately it was really disappointing, and I just was really upset for them when I came past. I think it was like the 7th or the 8th lap and saw Jazz and Ash sitting on the side of the road. I know how hard we all work, and it's just devastating not to be able to finish. And Ash was a real medal potential, and the result today doesn't take that away from her.
We're not done though. We've got the mixed relay coming up.
Yeah, definitely. And I think, that was in my mind come the run. I knew I was going to see how I felt getting off the bike. And if I had the legs, I was going to run. And if I didn't have the legs, then I was going to kind of jog it in and save it for Saturday. And hopefully that was the right call. And hopefully we're in for a medal chance come Saturday.
So there you go, Emma Jeffcoat, 26th position in totally different conditions to what we sat here yesterday, Maggie, and watched the men's. They crossed the line in enormous amount of strain and pain and reacting to the heat. The typhoon here is also kicking up the swell in the surfing, which we've got going right now with Owen Wright. You love your surfing. Now, it was messy yesterday. It's still messy today, but at least it's a bit bigger. It's got some shape and size.
Yeah, and Owen Wright, right in the mix for the medals at the moment. We saw Owen Wright yesterday afternoon get a 7 and an 8 score, 2 of the best scores of the competition. He's up against Messinas this morning and looking the goods again, taking a commanding lead in this big swell. Certainly the biggest swell suiting the Aussies, which is Owen Wright and Sally Fitzgibbons, who are both in the mix still.
Ariane Titmus, so we know what happened yesterday, James, and then she comes out last night to go into the heats of the 200 freestyle, which the semi-finals will now play out today. She was fastest in her heat, 1:55.88. Yet again, Katie Ledecky's going to lead the way here, 55.28. Does it help or hinder that Ariane and Katie are in the 2 separate semi-finals this morning?
In terms of the times they set this morning, it'll probably hinder. They're the main 2 to be watching again, so they'll push each other in that final. But, I don't expect the semi to be blisteringly fast this morning. Ariane, hopefully she got a good sleep. It would have been a big day for her yesterday emotionally. To come out and have to swim that 200 freestyle heat at night again is brutal. What's even more brutal than that is Katie Ledecky came out from a 200 freestyle heat and then backed up and did a 1500 freestyle heat, which in my mind is just insane. And tomorrow morning, the girls will have the final of the 200 freestyle. Ledecky will back up less than an hour after that 200 freestyle and do a 1500 freestyle final. So what an amazing effort from her. But if anything, look, I think the extra kilometres that she's doing in the pool this week really gives Ariane the edge, and I'm backing Ariane in for a second gold in that women's 200 freestyle.
As a sprinter, can you get your head around the kind of schedule that an Emma McKeon has got or a Katie Ledecky has got?
I can't at all. Like we spoke about yesterday as well, it's the kilometres that they're doing in warm-up, swim down, Titmus is doing more kilometres this week than I would do in a month. So it blows my mind, but it's super impressive how durable these athletes are. Ledecky wasn't able to get the job done over Titmus, but nonetheless, a very impressive feat this week to be doing all those races.
Don't forget, you can have your say on the Temper text line this morning. The number remains the same, 0457 736 736. A text there asking me for Ariane's 200 metres freestyle heat time. Just as I mentioned there, 1:55.88. So Ledecky leading the way, 55.28, and also Maddie Wilson going into the semi-finals as well. So we'll have 2 Australian women in the semi-finals of the 200 freestyle. We have 4 finals on today. The men's 200 free, no Aussies in that. The women's 100 metres backstroke, of course, Kaylee McEwen, the world record holder. She's 3rd fastest into that with a 58.11. Emily Seebohm did 58.59 to get into the backstroke final. Then we'll have the men's 100 back final with Mitch Larkin, our triple Olympian, in there. And the last of the finals today will be the 100 breaststroke for women. No Australians in that final. The Kookaburras are going for 3 in a row today. They will take on Argentina in the hockey. We've got a big one in rugby sevens. Just as the swimming starts, Maggie, at 11:30, we've got the Aussie men playing New Zealand. So Australia versus New Zealand in that. The women's cross-country mountain biking race is on today from about 2 o'clock. Rebecca McConnell from Canberra featuring there. And Jess Fox, of course, is chasing the K1 canoe slalom title. That's later this afternoon. But let's take you out to the beach. Pretty wild conditions here. Johnny Ryan and Barton Lynch in commentary. Owen Wright is looking pretty good here with 7.5 minutes to go in the first of these quarterfinals in the men's.
7 minutes and change left in this 4th quarter final. Owen Wright of Australia, just 3 waves ridden. His patient, calculated play seems to be paying off.
Calculated is the word. Controlling, knows the scores, knows what he's done, knows what his opponent is doing, has a feeling and a sense for the moment, recognises there's no need to worry about your opponent or put energy into them. Just concentrate on the waves, build that wave selection, look to improve on your lowest score and continue to head towards the victory.
9 minutes to go. 9.01, I should say, for Messinas. 6.5 minutes left to go. Should Owen Wright go through to the next round and face Italo Ferreira, will he have to change the game plan?
No, I think it's much the same game plan. The unfortunate thing may be that at his top gear, Italo Ferreira's top gear, can Owen Wright match that top gear? If you can somehow get him to not get to top gear through the pressure you come to bear on his shoulders of an Olympic semi-final moment, perhaps you could take him down from top gear and get him stuck in 3rd, perhaps, then you're a chance. Because while they're on the wave base, they're both fantastic. But it's when they get to the air that there's an advantage for Ferreira.
Messinas, 5 minutes 48 seconds. 7.4 his combined score. 3.73 and a 3.67. Needs a 9.01. We've seen 2 scores of over 9 today, so anything is possible.
And while it's still under a one wave assignment, got to have confidence in that. It's a big score. We've seen some great tube rides not eventuate into that. You imagine it's got to be some kind of aerial antics that are going to get you that type of score. Whether Luca Messinas has that in his bag of tricks, only time will tell.
Clock is ticking for the 25-year-old Peruvian. 5 minutes to go. Owen Wright keeping him in his sights. He has priority. And something that
Owen Wright there, 12.74 leading. 7.4 for his opponent, Luca Messina. So if Owen wins this, he'll go into the semi-finals later on this afternoon against Italo Ferreira. Gabriel Medina's on the other side in the other semi-finals, and then we'll have the bronze medal match and the gold medal matches for both men's and women's at the Surigasako Surfing Beach throughout the course of the afternoon. We'll take a quick break here. This is SEN's Olympic coverage, Tokyo 2020, back for the finale of this quarterfinal.
Sportscraft, the official supplier of both the Australian athletes and SEN's call team ceremony uniforms.
Purchase any 4 and 20 product from anywhere 4 and 20 is sold for an opportunity to win 4 PS5s. One for you and your 3 best mates. Together you'll go head-to-head in a game of Fortnite with your AFL Dream Team. Plus a 4 and 20 branded Sharon footy to be won daily. T&Cs apply. See fntaflgameon.com.au. Ends 31/8/21. Retain receipts or wrappers. NSWTP/00896. ACT TP 21/00450. SAT 21/420.
Would you go with for unlimited data?
Want unlimited data and top speed with your internet service? Mate, serves up award-winning all-Aussie service. Get the Elite Mates Home Superfast plan for $89 a month for the first 6 months. Mate, how good's that? Plus, get unlimited data on all internet plans. No contracts and 1 month risk-free guarantee. What are you waiting for, mate? Choose a provider you can trust, like Mate. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
Men's health. We're getting better talking about it, but men's sexual health is still a subject not all blokes feel comfortable talking about. Well, guess what? With Pilot, you don't have to talk. You can text a health inquiry confidentially, finishing early or experiencing dysfunction. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Do an online assessment, get discreet shipping and ongoing care. Real doctors, real treatments. Pilot.com.au.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For zero. Invoicing but instantly. Receipts but organised. Cash flow but clearer. Try Zero free for 30 days. Search Zero. XERO.
As we head into the 4th day of competition, the Olympic medal tally, thanks to Rebel. Sporting dreams start at rebelsport.com. Japan, the host nation, lead the way with 8 gold medals and 13 in total. 7 gold for the United States, 15 in total for them. China has 18 in total, but 6 gold, and Australia is currently 7th on the ladder with 2 golds, 1 silver and 3 bronze medals for a total of 6. Let's take you straight back to the beach, where the quarterfinal for Owen Wright here is coming to a close. He's looking very good.
Top. Be interesting to see where the score comes in. But again, it's still not at that 6-point average sort of area that Owen Wright has. Too small away for that.
4.10 it is for Luca Macinas. The target is now 8.64. There's less than a minute.
50 seconds. He's got time. He's made it more achievable. Owen Wright, he realises that. He's got the priority, and no surprises to see him making his way over towards Luca Macinas, the Peruvian. He's trying to keep going that way and get away from Owen. Owen's just going that way, and the reason he's heading towards him is to manage that luck that we just talked about, not allow some random freak moment to happen, and Macinas find the best wave of the day and get the score and take you out, and you could have controlled him with that priority, but you weren't there. So smart tactics from Owen Wright to try and get closer to him and control these dying seconds.
15 seconds to go. This may be the one last chance. He needs to find a way from somewhere. 10 seconds. He's in the white water. May not going to happen for the Peruvian, and indeed that is going to be the case. It's going to be Owen Wright of Australia who will enter the last 4 to take on Italo Ferreira of Brazil.
3 goofy footers and 1 natural footer in our semi-final lineup. And really, these quarterfinals went to how the paper would have imagined they would go. No real surprises at this point in time.
Absolutely.
Congratulations, Owen Wright.
Barton Lynch and Johnny Ryan there. So that's a good win for Owen Wright. Puts him into the semi-finals, the second of the semis this afternoon at 1 scheduled at the moment against Italo Ferreira from Brazil. So in the end, 12.74 score total against Luca Macinas from Peru, 7.83. That puts Owen into the semis. Let's see how he goes this afternoon. Sally Fitzgibbons is back in action today in her quarterfinal. So she has a local hope, Amuro Suzuki, and that's at just after 12. So we'll keep you across that. James Magnuson with me for Day 4 coverage here on SEN. The Temper text machine, 0457 736 736 is the number. Poor surfers, terrible waves, says Teresa from Lismore. Well, just messy. I mean, I don't think we expected pipeline in Japan, did we?
No, look, it's not ideal, but compared to what we had the first couple of days of competition, this is a big improvement, and certainly playing into the hands of Owen Wright and Sally Fitzgibbons, more comfortable in that bigger swell compared to the Brazilian surfers. So, look, it's not ideal, but it's better than it was.
We've got hockey still to come as well. Argentina against Australia. That's about 10 minutes away. The Aussies have been in very good form. The Kookaburras we are talking about, they are 2 from 2. They defeated Japan 5-3. A slow start in that one, and then they got rolling against India 7-1 last night. So the Kookaburras now have Argentina. They're the number 1 team in the world, the Australians. Rugby Sevens continues. Japan has just scored against Canada to bring it back, but time is running out. Just 30 seconds left. 36 points to 12 is Canada leading Japan in that one. So our big hope today in the pool, you'd have to say, is Kaylee McEwen. She set the world record at the trials in Adelaide, where she was just outstanding, and now she comes to the biggest arena that she's faced as well. It's one of the things, James, that we've it's hard to put into perspective when you see what Ariane did last night, to remember that this is her first Olympics. Kaylee McEwen goes there as the world record holder. This is her first Olympic Games as well. And it's I mean, I'm trying to state the bleedingly obvious here, but it's a massive thing. So tell me what it was like for your first Olympic Games, going into that and the expectation and everything around it.
Yeah, probably similar to Kaylee in that I was going into my first big international meet as the favourite. Ariane went into the World Championships in Gwangju as one of the favourites and beat Ledecky there leading into an Olympic Games. So she has had that big race before, and she is experienced in a way. Kaylee McEwen going in as the world record holder and the favourite, some even saying she's the unbackable favourite going into this. It's a different level of pressure that she hasn't experienced before, and she'll be acutely aware that a lot of people back in Australia are expecting her to win. So it's another level of pressure. It's the hard part is the lead up. For Kaylee McEwen in previous years, she will be relatively unknown to the general public. This time coming into the Olympics, she will have had people texting her, sending her videos, sending her messages, good luck, hope you win gold, all that kind of rhetoric. And that just keeps reminding her, I've got this Olympic Games coming up. I'm expected to win. There's pressure on me. There's expectations. So a really steep learning curve for Kaylee McEwen, and it's tough to do that at an Olympic Games.
Yeah, I just it's hard to fathom the youngsters and the ages that they take into these kind of situations, and then how they deliver again after we left here and you went back to your world and reflected on what you saw yesterday morning. And I'm guessing also you had quite a few chats with people who you used to or maybe still hang out with and swim against, and those over there. What was the reaction to Ariane's incredible performance?
Oh, look, I think it's pretty well said between everyone. This may be one of the biggest Olympic races we've seen in the swimming pool. Not just because it was an Olympic gold, it's who she beat. This is the equivalent of someone coming out and beating Michael Phelps in the 100 butterfly at his peak from Australia. Nobody was able to do that against Phelps. But now Ariane Titmus of Australia has taken down an absolute giant of the pool. Ledecky will go down as one of, if not the best Olympic swimmer on the female side of the draw in history. So the fact that Titmus took her down while Ledecky was still, reasonably at the peak of her career, that's what makes it so monumental. It's not just the fact that it was gold. It's not just the fact that it's her first Olympics. It's the fact that she took down a titan of the sport.
What is it like in a swim team when somebody gets you off to a flyer like that, and that kind of that kind of shot in the arm?
So during the Olympic Games, we live in very close quarters. So you go back to the village, the swimming team is usually broken up into, say, 6 little apartments that you live in. So when someone comes back after a win or a loss, that mood, those emotions, they're very much contagious. So when Ariane comes back having won a gold medal, full of confidence, it seeps out into the team, and they start to look at what Ariane did and say, wow, this American team, they are beatable. Katie Ledecky, she is beatable. For someone like Kyle, who's going up against Caleb Dressel, again, another very decorated swimmer who is considered by many as unbeatable, it just instills that confidence that we as an Australian team can do it. And for the coaches, it gives them confidence that the programs that we're running here in Australia, the training that we're doing, the taper that we've had leading into this Olympic Games has worked, is working, and that all the swimmers in the team can take a huge confidence boost from that.
And don't forget, from 11:30 you can watch Kaylee McEwen, MC Bomb and Mitch Larkin bid for gold in the 100 metres backstroke there. Tokyo 2020 live, free and in HD on 7 and 7+. The only place to see it all, not to mention Ariane Titmus first up on the swimming program this morning in the 200 freestyle semi-final. So a massive day ahead of us. Let's do an Aussie update thanks to Red Energy. Red Energy's green and gold for real Aussie energy switched to red today. Emma Jeffcoat, 26th in the women's triathlon this morning, hampered by the typhoon that knocked them about early on. Ash Gentle and Jazz Hedgeland didn't make it through to the final run leg. They were lapped, part of a group that were lapped on lap 8 of the bike leg, in fact, and therefore had to sit out. And as we know now, Owen Wright into the semi-finals of the surfing. He will take on Italo Ferreira after beating Luca Massinas in the quarterfinals. Pretty big waves. Sally Fitzgibbons still to come. This is Tokyo 2020 on SEN.
Sportscraft. Reckon our Aussie athletes look like winners? Find your own podium finish style. Discover the latest Sportscraft collection.
Attention Sydney! Lloyd's Auctions are holding a massive classic car online auction in Sydney this weekend, including Australian, American and European classics, featuring Glenn Seaton's championship-winning Ford Falcon EL, Russell Ingall's Castrol V8 supercar, low-kilometre HSV GTSR and more, all starting at $1 at Sydney's greatest auction house. Bid now. Also on offer, Ford Mustang Mach-1, Valiant Pacer, Shelby Fairmont, XP Falcon X Police, VL Walkinshaw Group A, Monaros, Jaguars, Porsche and Ferraris. Bid now or call now to put your classic car into our next record-breaking auction.
The Hockeyroos and the Kookaburras are going for gold at the Olympics. Check out the Hockey Australia website for ways to watch all the matches and find out where you can play. Go Australia! Then after the games, see our biggest stars on home soil in the... How good is hockey? Watch our Hockeyroos and Kookaburras at the Olympics, then see our world-class Australian hockey stars on home soil in the Hockey One League. Buy your tickets today at hockeyone.com.au.
G'day, it's Matt White here. There are all kinds of love. You can love your partner, love your sport, love your car. But if you can't say, I love my pillow, well, I'm feeling sorry for you, because people who sleep on the Aussie-made Spinal Ease pillow can honestly say they love their pillow. But make sure it's not an imitation, so watch out. Here's what you need to do to order your Spinal Ease pillow now with free delivery. Just go to spinaleze.com.au. That's spinaleze.com.au, and you can thank me later. Always read the label.
Beaumont Tiles are keeping your Renault dreams alive. Shop online at tile.com.au. With Australia's biggest range either delivered to your door or click and collect, you'll be happy you chose Beaumont.
Giddy up for New South Wales Racing Week on SEN Track.
From Wyong to Kembla Grange, Ballina to Hawkesbury, Tamworth to Lismore.
In lockdown, racing continues New South Wales wide, and SEN Track is your home for all the action.
Hi, I'm James Cashmore. At Lead Express, we've introduced a Pay What You Can model for all businesses affected by COVID-19. If you need help to answer or make sales and service calls, or you'd just like an independent review of your current sales process to make sure it's as efficient and as streamlined as possible, we're here to help. Simply select the type of campaign you need assistance with and pay what you can. Go to leadgeneration.com.au to find out more. That's leadgeneration.com.au.
What's so great about Abbey Timber then? Well,
Abbey Timber are Sydney's timber flooring and decking specialists. They're also the exclusive distributor of modern decking. Modern Deck composite decking is scratch resistant and there's zero maintenance required, with free clips and screws. They also have Sydney's largest range of timber decking and outdoor timbers, with trade discounts too. So speak to Sydney's outdoor decking specialists. Abbey Timber, Heathcote Road, Moorebank, or visit abbeytimber.com.au.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
Beaumont Tiles are keeping your Renault dreams alive. Shop online at tile.com.au. With Australia's biggest range either delivered to your door or click and collect, you'll be happy you chose Beaumont.
Reconciling bank transactions, but with a couple of taps. Making sure everything matches up, but handled automatically instead. With Xero, it's business, but better. Start your free 30-day trial at xero.com.
From tennis to the running track, sporting dreams start at Rebel. Shop the biggest range with the best brands in store or at rebelsport.com today and kickstart your sporting dreams. Rebel, sport is calling.
Whether on the field, bike or trail, we all want to stay active. But if pain holds you back, try Sudox Active. Traditionally used to relieve mild pain in your joints and muscles, and it's fast to apply with a massage roll-on applicator. Sudox, available in Chemist Warehouse, Chemist Outlet and Pharmacy for Less. Or sudox.com.au. That's SOODOX. Always read the label, follow the directions for use. If symptoms persist, talk to your health professional.
Tilers, want to win your tiling products for a year? Thanks to Beaumont Tiles and their partner DTH Australia, simply go in-store or jump on iCanWin.com.au.
Sport's biggest moments called play-by-play from around the world, right here on SEN.
Making SEN news this hour, major changes are on the way for the vaccine rollout in Sydney, with walk-ins accepted for the AstraZeneca shot. Queensland has recorded no new cases of COVID-19 in the past day, while Victoria has detected 10. There are calls to abandon HSC exams in Sydney. A truck driver has spent the night in hospital after his vehicle flipped on the M1 north of Sydney overnight. And ahead of next year's election, Federal Labor has dumped its signature housing policy. SEN.com.au sport coming up.
New South Wales, Optus have a special offer just for you. Until August 1st, get 20% off the $55 month-to-month SIM plan over 12 months. T's and C's apply. Visit Optus online today.
Aussie surfer Owen Wright has progressed to the semi-finals after racking up a total of 12.74 in his Olympic quarter-final heat. Titans co-captain Jamal Fogarty is set to return for Sunday's game against the Bulldogs as he nurses a finger injury. Sydney's Lance Buddy Franklin has copped a one-week suspension for his bump on Luke Ryan. And Ashton Agger has recorded his best ODI figures, taking 2 for 31 from 10 overs in the decider. Australia need just 36 runs to claim victory over the West Indies.
The all-new SEN app. Download it today and never miss a moment of your favourite show. Streaming live, anywhere, anytime.
SEN, the official radio broadcaster of the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games.
Made in Sydney. Independent curtains. Call 9756 2900.
Sunny today, we're heading for a top of 22 degrees in the city, 21 in the west, partly cloudy tomorrow and 24. And don't miss world record holder Kelly McHugh and Chase Gold in the pool this morning live on SEN.
Looking forward to that, Celeste. Thank you. Day 4 of Tokyo 2020 live here on SEN. Thanks to Mate, Australia's most satisfied internet customers, and Xero online accounting to help you do business but better. Matt White with James Magnuson here as we count down towards that swim session at the Tokyo Aquarium Aquatic Centre, and in particular Kaylee McEwen, the world record holder in the 100 metres backstroke. But let's take you out to the hockey right now, because Australia, the men's Kookaburras team in action against Argentina. The Kookaburras unbeaten so far, but this is a world powerhouse. Alistair Nicholson and Georgie Parker, our 7 commentators. It's 0-0 in the first quarter.
Australia yet to concede a goal from a penalty corner this Olympics.
Zaluski coming in just a little bit late there, not able to get his feet out of the way. It was well driven there by Keenan down the baseline, and a first short corner. And Argentina have been very good and very damaging in their short corners in the last few years. It's such a powerful skill from all men's teams. The drag flickers at the top of the circle, they can flick these balls up to 145, 150 kilometres an hour, like Mitchell Stark bowling at you.
With no pads. Chance for Argentina. Tolino, well cleared off the line by Ogilvie. Another penalty corner, but that was desperate defence from the Kookaburras.
And Ogilvie's been such an important position there in that post position. You stand there waiting as a sitting duck, waiting for that ball to come at you. The last line of defence there, a good save by Andrew Charter there. Traded his body, he's able to save. And Ogilvie, desperate on the baseline there, able to save it. But in the end, a little bit of a foot there. And another short corner, Okunen's foot just getting in the way.
Tolino's the real threat here. Scored against Japan, steps up again, and he scores against Australia. And look at the response from Mariano Ranconi. Argentina on the board in the opening 3.5 minutes.
And that's just what I mean. It's just the pure power from these drag flickers. They spend hours and hours from a very young age becoming a drag flicker. You get scouted at such a young age if you've got the perfect body type. You've got to be told, you've got to be strong and powerful in the legs to be able to get that power. And Ogilvie's done such a good job in that position, on that post position. This tournament so far, they've not been able to. They've only had 4 goals scored against them. And a great start for the Argentinian team, and Australia will need to do something to pick themselves up.
Argentina with the early blow. Tolino, such a danger at those penalty corners. Scoring goals has not been an issue for the Kookaburras in Tokyo thus far. Howard and Zaluski both in the headbands.
Just shows how important getting short corners are, and particularly when it is wet conditions, you're not going to be able to be as skillful and slick in the circle. Those short corners are going to be gold for both teams today.
Ockenden and Belts combined. Howard and Hayward.
See how much water spraying up from these players as they're sweeping the ball across the field. You don't also want to hit as much either, because you lose your gripping in your stick as well, so you end up trying to push and sweep this ball a little bit more.
Ockenden well played in the corner. Zaluski covers, cracks it in, played over the back line. Off the stick of Matthias Ray. And Ray's involved to clear it away for the Lions. There's Keenan again. On the foot of Flynn Ogilvie. We saw him for the opening match in 30 degrees. Colin Batch had the bucket hat on. Everyone had the zinc cream on. And vastly different conditions today.
Just the 24 degrees at the moment, but probably the only sport that would be welcoming this typhoon is the surfing. A little bit more swell for them today. Makes it much more difficult for hockey. So that's another element.
Barra's very patient back there for Argentina. You come to me. Lopez plays it forward. Ray. Casella. Nice work from Lopez. Crashes it inside the circle. Put over by Howard of Australia. Wall of green and gold.
That wall concerns me because once you get past one of them, you get past all of them as Tim Howard just gets into a little bit of a better position there.
Casella's trying to get onto his reverse here near the back line. Hayward's right there with him. They are starting beautifully here, the Argentines. Another penalty corner coming up, and Australia will be under pressure again.
Yeah, Argentina's looked slick so far today, and this is perfect wet weather hockey, getting the ball off of the ground so you're not having to deal with that wet, slow turf. And just finding the foot of Hayward there, his left foot, it's the hardest foot to be able to defend, not able to get a stick to cover that. Another opportunity here for the very dangerous looking Argentina so far. Andrew Charter there just analysing which batteries are going to go to, number 1 or number 2. As I said earlier, these short corners are going to be absolutely gold for both of these teams today.
The Australians ready. It'll be injected again, and will it be Tolino again? Yes, it will, and this time it's saved by Andrew Charter.
Great save there, very poised and relaxed, his hand able to get it. The right hand, a much easier hand to be able to save with. In some aspects, you've got the stick there, but well covered there from the Australian defenders. He probably flicked it to the wrong side. The left side was more open.
This is creative again. Casella. Closed down by Hayward. Desperate defence. Follow up there from Bugayo. Sharp. With Zalewski going by. Lockie Sharp on the ball. Competing at his first Olympic Games, Lockie Sharp. Zalewski at his second.
Very calculated, the Australians at the moment. They're playing with the ball, but I'd love to see them look a little bit more forward with their options.
We've been talking about possession and the percentage of possession during matches so far, Georgie, and quality and quantity. Well, Argentina's had both at the moment.
I'm sure what that free hit was for. The stick got tangled under Daniel Beale, and at a loss here as we have a look at this drag flick again, and a great save there from Andrew Charter. It was never in doubt for him to be able to save that one. But you're absolutely right. The number of percentage of ball in your stick doesn't necessarily mean it's good possession. It might be possession in your defensive half. You see a lot them playing with it at the back half, and I'd much rather less percentage and being more dangerous with the ball than the defenders having it in your other half.
Down the middle they go. Belts. The appeals of the Argentines have come up trumps there. Belts got tangled up.
Just rolled over his stick a little bit of your backhand. Of course, you can't have that ball touching your back of your stick. It's the one rule that most people know about hockey. You can only play with the flat side. But that was a great ball down the middle as an attacking ball, and I'd love to see a little bit more of that. I feel like they're just a little bit reserved at the moment.
Sella with the overhead. No one in that region for Argentina. Dawson with the overhead. Made dangerous as the Argentine got too close to Beale there. Beale inside the circle. Might get another opportunity. Brand, who's had a very good campaign across the face. Sharp was lurking. Case for a penalty corner there perhaps, but Salas is allowed to take the ball outside the circle. Sharp working hard to win it back for the Kookaburras. A chance created. Wickham looking for Beale. Great defence from Vivaldi. Juan Vivaldi, there he is at the age of 42. Competed in Athens, London, Rio, and now...
Alistair Nicholson and Georgie Parker in commentary as the Kookaburras trail Argentina by 1 goal. So 5 minutes remaining in the first quarter of that. Fiji are taking on Great Britain in the rugby sevens at the moment. Got off to a slow start, but in the second half here with 5 minutes gone, the Fijians have put the foot down. They lead that 26-0. And Australia will play New Zealand a little later on this morning as we're counting down towards day 4 of competition, the swimming at the Tokyo Aquatic Centre. It'll be be a big one again. And the focus will all be on Kaylee McEwen, third fastest into the women's 100 metres backstroke final. She is the world record holder. Stay with us. This is Tokyo 2020 live on SEN.
Sportscraft, the official supplier of both the Australian athletes and SEN's call team ceremony uniforms.
Calculating GST. Help. But automatically.
Thank you.
Preparing your back.
Oh, yeah.
But in a few clicks instead.
Oh, yeah.
With Xero, it's business but better. Start your free 30-day trial at xero.com.
Hello. National Tiles of European-made Timberlook laminate flooring for under $19 per square metre. Yes, National Tiles exclusive European oak look flooring for under $19 per metre. That's less than $190 for an average 10 square metre bedroom floor. So rush into National Tiles' all-new spectacular megastore at Alexandria or go to nationaltiles.com.au now and save.
Giddy up for New South Wales Racing Week on SEN Track.
From Wyong to Kembla Grange, Ballina to Hawkesbury, Tamworth to Lismore.
In lockdown, racing continues New South Wales wide, and SEN Track is your home for all the action.
As a bloke, we don't like arriving early in the bedroom, or the bathroom, hotel room, sheepskin floor rug, car, or wherever you are. But you do want to feel comfortable talking about a solution. Pilot.com.au is your online men's health navigator. No talking, just a fast, text-based consult with an Australian doctor. Online assessments, real treatments, discreet shipping. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Pilot.com.au.
G'day, I'm Jacob the Builder from Leichhardt. When setting up the construction site, I leave nothing to chance. I call SBS Fence and Toilet Hire before organising anything else. With SBS Fences, the worksite is kept safe and protected, and their loos ensure the apprentice has somewhere to hide while he's scrolling on his phone. SBS Fence and Toilet Hire, Sydney's best sanitation solutions. Just one quick call and they're on their way. sbsfence.com.au.
Brooklyn, M1 Pacific Motorway. Lane 1 is closed southbound at the Pacific Highway overpass to recover a vehicle. At Mays Hill, the M4 a crash taking out Lane 1 eastbound just past Burnett Street. And Roselands for COVID-19 testing. No problems on King George's Road as you make your way into Roselands Drive. New South Wales, Optus have a special offer just for you. Until August 1st, get 20% off the $55 month-to-month SIM plan over 12 months. T's and C's apply. Visit Optus online today.
G'day, it's your Daily Bailey. Is it a try? Let's go to the big screen that's got to be seen. Yes, it's a try because no one tries harder than Palmer's Glass. The shower screen that has to be seen. The footy is first class, but the glass is world class. Palmer's Glass, like a star fullback, you can't go past Palmer's Glass. Try Palmer's Glass. Come and kick a goal because you can't go past Palmer's Glass.
As a bloke, we don't like arriving early in the bedroom, or the bathroom, hotel room, sheepskin floor rug, car, or wherever you are. But you do want to feel comfortable talking about a solution. Pilot.com.au is your online men's health navigator. No talking, just a fast, text-based consult with an Australian doctor. Online assessments, real treatments, discreet shipping. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Pilot.com.au.
Beaumont Tiles are keeping your Renault dreams alive. Shop online at tile.com.au. With Australia's biggest range either delivered to your door or click and collect, you'll be happy you chose Beaumont.
In the bedroom, you don't want to arrive early. But in the same breath, no man really wants to talk to a doctor about it. That's why you can text Pilot confidentially. Your online men's health navigator. Pilot.com.au.
Hi, I'm James Cashmore. Our Pay What You Can model extends to all businesses affected by COVID-19. So if you're a business that sells its services to other businesses and needs help to generate more inquiries quickly, our team of phone and digital experts are standing by to help you. And regardless of whether your business is big or small, simply pay what you can and we'll get to work on supporting you through this time. Go to leadgeneration.com.au to find out more. That's leadgeneration.com.au.
Hi, I'm Dr. Nick Coatsworth, infectious diseases physician. Over 7 million Australians have taken the next step and received a COVID-19 vaccine. Thousands of GPs and vaccination clinics are currently providing services across the country. It's free, simple, and the best way to protect ourselves and our community from COVID-19. Remember, we're not safe until we're all safe. To find out when it's your turn, visit australia.gov.au.
Authorised by the Australian Government, Canberra.
Back to Tokyo 2020 live here on SEN. Thanks to Mate, Australia's most satisfied internet customers. Don't forget at 3 o'clock this afternoon, you can see Aussie hero Jess Fox bidding to add that elusive gold medal to her Olympic medal collection. She will hit the water for the K1 canoe slalom. That is Tokyo 2020 live, free in HD on 7 and 7 Plus. It is the only place to see it all. That's at 3 o'clock this afternoon. The swimming finals to start at 11:30 this morning, including the semi-finals as well. But let's go back to the hockey. Argentina 1, leading Australia 0, but Australia looking to get on the board in the last couple of minutes here of the first quarter.
Yeah, but he's still waiting.
Halfbacks and fullbacks playing, staying on a little bit longer in defence, a bit harder to get them off. I think this is why it's taking so long. They're deliberating who brought that ball up first, but in my mind, it wasn't dangerous until it was hit there into the knee of Ogilvy.
No, but see the ball bouncing up and down.
Parker's awarding a penalty corner, I suspect.
Yeah, but that's not dangerous until it hits straight into someone.
And she's right on the money, of course.
Yeah, but we're bouncing the ball like that. We've never had a game.
Did I just hear right? If that was dangerous, we wouldn't have a game.
Absolutely.
It's only dangerous when it's played forward.
And that's what I mean about it being a difficult rule, because they're having a chat.
Look at half the game in the air. So you can't then decide that it's not right.
And that's a really great analysis of the game.
You can play it down. It's just an accident, but you have to play it down.
That's a really good conversation, isn't it?
Sorry, there is no decision possible. Please stick with the on-field decision and Australia keep their referral.
Wow.
See, that's frustrating.
So there's no advice possible. There's no advice possible for them to see how you keep your referral.
So that's just the video umpire sitting on the fence, basically, because there's no issue with the vision. It's just the video umpire's not prepared to make a call.
Absolutely, and I think if you had a different umpire, if that Bunge from Netherlands umpire was there instead, it would be a short corner, because the way he was discussing that was that it was. So at least Australia are going to keep their referral because they've not made a decision there, but that's frustrating, because I think that you can make a decision from that vision. So you should either lose it or be awarded a corner, in my opinion, but sometimes things don't work how you want, and Australia have this ball now. And with 90 seconds to go, they'd be wanting to at least get some shot on goal. They've not been too dangerous in that circle, and Vivaldi hasn't had to make too many saves.
It's raised inside the circle. Argentina will get the opportunity here. The people at home have been watching runners coming out with drag flicks at 145 k's an hour with no pads on, and that's not deemed dangerous. And then they have a scenario down the other end of the field where
it actually hit someone as well. But it's a funny game, and that's why the rules are always up to the umpire's interpretation. And as long as they're consistent as a game, I think that's what players always want. You can adapt how you play if the umpiring throughout that game is consistent.
Skies look like they're just brightening a fraction. Howard to Hayward. Belts, who scored on debut at Olympic level against India.
It's frustrating watching this at the moment, because they're receiving the ball and their first instinct is to go backwards rather than going forwards.
Well controlled. Ogilvy's a threat. Vivaldi comes out. There's a penalty corner for Australia. There's no arguing that one.
Finding 30 seconds, and Ogilvy, it's in his nature to be attacking when he gets the ball, and that's the style of play that we're used to seeing the Kookaburras do. They've been getting it and going backwards, going sideways, and it's giving Argentina time to set up. And once you drive and make defenders have to make tackles, have to do something, you're going to be getting rewarded for it. opportunity here. So Blake Govers, the absolutely extraordinary drag flicker is on. He scored 2 goals in the last game. Jeremy Haywood, another great drag flicker on the top as well.
Can Australia find an equaliser? Govers, his shot closed down, another penalty corner. Rossi came out and took him. More drama, more tension approaching quarter time. Second crack for the Australians coming into this match. 4 goals from 15 penalty corner attempts.
Govers has an incredible goal scoring ratio, 105 games, 92 goals. Absolutely incredible.
Zalewski injects. It's Govers again, and Govers delivers on cue. Australia equalises on the stroke of quarter time. It's a beautiful finish from Govers.
And they absolutely needed that. You see that crossover from the top. The Argentinian runners thinking they were going to the first battery, but very, very well executed there from Australia. Jeremy Haywood and him swap batteries. And what a brilliant finish, the perfect height. The veteran goalkeeper at age 42 wasn't able to stop that, deflected off his own body into the goals. And Blake Govers, it's what he's known for around the world. 93rd goal for him, just 106 matches. And Colin Batch will be happy that he's going to be going into quarter time with an even slate.
We enjoyed that. So 4 goals now at these Olympics, Blake Govers, and that's the equal most in the competition so far with Alexandra Hendricks of Belgium. Maybe one last thrust from Brand. Cracked inside the circle. That was speculative and hopeful at best. So Australia with that critical goal coming in the closing 30 seconds of the first quarter after Argentina had scored early. It's 1-1 at quarter time.
If you've come off the field feeling sore in your joints or muscles again, it's time to try Sudox Active. Sudox Active Pain Relief Cream uses only naturally sourced ingredients, assisting with mild pain relief, and it's fast to apply with a massage roll-on applicator.
Sudox Pain Relief Active Cream, now available at Chemist Warehouse from just $19.99.
That's SOODOX. Always read the label and use only as directed. If symptoms persist, see your healthcare professional.
Just really want customer support from someone close by.
True Blue award-winning Aussie support, you betcha. Mate has got your back. Mate serves up award-winning internet and mobile. Get unlimited talk and text, plus great data inclusions with data banking of unused data up to 100 gigabytes from only $20 a month. Plus, you get a Tidal Music subscription included free with selected plans. Mate, how good's that? What are you waiting for, mate? Choose a provider you can trust, like Mate. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
What's the right spirit to have in sport?
Joe Gibbs loved the action. He was a football coach for years. His successes included leading teams to win the Super Bowl 3 times and being inducted into the Football Hall of Fame. His love for the action also took him into the world of auto racing, winning 11 times and inducted into the NASCAR Hall of Fame in 2020. He's seen his share of winning and losing too, when one son was diagnosed with leukemia, another died of a neurological brain disease, and a grandson also diagnosed with cancer. Joe Gibbs says his strength comes from Jesus, and he's not afraid to admit that we need strength from our Creator in tough times. In the Old Testament, it records one of God's messages to us. Do not fear, for I am with you. Do not be dismayed, for I am your God. I will strengthen you and help you.
The Spirit of Sport for the Council of Churches, a part of 1170 since 1932.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For Xero. Invoicing but instantly. Receipts but organised. Cash flow but clearer. Try Xero free for 30 days. Search Xero. Xero.
And a Monarch News update thanks to Monarch Painting. Visit monarchpainting.com.au. The rowing today has been postponed because of the typhoon that started to edge towards Tokyo earlier in the day, and so too the archery. So we're waiting on that, Maggie, which sounds as though, gee, they must be copping it at the archery, but I don't think I'd like to be anywhere near the archery if there was a typhoon.
You don't want to be a spectator at Mongo's Little Australia, do you?
You don't want to be anywhere near that. You can have your say today on the Temper text machine. Join James Magnuson and myself as we get through day 4 of competition. 0457 736 736 is the number. Let us know what you're thinking around anything and what you're most looking forward to today, and where does that Ariane Titmus swim yesterday in the 400 metres freestyle sit for you in terms of great sporting moments. I discussed this with Andrew Webster on my show earlier. I thought not only a great sporting moment, great sporting call. I reckon Basil Zemplis yesterday was up to the task and delivered an incredible call at an incredible moment.
Yeah. The whole experience was just amazing, wasn't it? And you throw in Dean Boxall, his reaction, he's become an online sensation. Having the opportunity to see footage of Ariane's parents during the race as well, just the whole spectacle of it felt like it lifted it to another level. It's probably access and insight we haven't had before. I don't ever remember seeing during Thorpe's races having his family on camera and his coach on camera at the same time. So just that whole spectacle made it a really special moment for Ariane and everyone involved.
Well, the good news is that the swim session for day 4 is not too far away. 11:30 it will begin. We have 4 finals on the list, and Australians will feature in 3 of those. So the 200 metres, rather 2 of those. The 200 metres freestyle final for men will be the first of the finals. No Aussies there. Then the 100 metres backstroke for women first and men. Kaylee McEwen, Emily Seebohm, and then Mitch Larkin. And the final of the day will be the women's 100 metres breaststroke. No Australians in that field. A few semi-finals to dance around as well. So we're going to give you a full preview after the 11 o'clock news. We'll get James Magnuson's thoughts on what's going to happen this morning. We'll recap what happened yesterday. I want to play for you an interview that Channel 7's Matty Carmichael did as well with Dean Boxall, because it gives you a great insight into the emotion that was at the Tokyo Aquatic Centre yesterday morning. 1-1 between Argentina and Australia in the men's hockey. It's time for the news as Tokyo 2020 continues.
Sport's biggest moments called play-by-play from around the world, right here on SEN.
Good morning, I'm Celeste Mitsu with SEN News. A family of 4 who have tested positive for COVID-19 are being transferred out of the Blacktown unit. All 100 residents of the complex underwent testing overnight and will face 2 weeks in lockdown as police man the building. It's believed the virus has spread on multiple levels. The Premier will speak shortly on today's figures. For the past 5 days, case numbers have been in triple digits. Queensland has recorded no new local cases in the past day. Genomic testing has discovered a man who tested positive after completing hotel quarantine, likely picked it up there. Chief Health Officer Jeanette Young says she's more concerned about the New South Wales man who flouted isolation protocols upon entering from Ballina with a flight attendant.
So they have been out and about in our community while infectious for a while. So it's really important. I can't overemphasise it. Please, could everyone keep wearing their masks? Because I genuinely think that has made a difference for Queensland in not seeing large cases out of any of these infected people.
And a truck driver is in hospital after flipping his semi-trailer over the guardrail on Sydney's M1 last night. Paramedics were called to the accident in Cownan around 10 o'clock to treat the man in his 60s for abdominal injuries. He remains in a serious but stable condition in hospital. SEN.com.au sport coming up.
Until July 30, all non-essential businesses must close to the public and operate online or through click and collect only. Visit nsw.gov.au for the rules.
Australian surfer Owen Wright has completed a total score of 12.74 to reach the semi-finals. He will be up against Brazil's Italo Ferreira, who scored a really strong 16.30 earlier this morning. Coming up in the Rugby Sevens, Australia and New Zealand will go head-to-head, while the Kookaburras are in action against Argentina and are yet to score. And Craig Bellamy is touted to sign a contract extension with the Storm today. News Corp reports from 2023 he will become the club's football director. Phil Gould revealed on 9 he reached out to the super coach earlier this year when reports surfaced he was going to retire.
I actually sent him a text message and said, you're not allowed to retire, that you need to keep going. You need to be with the Melbourne Storm till we carry you out in a box. We can't lose coaches and mentors the quality of Craig Bellamy.
The all-new SEN app. Download it today and never miss a moment of your favourite show. Streaming live, anywhere, anytime.
on M1 Pacific Motorway. Lane 1 is closed southbound near the Pacific Highway overpass. That's to recover a vehicle. Bondi Beach, a diesel spill on Bondi Road affecting eastbound traffic near Dudley Street. And Thornley, lights are flashing amber on Duffy Avenue. North Sydney, the freeway is clear to the Sydney Harbour Bridge and Harbour Tunnel. Get free delivery on KFC's Christmas in July feast only on the KFC app. Get the Colonel's finest Kentucky Fried Chicken delivered right to your dinner table. Not available everywhere and not forever.
Breakfast with Andrew Voss tomorrow from 6 on 1170 SEN.
UPIN Property. Dream it, find it, UPIN it. Australia's first seeking property market app. Download now.
Made in Sydney. Independent curtains. Call 9756 2900.
Sunny today. We're heading for a top of 22 degrees in the city, 21 in the west, partly cloudy tomorrow and 24. And don't miss world record holder Kelly McEwen chase gold in the pool this morning live on SEN.
Welcome to SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For Mate Communications, award-winning Aussie service and a bonus Tidal music subscription included on selected mobile plans. And Xero, invoicing but instantly, receipts but organised, cash flow but clearer. Try Xero free for 30 days. Search Xero, Xero.
Day 4 of competition, Tokyo 2020 live on SEN. Matty White and James Magnuson with you as we approach the swimming at 11:30. Don't forget you can watch Kaylee McEwen, Emily Seabom and Mitch Larkin all go for gold. Tokyo 2020 live, free and in HD on 7 and 7+. The only place to see it all. Out at the Osaka shooting range is where we find Seven's Ryan Daniels this morning. Has been good enough to give us some time. G'day, Ryan. We've got, the 10 metres air pistol mixed team qualification and finals going on. Set the scene for us, mate.
Yeah, that's right, guys. How you going? We've made it into the final 8. We've got a duo of Dina Aspandiarova and Dan Repiccioli. Sorry, they're doing okay. They're sitting sort of 6th, 7th, 8th in that range at the moment. How the air pistols work in this particular event is the top 2 will play off for the gold, silver, and then 3 and 4 will play off for bronze. So they need to at least be in that sort of 3 and 4 for a chance to medal. And I've just walked out of the venue, but they were sort of sitting around 7th or 8th 2 minutes ago. So looking a bit of an outside chance for a medal, but they've done well just to get through to this far.
Did Big Dan, I don't know if you could see it, mate, but did Big Dan have his different coloured socks on? So his young daughters tell him which socks.
Yeah.
He's a great character, isn't he?
Yeah, his little daughters, Zoe and Asher, I believe. He's got rainbow socks on today, so he's got them pulled up nice and high. He's a character. I don't know if you've seen him and Dina together, but it's like the signage for the movie Twins. One's like 7 foot tall and the other one's 3'6". It's quite brilliant. They really are an odd couple.
You've also been out at the rowing over the course of the last few days, or the first week in particular, but that typhoon put paid to that today. What's the latest on the weather situation over there, Ryan?
Yeah, so, I mean, right now I'm standing, it's been raining all night, all morning. It's okay now, but the clouds here, when a typhoon's around, the clouds here look very ominous. And the info I had was that tomorrow's rowing, there's 4 Aussies in finals, or 4 Aussie boats in finals tomorrow. That might be pushed back another day. So they're on the edge of their seats, obviously, just trying to figure out when they will be racing. You can imagine their nerves would be high. It was supposed to be some today, some tomorrow, but they might even have to push it back further because you can't have them rowing in those sort of conditions. So we're sort of standing by to figure out when the finals will be, but hopefully they're tomorrow. And if that's the case and racing goes ahead, all 9 Aussie boats will be in the water in some shape or form. And as I said, 4 of them will be shooting for a gold medal, which will be pretty exciting.
You've got one of the good jobs where you get to go around, you get to go to the different venues and look at the different sports and speak to the different athletes, mate. I'm wondering over the course of the last day what the ripple effect has been like from what Ariane Titmus did in the pool yesterday.
Oh, you know what? Like at every Olympics, I'm sure James is well onto this. There's always a moment or two that really can inspire the whole Australian team, and not just the athletes. I mean, all of us in the media were so up and about when that happened, and everyone back home. And obviously seeing the coach go mad, that's what we were all doing. So it's one of those things that really hopefully sets a standard for the rest of the team and all of us here, just, a bit of Aussie pride. It was a magic one. I don't think we'll be forgetting that in a hurry. And I reckon we'll see like a pretty inspired performance from a lot of our athletes after that, for sure.
So what's your program for today? Are you going to stick around at the shooting, or are you on the move again?
Yeah, I'm here for a little while to see how these guys go, and there's a couple other events out here, but then I'll be off to the Matildas are taking on the US, which is going to be massive. So I'm pretty excited to get out there. It's about a 2-hour drive out of where I am now, but it'll be well worth it because obviously the USA, number one ranked team, had a slip up against Sweden. They had a massive win after that, and Sammy Kerr going up against the best team in the world. It's going to be pretty exciting, I reckon. So I'm pretty pumped to get out there, guys, as you can imagine.
Yeah, that's 6 o'clock our time tonight. So Group G. See it on the screens of 7. Ryan, thanks for your time. Enjoy the rest of your day. Stay safe in that typhoon, mate.
Will do, guys. Thanks very much.
There he is, Ryan Daniels from Channel 7. So a hockey update. We're going well here, Maggie. Australia 3 lead Argentina 1. Our hockey update thanks to Hockey Australia. You can check the Hockey Australia Club Finder today. So since we were last at the hockey, there's been 2 more goals for Australia. Let's recap those goals right now.
Brand squares it up. Chance. Wickham. Goal. Australia hits the lead. Tom Wickham with Australia's second.
Great piece of play there from Brandon. He was so integral in yesterday's game. We had so many goals, and another great pass across the face there. And Tom Wickham, he loves the goal. He's an animated player, and a great goal on the side.
Take 2 for the Kookaburras, and this time it's Govers again. Govers has a brace. He's having quite the Olympics. 5 goals now for Blake Govers in Tokyo.
And this is the difference between good teams and great teams. They're able to use these opportunities, and Blake Govers, he's one of the best at it.
So there you go, 3-1. Quickly became 4-1. That's the score right now. So they've scored while we were listening to those 2 goals. We'll take a quick break here. Tokyo SEN, Tokyo 2020 live here on SEN. After this, as we count down to the swimming, James Magnuson's preview of the finals in action at the Tokyo Aquatic Centre.
Sportscraft, the official supplier of both the Australian athletes and SEN's call team ceremony uniforms.
Invoices.
Hooray.
But sent instantly.
Hooray.
Keeping track of payments.
What?
But managing them online instead.
What?
With Xero, it's business but better. Start your free 30-day trial at xero.com.
Attention! Lloyd's Auctions are holding a massive classic car online auction this weekend, including Australian, American and European classics, featuring Glenn Seaton's championship-winning Ford Falcon EL, Russell Ingall's Castrol V8 supercar, low-kilometre HSV GTSR and more, all starting at $1 at Australia's greatest auction house. Bid now. Also on offer, Ford Mustang Mach-1, Valiant Pacer, Shelby Fairmont, XP Falcon X Police, VL Walkinshaw Group A, Monaros, Jaguars, Porsche and Ferraris. Bid now on call now to put your classic car into our next record-breaking auction.
Winter is coming. Don't run out of hot water. Head to Thrifty Plumbing Supplies Campsie. Install a Rheem continuous flow or Australian-made storage hot water system. In stock for same-day delivery. Thrifty Campsie, the Rheem experts. Corner of Canterbury Road and Beamish Street.
Hi, I'm James Cashmore. At Lead Express, we've introduced a Pay What You Can model for all businesses affected by COVID-19. If you need help to answer or make sales and service calls, or you'd just like an independent review of your current sales process to make sure it's as efficient and as streamlined as possible, we're here to help. Simply select the type of campaign you need assistance with and pay what you can. Go to leadgeneration.com.au to find out more. That's leadgeneration.com.au.
For me, whether it's training, competing, or just kicking around, Lululemon keeps me on track. Designed for style, comfort, and performance. Trust me, once you get on the Lululemon train, you won't be hopping off. Engineered to free up your movement, check out the Big 3 shorts. Lululemon Surge Short, Pace Breaker, and The Short. Unrestricted performance, technical shorts engineered to stretch your comfort zone no matter what you put them through. Lululemon, I wear them everywhere. Find yours at lululemon.com.au.
The all-new Isuzu MU-X is coming.
Exquisite styling inside and out. Enhanced tech and exceptional safety. This changes everything. It's time to expand your horizons on what you thought a 7-seat SUV should be. The all-new Isuzu MU-X. Register now. Search All New MU-X.
Look, we all love a holiday, and being honest, we've tested our own fair share of hotel spas, but nothing comes closer to that permanent holiday feeling during lockdown than a backyard spa from Splashes. They've got a massive range of spas, swim spas and plunge pools. The knowledge to back that range up, lifetime support and bubbling litres of great value and loads of stock. Splashes, part of your backyard since 1993. Book an online consultation now at splashes.com.au.
Do you reckon there's a way to save money by bundling mobile and internet?
Mate, choose a provider you can trust like a mate. Mate serves up NBN from just $59 a month with award-winning all Aussie service. Bundle a mobile plan to save a further $10 a month on your internet. No contracts and no setup fees. Mate, how good's that? I know. What are you waiting for? Mate! Mate's got your back. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
G'day, I'm Jacob the Builder from Leichhardt. When setting up the construction site, I leave nothing to chance. I call SBS Fence and Toilet Hire before organising anything else. With SBS Fences, the worksite is kept safe and protected, and their loos ensure the apprentice has somewhere to hide while he's scrolling on his phone. SBS Fence and Toilet Hire, Sydney's best sanitation solutions. Just one quick call and they're on their way. sbsfence.com.au.
G'day, it's your Daily Bailey. As the footy heats up, so do you the showers. And we've found the best try of the season. You just got to try Palmer's Glass. Just like Tommy Turbo, you can't go past Palmer's Glass. And while the footy lights up the screen, this is the world-class shower screen that has to be seen. Try Palmer's Glass. First class, world-class glass. You can't go past Palmer's Glass.
SEN's day session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent tyre retailer. Book online at Tyre Power now.
Welcome back, Day 4 of Tokyo 2020 live here on SEN. Don't forget the surfing still to come. The women's quarterfinals, Sally Fitzgibbons against Amuro Suzuki. For Red Energy, Red Energy is green and gold. For real Aussie energy, switch to red today. An Aussie update for you. Owen Wright has gone through to the semi-finals in the men's surfing. He'll take on Italo Ferreira after beating Luca Messinas from Peru this morning in pretty wild conditions. So Owen goes through, Sally still to surf today, and then they'll do the semi-finals and then the bronze and the gold medal match-offs as well. In the triathlon this morning, Emma Jeffcoat, 26th overall. Ashley Gentle and Jazz Hedgeland didn't make it through to the last round. Australia leading Argentina, the last leg rather. Australia leading Argentina in the men's hockey, so the Kookaburras are 4-1 up over Argentina in the hockey. That's an Aussie update thanks to Red Energy. For real Aussie energy, switch to red today. But James Magnuson, let's turn our focus towards the pool. In 13 minutes' time, the session will get underway with the women's 200 freestyle semi-finals. So no medals to be handed out here. Semi-final number 1, Ariane Titmus. She was the fastest qualifier in her heat. Semi-final number 2, Maddie Wilson from Australia and Katie Ledecky. The times, 1:55.8 for Ariane and 1:55.2 for Katie Ledecky. In fact, Maddie Wilson was 1/100th of a second quicker than Ariane here. So what are we expecting from Titmus after yesterday?
Look, You just said the time's 1:55. How about this? I reckon Ariane in the final tomorrow can go 1:52.8 seconds, breaking the current world record. Yeah, so we saw Ariane, she went 1:53.0 at the trials, and rather than looking excited or ecstatic with that time, she looked upset. She looked pissed off that she didn't break the world record, which was very surprising for us because most of us in the swimming world thought that Ariane's strengths laid in that 400 freestyle, and we saw her win that yesterday. So of course she is very proficient in the 400 freestyle, but I believe that she will outperform herself in that 400 freestyle tomorrow morning in the 200. I expect a world record and a second gold for Ariane.
So if Ariane does it in under 1:52.98, breaks the world record, she breaks the oldest world record that's still standing in the women's schedule, because Italy's Federica Pellegrini did that at the 2009 World Champs, the supersuit era. So it has been standing for 12 years, Maggie, almost to the day. She set that on July 29, 2009. It still stands, and she could knock it off almost a year to the day, with the final being tomorrow. That would be some kind of swim. No Aussies featuring in the men's 200 metres freestyle final, but you have a pick in that one?
Yeah, so for all the punters out there, I have some great value for you in this 200 freestyle. Duncan Scott looks to be too strong for this field for mine. He's got speed. He's good in the 100 freestyle as well. He goes a 47 point in the 100 freestyle. So I expect him to get out, dictate the pace, and win that race. He's paying $2 for all you punters out there.
There's one of the great quirks about the men's 200 freestyle that not a lot of people know. Australia, through Freddie Lane, won the first ever 200 metres freestyle race at the 1900 Paris Games. Now, he held that title until 1964, because the race wasn't held in between 1904 and 1964. Not only that, he raced it in the River Seine and set the world record time because they were going down current. So Freddie Lane was an absolute star. He also won the race that I think they should bring back, the 200-metre obstacle race, which they held 45 minutes later, Maggie. So there you go. Unfortunately, we have no Aussies to continue the tradition from the men's 200 metres freestyle. But the one that we really will be focusing on this morning at 10 to 12, the women's 100 metres backstroke final. So here we go. Kaylee McEwen, third fastest into this, 58.11. Emily Seebohm, four-time Olympian, who won silver in this event in London 2012. She'll start in lane 7.
Yeah, well, coming into this Games, I predicted that Kaylee McEwen would come out the other side as a bona fide superstar. She's got the ability in the pool. She's got the looks. I think she can really be Australia's pin-up girl for swimming. If I had to describe her swim yesterday in one word, I'd say unsettled. She was a little bit choppy on the way out, just got caught up on the lane rope at the back end of the race and got pipped in her semi. She's going in lane 3, which is absolutely fine for Kaylee. That's a good spot to be. I believe she'll do enough to get the gold today. I want to see her get out a little bit faster that first 50 metres and just back herself. We saw her break the world record at our Olympic trials. I think, again, she can break the world record and win gold in this one. So a big race for Kaylee. This is where she's going to announce herself on the world stage and to the Australian public.
If she can do it, she'll become the first woman to win gold in the 100 or 200 backstroke for Australia at an Olympic Games. We've won silver through Emily Seebohm and Bonnie Mealing, and we won bronze back in 1948 with Judy Joy Davies. So let's see if Kaylee can do that. And then we've got Mitch Larkin, third fastest in the men's 100 back. Only won once by an Australian, David Thiel, who's now 83 years old. Back in 1956, rather twice, 56 and 60 in Tokyo.
Yeah, I think a medal here would be a bonus for Australia. I don't think we're expecting to get a medal in this event coming in. So if Mitch can snag himself a medal, that'll be a big one. We've got two Russian Olympic Committee swimmers. That's a new term for us here this week. Two Russian swimmers that I believe will battle it out with Ryan Murphy for the major medals. Mitch has to knock off one of those Russian swimmers if he wants to get on the podium.
And we have the women's 100 metres breaststroke final, so no Australians going into there, which is a pity. We know that Liesl Jones has a wonderful history here. In fact, she's got the full bag in this one. She's got bronze, silver and gold. Bronze in Athens, silver in Sydney and gold in Beijing in this event. The only Australian woman to win the 100 metres breaststroke. Lily King, look out for her, reigning champ.
A little interesting one for those watching at home on this one. So Lily King claims coming into the Olympics that the American women's team could sweep the pool. That is, win gold in every single event on the women's side of the program.
Hasn't happened.
Lily King now in danger of missing gold herself in this 100 breaststroke. She is under a lot of pressure in this one, so that's one to watch.
We put paid to that early on in the swimming program. The other semi-finals for today, the men's 200 fly and the women's 200 IM. No Aussies featuring in those semis. So we will be focusing especially on Kaylee McEwen. Make sure you stay with us live here on Tokyo 2020. This is SEN's coverage of day 4 of competition.
Sportscraft reckon our Aussie athletes look like winners? Find your own podium finish style. Discover the latest Sportscraft collection.
Men's health. We're getting better talking about it, but men's sexual health is still a subject not all blokes feel comfortable talking about. Well, guess what? With Pilot, you don't have to talk. You can text a health inquiry confidentially. Finishing early or experiencing dysfunction. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Do an online assessment, get discreet shipping and ongoing care. Real doctors, real treatments. Pilot.com.au.
Hey guys, Joel and Fletch here. First Point Mortgage Brokers are a different kind of broker, Fletch. They pride themselves on delivering the best outcome for their clients, and their online reviews speak for themselves.
Just like SEN, they're a local Sydney business with years of experience in banking and finance.
I know them firsthand. Their game plan is to improve your financial health with great service and even better results.
So for expert assistance with your home loan, head to firstpointmortgagebrokers.com.au now.
Men's health. We're getting better talking about it, but men's sexual health is still a subject not all blokes feel comfortable talking about. Well, guess what? With Pilot, you don't have to talk. You can text a health inquiry confidentially. Finishing early or experiencing dysfunction. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Do an online assessment, get discreet shipping and ongoing care. Real doctors, real treatments. Pilot.com.au.
Hey guys, Joel and Fletch here. First Point Mortgage Brokers are a different kind of broker, Fletch. They pride themselves on delivering the best outcome for their clients, and their online reviews speak for themselves.
Just like SEN, they're a local Sydney business with years of experience in banking and finance.
I know them firsthand. Their game plan is to improve your financial health with great service and even better results.
So for expert assistance with your home loan, head to firstpointmortgagebrokers.com.au now.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
At Coles, we're doing everything we can to help you shop safe. That means extra cleaning in-store and contactless click and collect to your car. Please remember to check in via the QR code when you shop in-store. It's all to help you shop safe at Coles.
Tilers, want to win your tiling products for a year? Thanks to Beaumont Tiles and their partner RLA, simply go in-store or jump on iCanWin.com.au.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For zero. Invoicing, but instantly. Receipts, but organised. Cash flow, but clearer. Try Zero free for 30 days. Search Zero. XERO.
Getting ready to head out to the pool for day 4 as the athletes start to arrive. The Tokyo Aquatic Centre, thanks to Rackley Swimming, your swim family here on SEN. So Ariane Titmus, of course, will be first up. And they're starting to marshal as well. They've just introduced all of the officials poolside. Kaylee McEwen, you just wonder what she's thinking at the moment, knowing that she comes into this 100 metres backstroke as the world record holder. This is what she did in South Australia at the Olympic trials.
That world record line is under siege. If
Emily Seabon's in front of the qualifying time. Will she hang on? She will. It's a world record. A world record. Emily Seabon is off to her 4th Olympics as well. Kaylee McEwen take a bow. Emily Seabon, you're in rare air as well.
New world record, Kaylee McEwen, new superstar.
Superstar is a good word that Nick used there throughout the trials, Maggie. She's just 20 years of age. We've all been now exposed to her story. She lost her father just within the last 12 months. It was his dream to see her make the Olympic team. That didn't play out the way that the family wanted to. They've showed incredible resolve. She's got Dean Boxall in a corner as well, and she's a superstar on the rise with not only an amazing swimming temperament and technique, but also the attitude that goes with it.
Yeah, she's a very cool, calm and relaxed customer. I guess that's going to be put to the ultimate test today. She will never have experienced this much sort of pressure and expectation. The rhetoric for Kaylee McEwen today that the coaches will keep telling her, that her teammates will keep telling her, bring it back to process. She's got the race plan, she's got the technique, she's got all the skills she needs, she's broken that world record. Keep bringing it back to that race plan and that process rather than thinking about the result. If she goes into this race thinking, I have to win gold, I want to win gold, what will that mean for me? That is a big distraction. So she just has to keep simplifying it, bringing it back. What's my race plan look like and how do I execute it?
So the schedule begins today with the 2 semi-finals for the women's 200 metres freestyle. Ariane Titmus will be first up in semi-final number 1. She'll have Katie Ledecky and Maddie Wilson in the following semi-final. So you just try and wonder what Ariane and Dean were thinking overnight in terms of how hard do they want to take this one out and how much pressure do they want to put on the next semi-final.
Yeah, she'll want to save a little bit in the tank. It's a big week for Ariane. She's already done 2 400s into her second 200. She's got the 800 to come, plus the women's 4x2. So I don't think she'll want to empty the tank tonight, particularly if she wants enough left in reserve to get a world record tomorrow.
Time to follow our Aussies once again in the pool thanks to Red Energy. Red Energy is green and gold for real. Aussie Energy switched to red today. Let's take you poolside. The Tokyo Aquatic Centre. 7 commentators, Liesl Jones, Ian Thorpe and Basil.
Level-headed from start to finish. She didn't get overexcited when she had won an Olympic gold medal, which is a dream for so many athletes, and so few get to experience what winning an Olympic gold medal is like. So I was immensely proud of Ariane Titmus, as was the rest of Australia. I think schools stopped. It genuinely was a race that stopped to the nation because everyone stopped to watch Ariane take on Ledecky, and she did such a great job.
So 3 of those Olympic gold medalists are in this first semi-final. Thorpe, Alison Schmidt, the gold medalist from London, United States. She's 31 years of age. She'll be in lane 7. Penny Alexiak, 21 now. Of course, she won 5 years ago. Gold in the 100 free. That was that big Kate Campbell final. We know all about that. She tied for the gold medal, which was so rare.
So rare. And we've seen a few people tie. The Australians tied in this in the 400 freestyle, going through to the final. And there's been a couple of times, even the Emma McKeon one, that didn't quite look like they tied, but it still came up as a tie. But for an Olympic final, 100 metres freestyle, you don't see it. You don't see it very often.
There's Alison Schmidt now, and of course the other of the Olympic gold medalists, Ariane Titmus. We'll see her introduced shortly. Erica Fairweather, lane 1, already out. She was in the final of the 400 free, only 17 years of age, having a great games already. The French swimmer is Charlotte Bonnet, lane 2 for her. She's an Olympic bronze medalist from a relay swim 4x200 freestyle relay back in London. Siobhan Jorge, interesting story. Irish father, mum is from Hong Kong. Graduated from the University of Michigan where she spent her college years. And Hong Kong chasing a rare little piece of history here. She's won 2 silver medals at the 2014 Youth Olympics in Nanjing. Hong Kong swimmer has never made an Olympic final. Here's Yang, lane 3 for her. She's the national record holder.
And this is Ariane She looks relaxed. She looks ready. She looks prepared. She'll be happy that she's had a rest last night. She'll be ready to go this morning.
She's a gold medalist in the 400, as we know. A silver medalist in the World Championships, though, in this event. And Penny Alexiak, gold in the 100 free in Rio. So she is a sprinter, an out-and-out sprinter.
And she should be out fast, but should take Ariane out with her. Ariane, we have to remember as well, she's posted the fastest time this year in this event. So her time that she swam in the heats to go through is a comfortable time for her. And she'll turn it on a little bit more this morning.
1:53.09 was that time. And that is the fastest time in the world so far, ahead of Katie Ledecky.
The only time that is faster than that is Federica Pellegrini's world record, which is 1:52.98, which was set during the Super Suits era. And so just think, for Ariane, she's only just off that time as well.
Lane 8, who we didn't introduce, Valeria Salamatina of the Russian Olympic Committee. She'll be closest to screen on the wide shot. So here we go. Ariane Titmus, now Olympic gold medalist, back in the water again. An event that Shane Gould won at the 1972 Munich Olympics and Susie O'Neill so famously in Sydney. Ariane Titmus, lane 5, just a little slow there, and no surprise to see Penny Alexiak out quickly. She leads down the pool at the halfway of the first lap.
And it's what Penny Alexiak has to do. She has to be out there, out in front, and then try and hold on. That's the style she's going for. It's a little bit slow. She is holding back more than what I expected, more than what she did in the heat. But Ariane's in a good position here. She'll come home strong.
So she's in fourth spot on that first term. Alexiak, Yang, and then Jorge not far off the lead also. Pushing through now is Ariane Titmus. As we saw in her 400 final, her turn's just so good and always able to make some ground in those moments.
It's not just the turns, it's accelerating into the turn so that the turn is actually quicker.
So Siobhan Jorge, our leader. Good swim from her. Yang in second spot. Schmidt is third, and still sitting in fourth spot is Ariane Titmus. She's just pushed up alongside Alexiak now. So Alexiak, after that bright start from the Canadian, she's just fading a touch, and you can see now the yellow cap of Ariane Titmus up on level turns with her.
And she has to. She's coming through here. She'll just definitely clear out, come in second. It's whether or not she qualifies fastest against the swimmer from Hong Kong.
So Siobhan Jorge leading the way. Titmus is up into second and Yang third.
Brings in the legs.
In come the legs, and how much ground can she make? Siobhan Jorge trying to become the first Hong Kong swimmer to make an Olympic final. She's got Ariane Titmus, the 400 champion, after her. And Arnie gaining with every stroke. Right up on the shoulder now. Our great 400 champion, almost up on level terms. Such an efficient racer. Knows what she needs to do every time. Knows how to get in front, and does it again. Ariane Titmus wins her semi. Siobhan Jorge third. And Yang of China in lane 3 and third position. Well done, Arnie. Another Olympic final.
So 1:54.82 for Arnie. A little bit off on the start would be the only thing. Just sitting back, if you saw at the beginning, if we look at both Jorge and also Alison Schmidt on the start, they were ahead, they had a lead. So there was a little bit to make up for Ariane, but you saw how she came home in that race. There's so many different ways that Ariane can put this race together. And this was a race to qualify for the final. This isn't the final.
We saw her head up and looking straight at Siobhan. Now, that might have just been coincidental. Was she looking to see if she out-touched her?
Probably. It's just... It is. And I noticed, also... what Ariane will do, she'll breathe on one side and she'll get a sneaky look in on the other side before she turns, or before she turns it on, really.
Exciting to have Maddie Wilson up in our next semi-final, and look who she's right alongside in lane 4. It's Katie Ledecky. So Maddie Wilson also hoping to make it through into this final. We know that the time of Ariane Titmus 1:54.82, so about a second and a half outside her best. There's Maddie alongside Katie Ledecky. And we wonder about the impact on Ledecky of that loss. She was most gracious post the 400 final, and we saw her already with two brilliant swims, the heat of the 200 free and then the 1500 metres heat.
all business, all composure. But I wonder psychologically if there's any impact at all.
Yeah, as Federica Pellegrini walks out here, she is the world record holder in this event. But when we talk about Ledecky, that recovery is an all-important part of it.
Let's get to Nathan with Ariane.
Yeah, strong semi-swim from Ariane Titmus. Arnie, last night was just all about getting through the heats. Was there a particular plan this morning for what you wanted to do?
I mean, I knew that these were going to be fast. I mean, the second one still has to come, but I think I should be right with that swim. I wanted to try and put a 154 out there. I think I want to get in the middle, and that's what I think it was going to take, so I'm happy with that.
It was a huge day for you yesterday. We heard last night that your mum actually missed a call from you. Did you manage to get hold of them, and how did you sleep and all that?
Yeah, I got a hold of Mum and Dad last night really quickly before I went to sleep, and they were obviously still so hyped about it, but I was trying to calm down and get ready for bed, but it took me a while to fall asleep, but once I did, I woke up feeling pretty good this morning.
Yeah, good stuff. Well, you have a good rest today. See you tomorrow. Well done.
Well done, Arnie, and thank you, Nate. Good job as always. Annika Brun in lane 1 of Germany. Here's Maddie Wilson. So, bubbly personality, great Australian swimmer, very popular. Previously coached by Michael Bowles, St Peters Western and Richard Scarce at Bond, then moved from the Gold Coast to Adelaide after she missed selection for the 2018 Games. She's had some good results previously, been a world champion podium finisher, and 3 golds, 4 silver and 2 bronze all up at world championship level. And of course, relay gold here from her heat swim, something she repeated from 5 years ago at Tokyo. McIntosh, only 14, great story. Her mum an Olympian 1984 LA. She swam in the 200 fly. So Brun of Germany in 1, Ghost of Germany 2, the 2 Germans side by side. Canada in 3, Summer McIntosh. Katie Ledecky, the defending champion, in 4. Maddie Wilson, the Australian, in 5. Simonova of the Czech Republic in 6. Freya Anderson of Great Britain in 7. And the gold medalist from Beijing in 2008, the world record holder and the world champion. Ledecky wasn't there at the World Championships in 2019, Federica Pellegrini. Away we go then in the second semi-final of the women's 200 freestyle. Ariane Titmus successful in the first of them, 154.82. So they're racing for times here. Top 8 times into the final this time tomorrow. It's been a good start from Maddie Wilson, and alongside her Simonova of the Czech Republic. Katie Ledecky ever so slightly off the pace, although pushing up now.
We definitely expect Katie Ledecky to go through. She's consistently at a similar pace. She kind of puts it into one gear, and she's able to deliver it again and again and again. It's the way that she swims, and she'll make ground through this entire race, or make water, I guess, in this case.
Maddie Wilson's PB 155.68 from the Aussie trials, 27th performer all time. She can go with these lead competitors here, and she's right alongside Katie Ledecky. It's a good spot to be in, I reckon, for Wilson. So Ledecky first, Simonova second, and Wilson has pushed through into 3rd spot.
Wilson, nice long stroke. It's consistently out there, and it means that she's smooth. She's able to carry her body well. It's in a good position in the water, but she's also in a good position to qualify for this final.
So Pellegrini closest to camera, bottom of screen, just struggling a little. She roared home in the heat just to sneak into these semi-finals. Not sure about her. And Summer McIntosh, the 14-year-old in lane 3. Keep your eye on her. Maddie Wilson, what a terrific 50. Into 2nd spot. She knows exactly where Ledecky is. Pushing up on her, though, now is Simonova of the Czech Republic alongside her. And not out of it, Summer McIntosh. Ledecky, our leader. Simonova pushing up into 2nd. Wilson in 3rd spot. Needs to hang on here now. Maddie Wilson pushing hard. Still in 3rd spot. McIntosh coming at her. Ledecky's going to hang on. Pellegrini's finished fast. Pellegrini very quickly. And maybe she does get into another Olympic final. What a Terrific last 50 from the 32-year-old world record holder. And no doubt about our winner, Katie Ledecky, 1:55.34, so slower than Ariane.
Slower than Ariane, so about 0.5 of a second behind Ariane's performance. Now remember Pellegrini at the World Championships in 2017. She beat, it was the first time that Ledecky actually lost at a World Championships. And she snuck in at the very end, just as she snuck in into that third position for the final.
Yeah, incredible. And that was the first big loss for Katie Ledecky. 2017, Emma McKeon was third in that final. And then,
no, it was 2019.
And then that was right. And then 2 years later, she didn't swim the final of the 200 freestyle 2019. So, gee, it was very, very impressive. Maddie Wilson is going to be right on the edge here, I reckon. We know that Arnie's first semi-final was quicker. So we get confirmation, firstly, of the times. And Summer McIntosh, she's having, what a terrific timer that she's having, the 14-year-old. She's mixing it with the big guns.
I know, she's had 2 opportunities to swim with Ledecky now.
And here's some good news, I fancy. Ariane Titmus is through into the final, and guess what? She's got company from Australia. Maddie Wilson and Ariane Titmus will swim against Katie Ledecky in the final of the women's 200 freestyle.
So the duel in the pool is back on between Ariane Titmus and Katie Ledecky. Titmus, the fastest qualifier there into the 200 free. Great to see Maddie Wilson qualifying 8th fastest, so getting that final spot into the final. So 1:54.82 for Ariane. That's about a second faster than her heat and about a half a second faster than Katie Ledecky at 1:55.34. And then Maddie Wilson qualifying with a 56.58. That's fantastic effort from Maddie. And Aussie update thanks to Red Energy. For real Aussie energy, switch to Red today. Australia lead Argentina 5-1 now in the hockey, and the Aussies are leading New Zealand in the rugby sevens into the second half, 12 points to 7. So that's what's happening around the grounds for Flight Centre. Win big with Flight Centre. 5 years of holidays big, in fact. Where will you go? flightcentre.com.au/win. We will take a break. This is Tokyo live on SEN 2020, the games of the Olympics in Japan, and the swimming finals continue this morning. Don't forget, Kaylee McEwen coming up soon.
Sportscraft. Reckon our Aussie athletes look like winners? Find your own podium finish style. Discover the latest Sportscraft collection.
As a bloke, we don't like arriving early in the bedroom, or the bathroom, hotel room, sheepskin floor rug, car, or wherever you are. But you do want to feel comfortable talking about a solution. Pilot.com.au is your online men's health navigator. No talking, just a fast, text-based consult with an Australian doctor. Online assessments, real treatments, discreet shipping. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Pilot.com.au.
Injured in a slip or fall accident in a public place that wasn't your fault? At Bryden's Lawyers, we do understand that an injury through no fault of your own can have long-term effects on you and your family. Call Bryden's Lawyers today for a free, no-obligation appointment to discuss what may be available to you. Let us help you get your life back on track. Bryden's Lawyers. We do more for you because we understand what matters most. Call Bryden's Lawyers today on 1-800-848-848. As a valued 1170 SEN listener, purchase custom-made curtains and more from Independent Curtains and receive the other made free.
Buy one, get one made free for a limited time only.
All curtains made in Sydney. Plus, save up to 50% off internal and external blinds. From internal shutters, roller or vertical blinds to external alfresco blinds. They can even motorise them. Call Independent Curtains, your Sydney window covering specialist, on 9756 2900.
For me, whether it's training, competing, or just kicking around, Lululemon keeps me on track. Designed for style, comfort, and performance. Trust me, once you get on the Lululemon train, you won't be hopping off. Engineered to free up your movement, check out the big 3 shorts. Lululemon Surge Short, Pace Breaker, and the Short. Unrestricted performance, technical shorts engineered to stretch your comfort zone no matter what you put them through. Lululemon, I wear them everywhere. Find yours at lululemon.com.au.
Bondi Beach, a large diesel spill on Bondi Road affecting eastbound traffic near Dudley Street down onto Campbell Parade. Brooklyn M1 Pacific Motorway. Lane 1 is closed southbound near the Pacific Highway overpass to recover a vehicle. A Mount Druitt, a car broken down Carlisle Avenue and Currajong Avenue, and Pitttown, a crash on the Bassett Street northbound. Victoria's Basement is cooking up a storm with sizzling hot prices on essential cookware and kitchenware. Free shipping on orders over $89. Shop Victoria's Basement online.
Paracetamol, vitamin D, cough syrup, first aid, fragrance, vitamin C. Chemist Warehouse is making shopping more convenient with its click and collect service. Visit chemistwarehouse.com.au, click to order items, and within 4 hours it's ready to be picked up. It's quick, easy, and best of all, it's free. Click and collect. Try it today.
Chemist Warehouse in the middle of our street.
Powered by over 100 years of innovation, Toro's all-new battery ride-on mower is a game changer. Get maximum performance and go the distance with up to 2 hours runtime on a single charge of the 72-volt battery. The tight turning circle, reverse mowing options and multiple cutting heights provide extra agility, while the high-back adjustable seat is built for comfort and support. With zero engine exhaust emissions, this quiet achiever is set to take the field by storm. Race into your nearest Toro dealer today.
Hi, I'm James Cashmore. Our Pay What You Can model extends to all businesses affected by COVID-19. So if you're a business that sells its services to other businesses and needs help to generate more inquiries quickly, our team of phone and digital experts are standing by to help you. And regardless of whether your business is big or small, simply pay what you can and we'll get to work on supporting you through this time. Go to leadgeneration.com.au to find out more. That's leadgeneration.com.au.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For zero. Invoicing but instantly. Receipts but organised. Cash flow but clearer. Try Zero free for 30 days. Search Zero. XE.
Welcome back. You can join us on the Temper text machine 0457 736 736. Tom Dean has just scored a bit of an upset in the men's 200 metres freestyle final. No Australians in this event as we're counting down to Kaylee McEwen in our next final, which is the women's 100 metres backstroke, and Emily Seebohm as well. Em will be in lane 7 for that one. So your man, Maggie, Scott, almost got there in the end, but it was the two Brits and not the Brit you would have picked.
Yeah, he just got pipped on the finish there. It was a wild race. We had it outside lane out in 49 point for the first 100, which is quick. He fell off that pace towards the end, but sometimes you got to do that in the 200 freestyle. Throw a cat amongst the pigeons, put it out there and see if you can unsettle the favourites.
Here's how they finished in the 200 free for men.
Tough one it is, Sheffer and Dean. Remembering, of course, that this was an event Kyle Chalmers chose not to swim at these Olympic Games. The Commonwealth champion.
Yeah, the Commonwealth champion in this event, and it was a choice that he made not to swim it, but he gave the opportunity for other Australians to swim in this race. What Sunwoo has to do in this last 50 metres is really hang on. Some of the other athletes here have actually held back.
I wonder about Popovich here. Lane 1, top of the screen, almost out of sight, out of mind, but I wonder if he's got a finishing burst left in him. Hwang Sunwoo going for it now. Shortening up.
He's shortening up a little bit here. This is hanging on.
Kieran Smith alongside him. Rapsis gets to work as well. I'm not sure about Duncan Scott. Coming through hard. Scott looking good now. Now he finds his way to the front. Scott leading. Tom Dean second. A 1-2 for Great Britain. Look out for Sheffer. They hit it. Dean wins it. Dean over Scott. 1-2 for Great Britain. What a result for them.
1-2, all right. So Tom Dean wins it. Duncan Scott second, and Fernando Sheffer from Brazil powering home in third. 5-1 in the hockey. Australia currently lead Argentina. Our Aussie updates thanks to Red Energy. Red Energy is green and gold. For real Aussie energy, switch to red today. So that points us towards the 100 metres backstroke final, Maggie. The nerves are starting to build again because I'm a huge Kaylee McEwen fan, and I know that the wash that she will be in of Ariane Titmus's performance must be just incredible. Now the pressure and the focus all turns to her as the world record holder in this event. 57.45. The Olympic record, 57.86, belongs to Regan Smith. She did that just the other day. So let's take you straight back to the pool. This is it, the women's 100 metres backstroke final.
But has just been performing out of her skin and really looking forward to seeing what she can perform in this final. She's got some big competition, Kylie Mass, Regan Smith, and obviously our own Emily Seebohm on her 4th Olympic Games.
Australian women across all Olympic sports have won 199 Olympic medals. So Kaylee or Emily, if they can get a medal, it would be the 200th by a female for Australia at the Olympic Games. Well done, Emily, at her 4th Olympic Games and in the final again.
She truly looks like she's really enjoying herself, and that's the big key. It's so hard to get to 4 Olympic Games to start with, but to enjoy your swims and really just have a great time every time you get out there.
Dawson of Great Britain in lane 2, Toussaint of the Netherlands in 1, Benko, the 17-year-old Israeli, in lane 8. We've already seen her introduced. Here's Ryan White of the United States, one of the Olympic record holders in the heats.
Ryan White is one of those people where COVID really helped them. With the year off, she was able to drop 3 seconds off her PB. She's more of a 200 swimmer. Kaylee McEwen, she looks good. She looks really relaxed. She looks like she's really enjoying herself. Only twice going under 58. Only 2 people went under 58 in the heat, and that was Kaylee McEwen was one of those. Kylie Mass, she looks good also. She's been doing really well. She's going to be one to beat in this race. She's a tough competitor.
World champion in 2019 and 2017. Regan Smith, the Olympic record holder. So Emily Seebohm had the Olympic record before we got here. Kylie Mass broke it in her heat. Then Regan Smith. Then Kaylee McEwen. Then in the semi-finals, Regan Smith took it back. They're all in this final. Kylie Mass in lane 5. Regan Smith, the Olympic record holder, in 4. Kaylee McEwen, the world record holder from Australia, in lane 3, the 20-year-old.
Regan Smith, only other one to go under 58 in the semi-final. So really quick heat where we saw 3 Olympic records broken. And then the semi was a little bit slower. So it'll be interesting to see how fast this final will be.
Big moment for Kaylee. Big moment for the family. Her dad, Sholto, died in August of last year. He lost a 2-year battle with brain cancer. His dream was to see his girls compete at the Tokyo Olympics. He saw Taylor do it 5 years ago. He didn't get the opportunity to see Kaylee do it, but she has a permanent reminder of him on her foot, a tattoo which says, "I will always be with you." They race together now in the final of the women's 100 backstroke. So away we go. Kaylee McEwen, lane 3, the world record holder, and Emily Seebohm, gold in the relays twice, her 4th Olympic Games, the silver medalist from London, lane 7, good start from her, but excellent start from Kaylee McEwen. Kylie Mass in lane 5 also got away very well.
Really happy with Kaylee McEwen's start. She was up and stroking early. Kylie Mass has now taken a great lead coming into the turn.
So Mass the leader it is. White's in second spot. McEwen third. She's going to need to bring it home.
Kaylee McEwen's dropped off a little bit there in the second 25 coming into the wall. She has got a lot of work to do here. Kylie Mass is really outstroking fast, really leading this. Watch for Kaylee McEwen now working in the last 25.
She's into the silver medal position and she races up alongside Mass. There's our leader. Now we get a look at the world record line and the Australian working her way to the lead. Can she do it? Kaylee McEwen in front. Kaylee McEwen touches first. An Olympic record. She wins gold and says, "Dad, I am with you today."
Kaylee McEwen, that was exceptional. That was a beautiful race.
The family celebrating. What a moment it is for them, and what a moment it is for the 20-year-old on her Olympic debut. Sister Taylor on the left, Mum Sharon on the right. So special. And their little girl has has delivered in the pool at Tokyo. What a moment for this family.
It was really outstanding from start to finish. Watching Kaylee McEwen, she was a little bit behind. She had a great start, but that second 25, she dropped back a little bit and wasn't really in the right place. But it just goes to show the strength of her in that last 15 metres. She took control, really easy strokes, was holding so much water to get into the wall. If you want to see a race beautifully executed, that's how you do it.
57.45. So she matched her world record there. It's largely irrelevant because what matters is that she is the Olympic champion.
0.02 of a second.
And she's done it in Olympic record time. Congratulations, Emily Seebohm also. Lane back in 5th position from lane 7, a super swim. 4 Olympic Games. It's been a breathtaking campaign, and what a moment this is.
So lovely to have great support from someone who's been there, who's done that, and has experienced the Olympic Games 3 times before this. Rowan Taylor, head coach, so proud. I'm astounded.
The coach, Chris Mooney at the USC Spartans Club in Queensland, will be so delighted. And well, we talked about that family story, how special that was. Let's get to Ben Davis with some of the family celebrating in this epic and emotional moment, Ben.
Taylor, your little sister is an Olympic champion.
That is so amazing. I don't even have words. I can't talk. I literally can't talk. I'm so happy for her. She just looks so beautiful on TV as well, and that it was such grace. I'm lost for words. I can't talk. It's so rare for me.
Mum's over here, Sharon. Oh, the jacket, Sharon. Your little girl is an Olympic champion. It means so much to the family, doesn't it?
Definitely, and her daddy would be so proud. I don't know if you saw it, she blew him a kiss at the end. Oh, did she?
Go celebrate. We'll hear from her shortly.
Yeah, I can't wait.
Great stuff, Benny. Just brilliant and emotional stuff. Oh, let's get to Nathan. Nathan, what a moment. And with all of that, Australia has now won 200 medals. Australian women have won 200 Olympic medals at the Games. Let's get to you.
Yeah, just one of the most extraordinary stories that we've ever seen in the Olympics. Kaylee, you've just been watching your family there, but I want to talk about your swim first. Tell us your reaction when you turn around and you see that number 1 next to your name.
It's definitely something that a lot of people dream of. It's something I've always dreamed of, and to make it a reality is, really amazing.
Just incredible. There's been so much pressure on you. You admitted to us before the heat and the semi that you were pretty nervous. How did you handle all of that?
I'm just thankful that I have a really good support team, and a few people before the race come up to me and just said you're the hardest trainer, and just have all the faith in the world that you've got this.
Your mum Sharon and your big sister Taylor are there watching. It's been such a difficult time for your whole family. Yeah. What would you like to say to your mum and your sister for now?
Fuck yeah! Oh shit!
We'll get the beep ready. We know you've got the tattoo on your foot. You've been through such a difficult time with your father. Tell us what you'd like to say to him.
I hope you're proud, and I'll keep doing you proud.
Well done. Such a great job. Brilliant. And Emily, come on in. You should be so proud of yourself as well. I mean, another final. That was a seriously fast field. Some of the greats of the sport. How happy are you with what you've been able to do here at your 5th Games?
Yeah, really happy. Pretty close to getting back to my best, which is really, really good. And it hasn't been an easy road to get here, and it's been a long wait this 5 years. It's really, really been a long wait, but totally worth it. It was an awesome race to be a part of, and I'm so, so happy for Kaylee.
Yeah, you did so well, and also looking after Kaylee as well. You've played a big role in this. Well done.
I don't know if I played a big role.
Congratulations.
What a brilliant Olympic career for Emily Seebohm. Well done, Nathan. Just fabulous. And congratulations to Kaylee McEwen. The excitement, the energy, the victory all bubbling over as it should with a 20-year-old who has just become an Olympic champion, and so special for her and the family. Terrific to be able to share it all together. Here's Mitch Larkin.
Mitch Larkin of Australia. He's qualified in 3rd position here. This is for him, what's been a campaign, change of coach, really got his groove back on in these races. Also doing the 200 metres IM.
Mitch is the oldest swimmer in the field at 28. He can become the oldest swimmer to win the event. Final here of the men's 100 backstroke. The US has won the last 6 gold medals in this event. David Teal did it. He won gold for Australia in 1956. He backed it up in 1960, has a swimming pool named after him. I wonder if Mitch Larkin can win here. He might get a swimming pool named after him as well.
Well, they are building a new pool in Brisbane, aren't they, for the Olympics?
Hugo Gonzalez in lane 1. Got a bit of competition now, hasn't he? The gold medalists from Queensland keep coming. Robert Glinter of Romania in 8. Zhu, the world champion, in lane 7 from China. Sachon of Italy, lane 6. He's the 5th fastest this year. Kliment Kolesnikov, 196 centimetres, tall man, number 1 ranked this year, lane 5, alongside the world record holder who we just saw, Ryan Murphy. He's the defending champion in Rio 5 years ago. And Mitch Larkin, our Mitch Larkin, he's been such a mainstay of this team, bronze medalist at the World Championships, and he was, of course, the world champion. He got the double in 2015, the 100 and 200. He races here from lane 3. It's been lucky lane 3 for Australia. Arnie did it from lane 3. Kaylee McEwen did it from lane 3 in the previous race. And here's Mitch Larkin again in lane 3, racing for an Olympic gold medal in the final of the men's 100 backstroke.
And you'd think that swim from Kaylee might just be that extra bit of inspiration that he needs right before he goes into this final.
Ryan Murphy, world record holder from the United States in 4, probably the man to beat. And Kolesnikov in lane 5 has been quick this year. Mitch Larkin in 3.
Take your mark.
Away we go. So can Murphy defend his title? Can he make it 7 in a row in this event for the United States? He's in lane 4. Mitch Larkin just a little slow off the blocks, making some ground now. He's got Yevgeny Rylov alongside him, the silver medalist from the World Championships, and 6th in the final at Rio in lane 2, swimming very well.
He's second fastest swimmer behind the other Russian Olympic Committee athlete in this calendar year. Mitch has to stick with him. Ryan Murphy's the other one that you have to watch out for in this last part. They're under world record pace.
So Kolesnikov in lane 5, Rylov in lane 2, the 2 Russians out in front. Ryan Murphy just ever so slightly off the pace, and Mitch is back just a touch. He might be in 5th or 6th at the moment. Now he gets to work Murphy. Has he got enough? Kolesnikov in front. He's hanging on, world record under threat. It might be Rylov. Rylov wins it. Kolesnikov 2nd, and Murphy from gold down to bronze 5 years after Rio. What an Olympic final we just saw. And the American dominance has been broken. Mitch has finished in 7th spot, 52.79 for Mitch. So about half a second outside his personal best. Olympic final. Oh, that was quick.
It was a quick one.
He was a little slow off the blocks, Mitch, wasn't he? Uncharacteristic for him. Technically has always been so efficient. He didn't get the best of stars.
He's always had that proficiency under the water where he looks like he dominates under there, and we've seen him do that. But for Mitch, still to have a career that has extended this long and to have had the success that he's had previously and be able to go to another Olympic Games, still a great thing. And the competitors he was up against, the 2 Russian Olympic Committee athletes, have been blistering fast this year, and also, the defending Olympic champion Ryan Murphy and world record holder in this event. Tough field.
So that's how it's finished. Yevgeny Rylov, the gold medalist, Kolesnikov silver, Ryan Murphy, the bronze of the United States,
and Mitch Larkin there finishing in 7th in the men's 100 metres backstroke. But we've done it again in the pool thanks to our young superstar female swimmers, Kaylee McEwen, our 2nd individual gold medal, our 3rd medal of the pools and of these games. She is now the Olympic record holder, the world record holder, and at 20 years of age, the Olympic champions. Time for the news here on SEN.
Sportscraft. Reckon our Aussie athletes look like winners? Find your own podium finish style. Discover the latest Sportscraft collection.
What's so great about Abby Timber then? Well,
Abbey Timber, Sydney's timber flooring and decking specialists. They're also the exclusive distributor of modern decking. Modern Deck composite decking is scratch resistant and there's zero maintenance required, with free clips and screws. They also have Sydney's largest range of timber decking and outdoor timbers, with trade discounts too. So speak to Sydney's outdoor decking specialists. Abbey Timber, Heathcote Road, Moorebank, or visit abbeytimber.com.au.
Matty Johns here. If you're after accountants that specialise in the construction industry, talk to Silver Peacock. Whether you're a sparky, plumber or builder, whatever trade you're in, Silver Peacock are your tax specialist. From bookkeeping to taxation and everything in between. Visit silverpeacock.com.au.
Shopping online is easy with Coles. And with click and collect orders, we'll bring your groceries straight to your car at over 400 stores. Find out more at coles.com.au/shop. It's that easy. Coles. Value the Australian way.
As we get older, we deserve to be surrounded by people who celebrate our uniqueness and provide the best specialised care. For over 25 years, Catholic Healthcare has been the trusted name in quality aged care. Our brand new residential aged care home, Holy Spirit Casula in Sydney Southwest, is now open, offering permanent and respite care with tailored lifestyle activities. Now's the time to tour this exciting new home. Call 1300 25 33 24 or visit casula.catholichealthcare.com.au.
The Isuzu D-Max is born to play. With 4x4 terrain command, a rear diff lock, and up to 800mm weighting depth on all 4x4 models. Get off-road and live it up in the powerful 3-litre turbo diesel Isuzu D-Max. Search Isuzu D-Max.
Shopping online is easy with Coles. And with click and collect orders, we'll bring your groceries straight to your car at over 400 stores. Find out more at coles.com.au/shop. It's that easy. Coles. Value the Australian way.
At Underworks, we're experts in socks. We test our all-day socks so they don't dig in, so there's no irritation or ugly red marks. Test Underworks all-day socks for yourself. We're number one down under for socks.
Sport's biggest moments called play-by-play from around the world, right here on SEN.
Good afternoon, I'm Celeste Mitsu with SEN News. 60 of today's 172 new cases of COVID-19 in New South Wales have been out in the community while infectious. Premier Gladys Berejiklian says she plans to update the community tomorrow on what the next 3 months will look like.
It's also clear for us that we need to intensify our strategy to ensure that the population comes forward to get vaccinated. So these are all things that we will be considering when we announce what life beyond July 31 looks like. And I just ask everybody for their patience. I know it's a very difficult and frustrating time.
The Blacktown apartment block will be under police guard for the next 2 weeks after 6 residents tested positive. A family of 4 have been moved into hotel quarantine. Only essential residents from Wagga Wagga, Hay, Lockhart and Murrumbidgee will be allowed to cross the border into Victoria from midnight. You will be required to apply for a permit.
I take no pleasure in having to essentially lock out those 4 communities from Victoria, but there's a refusal to lock people in Sydney into Sydney, so therefore I have no choice but to make these changes.
Premier Daniel Andrews has flagged further changes to the border are on the way. It comes as Victoria will exit lockdown tonight, but restrictions will remain in place, including no visitors for the next fortnight and no crowds at the footy, theatre or big events. One of 3 Sydney removalists at the centre of Victoria's latest outbreak has been fined $200 for not wearing a mask. However, the trio will escape criminal charges. And 2 men aged 19 and 20 have been charged over a stabbing at a park in Sydney's northwest. Emergency services were called to the park in Ryde yesterday afternoon and found the 23-year-old man with multiple stab wounds. He was taken to hospital where he remains in a stable condition. SEN.com.au sport coming up.
Get your first month free and no lock-in contract with Dodo Internet. Switch at 13 Dodo or dodo.com by August 31. New customers only. $60 fee for modem applies.
Aussie Kaylee McEwen holds the world record in the 100-metre backstroke, and now she can add an Olympic gold to her name, taking out the event. Meantime, Ariana Titmus and Maddie Wilson will meet Katie Ledecky in the final of the women's 200-metre freestyle. Arnie says she's confident she can take it out.
I think I should be right with that swim. I wanted to try and put a think I want to get in the middle, and that's what I think it was going to take. So I'm happy with that.
Turning to NRL, and Craig Bellamy will remain with the Melbourne Storm until 2026. He will coach the side next year and thereafter will work with the club on moving into a different role.
Until July 30, all non-essential businesses must close to the public and operate online or through click and collect only. Visit nsw.gov.au for the rules.
The V6 Twin Turbo, rear-wheel drive Kia Stinger. Kia, movement that inspires.
Leaving Sydney on the M1 Pacific Motorway. No problems northbound as you make your way to the Central Coast. Brooklyn on the M1. Lanes 1 and 2 closed southbound near the Pacific Highway overpass to recover a vehicle. And Bondi Beach, a large diesel spill, Bondi Road. That's affecting eastbound traffic near Dudley Street. Business owners, until July 30, restrictions apply to staff from the Cumberland, Blacktown, Fairfield, Canterbury, Bankstown and Liverpool LGAs. Visit nsw.gov.au for more information.
The newspaper, back to front. Breakfast with Andrew Voss, tomorrow from 6.
Have your say on 1170 SEN. Call 1300 01 1170 or text 0457 736 736.
Sunny in Sydney today, a top of 22. Mostly sunny in Sydney's west, a top of 21. And don't miss SEN's coverage of the Matildas and the Opals, both live in action tonight on SEN and the SEN app.
Welcome to SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For Mate Communications, award-winning Aussie service and a bonus Tidal music subscription included on selected mobile plans. And Zero, invoicing but instantly, receipts but organised, cash flow but clearer. Try Zero free for 30 days. Search Zero, Xero.
Kaylee McEwen's dropped off a little bit there in the second 25 coming into the wall. She has got a lot of work to do here. Kylie Mass is really outstroking fast, really leading this. Watch for Kaylee McEwen now working in the last 25.
She's into the silver medal position and she races up alongside Mass. There's our leader. Now we get a look at the world record line and the Australian working her way to the lead. Can she do it? Kaylee McEwen in front. Kaylee McEwen touching third. An Olympic record. She wins gold and says, Dad, I am with you today.
Just one of the most extraordinary stories that we've ever seen in the Olympics. Kaylee, you've just been watching your family there, but I want to talk about your swim first. Tell us your reaction when you turn around and you see that number 1 next to your name.
It's definitely something that a lot of people dream of. It's something I've always dreamed of, and to make it a reality, it's really amazing.
Just incredible. There's been so much pressure on you. You admitted to us before the heat and the semi that you were pretty nervous. How did you handle all of that?
I'm just thankful that I have a really good support team, and a few people before the race come up to me and just said you're the hardest trainer, and just have all the faith in the world that you've got this.
Your mum Sharon and your big sister Taylor are there watching. It's been such a difficult time for your whole family.
Yeah.
What would you like to say to your mum and your sister for now?
Yeah,
We'll get the beep ready. We know you've got the tattoo on your foot. You've been through such a difficult time with your father. Tell us what you'd like to say to him.
I hope you're proud, and I'll keep doing you proud.
Our replay there of Kaylee McEwen, both throughout that race and after that race, just really showing her emotions. For Lloyd's Auctions, Australia's greatest auction house, bid now at lloydsauctions.com.au. Let's quickly take you out to the surfing because the quarterfinal has started between Sally Fitzgibbons and Amuro Suzuki of Japan. Pretty heavy waves again. Let's just tap into the action. It's just started.
And then drags that hand to set herself up for perfect timing on that finishing section. So 2 turns connected together, drew a really nice line throughout that wave. And she's going to come through clean. So she'll put a score down for her opening ride. And we'll see how it matches up to first of Sally Fitzgibbons.
I just feel like you got to answer back. And if you could answer back like we just saw Suzuki do on that one, that just shows you don't want to let this thing get away from you. Here's Sally on an inside one. She's going to race this little section here. Good turn there. Nice spray off that. and just trying to work with this wave. So you give her, it's a 3-maneuver wave. Not a lot on those last 2 maneuvers, but still, she's keeping busy. She's just trying to get rid of that 0.50. She'll do it with that wave. 3 maneuvers on that. We still wait for that score to come in. And Suzuki, we have not seen her wave score come in as well, and that will be her first in the book. And I say that because you don't want to let that person run away with it. Somebody gets a 617, then they get another one, let's say a 7, and then you still haven't gotten your big wave. But if you can answer back and get something so it keeps it close, then, you know, it feels like you're still in it no matter what. And you're not playing catch-up the whole entire day. With 26 minutes on this one, 10 seconds in this quarterfinal 4 heat. Score coming in for Suzuki, 6.67. So the judges like Amura's wave better than that wave of Fitzgibbon, so they're going to reward her with that 6.67. And there you go. So that's a good way to start. She adds another wave to that, a 3.5, and she would take over that top spot.
That was great surfing from both competitors. Love to see them both open up on those 6s. Now to be able to build from that. Sally Fitzgibbons putting that backup score of a 4.0 on the board, which still means that Suzuki Amuro is chasing a 3.5 to get that first place finish. But she's in a great spot with this wave. Suzuki, slightly bigger, really nice 2-turn combination, and just an easy finish off for her. She read it really well. She opened up with a great snap. She used that positioning of her hand in the face of the wave to keep that timing perfect as she rode out of it, and it was a really critical section to finish off on.
And if you start looking at the score line for the other surfers that have advanced on into the semifinals, and what did they get there with? Well, 6s are definitely the name of the game. You have Baitendog, who had a 6. That was her best wave score. That got her in. Then you go to Caroline Marks, who got in too. 6.83 was her best wave score, and she combined it with a 5.67. And now you go to Carissa Moore, who's moved to the semifinals. She got a 6.33. So putting up a 6, that's a score that you're going to probably keep when it comes down to it. Here we go, Fitzgibbons. Good turn off that lip there. Hits it again. A quick one on that. Makes quick work of that one. A slash on the third one. Doesn't ride away from that. So 2 maneuver poles right there for her. Will that replace the 4? It just might do that. We'll see what the judges think.
So scores to come through. These two, although they both, Sally Fitzgibbons has had such a long career. Suzuki Amuro, 20 years old, she's fresh to it. She's just getting her breakout, kind of couple of events on the WSL Championship Tour as an injury replacement this year in 2021. So she's finally able to start competing at that highest level. She's been battling away on the qualifying series for a number of years. They have had a couple of matchups this year, though, at the 2021 ISA World Surfing Games. Sally Fitzgibbons took the lead out of both of those heats, so she's got that little bit of an advantage. But for both...
So 23 minutes left in that quarterfinal. We'll get back to that as soon as we can. Returning to the pool very soon as well, with Kaylee McEwen getting ready to collect her gold medal. Australia has gone down to New Zealand in the rugby sevens. After leading 12-0 at half-time, the Kiwis came back to win it 14 points to 12. That Aussie update thanks to Red Energy. For real Aussie energy, switch to Red today.
Sportscraft, the official supplier of both the Australian athletes and SEN's call team ceremony uniforms.
Penrite Oil has always been a winner, and right now you could win a Penrite Pit Stop arcade game machine. It's got over 50 retro gaming favourites, including Pac-Man, Gallagher, Frogger, Donkey Kong, Space Invaders, 1942, Super Breakout, and heaps more. All you've got to do is head to iCanWin.com.au to enter. You could be taking it back to the glory days. Win a Penrite Pit Stop arcade with SEN and Penrite Oil. 100% Australian, family owned and trusted since 1926.
What'd you go with for unlimited data?
Want unlimited data and top speed with your internet service? Mate, serves up award-winning all-Aussie service. Get the Elite Mates Home Superfast plan for $89 a month for the first 6 months. Mate, how good's that? Plus, get unlimited data on all internet plans, no contracts, and 1 month risk-free guarantee. What are you waiting for, mate? Choose a provider you can trust, like Mate. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
G'day, it's Matty White here. If you wake up with a sore neck or headaches or you snore too much, it's either too much booze or the bloody pillow. Problem solved. The Aussie-made Spinal Ease pillow. I've made the switch to the Spinal Ease pillow, and I've got to say, I love it. Aussie-owned, Aussie-made. I've made the switch. You should too. Here's what you need to do. To order your Spinal Ease pillow now with free delivery, just go to spinaleze.com.au. That's spinaleze.com.au, and you can thank me later. Always read the label.
From rugby to running, sporting dreams start at Rebel. Shop the biggest range with the best brands in-store or at rebelsport.com today and bring your sporting dreams to life. Rebel. Sport is calling.
Beaumont Tiles are keeping your Renault dreams alive. Shop online at tile.com.au. With Australia's biggest range either delivered to your door or click and collect, you'll be happy you chose Beaumont.
Hi, I'm Dr. Nick Coatsworth, infectious diseases physician. Over 7 million Australians have taken the next step and received a COVID-19 vaccine. Thousands of GPs and vaccination clinics are currently providing services across the country. It's free, simple, and the best way to protect ourselves and our community from COVID-19. Remember, we're not safe until we're all safe. To find out when it's your turn, visit australia.gov.au.
Authorised by the Australian Government, Canberra.
Hi, I'm Bernard Foley. This November, get set for the world's first Aqua Rugby Festival. Never before seen down under, it's high-speed rugby on a floating pitch in the stunning Sydney Harbour. Get down to the Manly shoreline and watch it light up with live free entertainment. Or step it up and watch the action on board one of Sydney's most luxurious super yachts. Get your tickets at aquarugby.com. Be part of the action November 5th and 6th. Aqua Rugby. This is how we play.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
At Coles, we're doing everything we can to help you shop safe. That means extra cleaning in-store and contactless click and collect to your car. Please remember to check in via the QR code when you shop in-store. It's all to help you shop safe at Coles.
Giddy up for New South Wales Racing Week on SEN Track.
From Wyong to Kembla Grange, Ballina to Hawkesbury, Tamworth to Lismore.
In lockdown, racing continues New South Wales wide, and SEN Track is your home for all the action.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For zero. Invoicing but instantly. Receipts but organised. Cash flow but clearer. Try Zero free for 30 days. Search Zero. XERO.
Around the grounds with Flight Centre, you can win big with Flight Centre. 5 years of holidays big. In fact, where will you go? flightcentre.com.au/win. At the hockey, the Kookaburras have had a good win over Argentina. So 5-2 full time. The Kookaburras have defeated Argentina in the men's hockey. And as I mentioned, the rugby sevens, a great start for Australia. 12-0. They led the Kiwis at half time. 14-12. However, New Zealand have won that rugby sevens match at full time. So a little glitch along the way. They lost to Argentina in the opening round, the men's rugby sevens team, 29-19. They beat Korea last night, 42-5. Both of those games played yesterday, and now they've gone down 14 points to 12 to New Zealand. James Magnuson alongside me, still catching our breath after Kaylee McEwen. So she was 57.47, which is an Olympic record and obviously now Olympic champ. Her world record stands at 57.45. And again, we're just in awe at the manner with which these youngsters can construct a race under pressure.
Yeah, she swam the perfect race there. I know in the commentary there was a bit of talk that she'd gone out a little bit too slow. What that was the other swimmers going out fast to put her off. She stuck to her race plan. She came through exactly when she needed to. By the time she touched, she actually had built a little bit of a lead over the Canadian swimmer who finished with silver. It was the perfect race from Kaylee under extreme pressure, under the toughest conditions you'll ever race under, and she's pulled it out when it mattered.
Kylie Mass came second from Canada, Regan Smith, the American, third, and Emily Seebohm in her fourth Olympic Games. There to celebrate the moment with Kaylee. Emily finished in fifth position. The men's 100 metres backstroke final went to Yevgeny Rylov from the Russian Olympic Committee, Clement Kolesnikov, his counterpart, second, and American Ryan Murphy, third. So 2 bronzes for the 2 American competitors in the 100 backstroke for women and then men. And the earlier race today, the men's 200 metres freestyle, went to Tom Dean in a 1-2 for Great Britain. Duncan Scott finished second and Brazil's Fernando Schaefer in third. Ariane Titmus has qualified fastest for the women's 200 metres freestyle final tomorrow, ahead of Katie Ledecky by about half a second, and Maddie Wilson, a 1:56.58, qualifying in 8th position. So we'll have 2 Aussie athletes in the women's 200 metres freestyle final, but we now have 3 gold medals from the pool. 1 for the 4x100 metres relay team, of course, the women on day 1. Then we had Ariane yesterday, and now we have Kaylee McEwen as well. Her bigger sister Taylor's all dressed up in a Rio uniform up there in Noosa with mum celebrating. I tell you what, Maggie, it's not bad when you can turn around and say, how's that? How good's my sister? And look who's next to me is Dawn Fraser. That's who you're celebrating with.
Yeah, it's great scenes that we're seeing up from Townsville. All the families and friends up there celebrating together. What an awesome time for them.
All right, let's return back to the pool and our 7 commentators. It is time to hand out the medals to the women's 100 metres backstroke. Kaylee McEwen about to collect Olympic gold.
In backstroke by a female. First win for the women. Only David Teal has won backstroke gold for Australia previously. Melbourne in 1956, he backed it up in 1960 in the men's 100 backstroke. She's had a few moments to catch her breath after not only an exhilarating event, but an absolutely exhilarating performance.
It's a really quick process going from performance, winning a gold medal, getting out, doing your interviews, drug testers would be notified, get your tracksuit and heading out.
The medal will be presented by IOC member Monaco Olivier.
So she's become the queen of the pool, and she's going to be presented her medals by a prince.
Yeah. Prince Albert of Monaco, really impressive. He does love his swimming. He's a really big fan of swimming. Has always supported it throughout the World Cup series. He's always hosted an event in Monaco, and it's always great racing. So it's great to see a great supporter of swimming.
Bronze medalist, United States of America. Gold medalist, Regan Smith.
So Regan Smith, incredible. She was the Olympic record holder coming into this event. Twice the Olympic record holder at these games. And she lost her Olympic record again. So that's 5 times in the heats and semi-finals, and then the final in this event, that the Olympic record fell.
That's right, Basil, and just shows the progression of this event, how quick it's going. And it just seems to be that every time someone races, it's one up from the one before. And it's really hard to see that. Usually someone dominates the event, but it just goes to show that this event is so tough to be a part of, to consistently get quicker. And at an Olympic Games, we don't usually see fast times because there is so much pressure. It's just about winning gold. We don't really care about times. But it just goes to show this is one of those events that just keeps getting faster.
Kylie Mass, the world champion from 2019 and 2017. Katinka Hosszu, of course, was the champion from Rio 5 years ago. Kylie Mass was the bronze medalist. So from bronze up to silver, but pipped at the post by Kaylee McEwen of Australia, the 20-year-old who has overcome significant adversity to get herself into this position to be able to race fast, to break the world record at the trials, and then to have to do it all again when it mattered the most.
Well, it's been such a huge year for Kaylee McEwen to not only be under so much adversity, but to have the pressure after breaking a world record at the trials. The whole world had eyes on Kaylee McEwen.
great that the big Australian contingent, the support staff are allowed in, so they get to share in this moment with her.
It is fantastic that we've got the entire team, and when we talk about the team, the swim team, it's not just the people that are swimming, it's the coaches, it's the support staff, the physiotherapists, the doctors, everyone that's helping us out. It is a team effort, and Kaylee McEwen with her gold medal, 2 fastest times in the world in history now.
So for Dad Sholto, Mum Sharon back home and Sister Taylor, Kaylee McEwen, the Olympic gold medalist in the women's 100 backstroke.
Of Australia. 皆様、オーストラリア国歌の演奏です。
Congratulations, Kaylee McEwen, Olympic gold medalist.
Coach Chris Mooney, very proud, standing in the stands there at the front from USC Spartans in Queensland. Great competitive group there at USC Spartans, produced some absolute champions.
She was the youngest member of the team, Budapest 2017 World Championship. She finished 4th in the 200 backstroke, 4th in the 100 and 200 back at the 2018 Games. And, of course, she qualified here as the fastest in the individual medley. Chose not to swim it, and we all just wondered, did she do the right thing? The fact that she stands in the middle right now means that decision's spot on.
I think that gold medal that she's holding, or she has around her neck, actually tells the whole story. You don't have to worry about that 200 IM. She made the right decision. And what a progression she's made when we look back to 2017. We now move 4 years on, and she's Olympic champion.
So congratulations, Kaylee, and in very good company. Regan Smith of the United States and Kylie Massey, as we said, bronze medalist 5 years ago, improves to silver. Her misfortune, of course, was to run into this red-hot young Australian who, the world record holder, and got the job done. There's a great moment with her coach.
Handing over the glasses that she so typically wears quite often. Chris Mooney in safe hands there. He's looked after her. He's done such a great job with coaching her as well. I think the great thing is about keeping her calm. And as we mentioned, she pulled out of the 200 IM. And we were sort of questioning whether that was the right thing to do. Anastasia Palaszczuk sending a lot of support for a lot of Queensland love for Kaylee McEwen. Really impressive time. And it's just such a wonderful time to be able to enjoy this moment. As we know, Thorpe, it's not easy to win an Olympic gold medal, and she's done it.
That's right, Liesl. I think people assume when someone goes into a competition with the leading time in the world, they just think that that person is the one that's going to take it out. And we've seen time and time again that that is not the case. In this case, it was right. She was the fastest going into it. She comes out as the fastest and Olympic champion.
Very hard to do.
What a great shot that was. A look back at the world's press. So the spectators not allowed in, but the world's press are there to capture these great moments. And fabulous to have all of Australia with us too via social media. And your messages of support mean so much to these athletes. Well done.
Thanks, Basil. Basil Zemplis there from 7 alongside Liesl Jones and Ian Thorpe. Kaylee McEwen now has the medal around her neck. What an extraordinary performance and an amazing day, and an amazing couple of days for the Aussie women to start. So that's 3 gold medals out of the pool so far. The 4x100, Ariane Titmus's 400 free, and now the 100 backstroke for Kaylee McEwen, the first female swimmer to win a backstroke of any distance. And and she'll be back again. She's got more to come, you would think. Sally Fitzgibbons is trailing in the quarterfinal against her Japanese opponent Suzuki in the surfing. We'll take a break, come back. There's 7 minutes to go in that quarterfinal. We'll update that right after this.
Sportscraft reckon our Aussie athletes look like winners? Find your own podium finish style. Discover the latest Sportscraft collection.
If you've come off the field feeling sore in your joints or muscles again, it's time to try Sudox Active. Sudox Active Pain Relief Cream uses only naturally sourced ingredients, assisting with mild pain relief, and it's fast to apply with the massage roll-on applicator.
Sudox Pain Relief Active Cream, now available at Chemist Warehouse from just $16.99.
That's SOODOX. Always read the label and use only as directed. If symptoms persist, see your healthcare professional.
Brett Kamali here for Gallagher Insurance Brokers, proud partner of the Gallagher Kangaroos. If you name one of my 13 Gallagher Kangaroos must-have players of the round before the higher ground each Sunday on 1170 SEN, you could win an NRL double pass thanks to Gallagher and go into the draw for the major prize, a corporate box experience for you and 9 mates. To win, simply head to iCanWin.com.au and tell me your Gallagher Kangaroos must-have player.
The Hockeyroos and the Kookaburras are going for gold at the Olympics. Check out the Hockey Australia website for ways to watch all the matches and find out where you can play. Go Australia! Then after the games, see our biggest stars on home soil in the Sultana brand Hockey One League. How good is hockey? Watch our Hockeyroos and Kookaburras at the Olympics, then see our world-class Australian hockey stars on home soil in the Hockey One League. Buy your tickets today at hockey1.com.au.
Oh, we gotta warm this place up.
Warm up and dry out this winter with Jetfire Industrial LPG and diesel-fired heaters. They're fully automatic, reliable, portable and packed with safety features. Ideal for heating sheds, warehouses, workshops or even drying paint and plaster. Jetfire, a trusted Australian brand for over 35 years. Brought to you by the makers of Spitwater Pressure Cleaners. Visit spitwater.com.au or call 1-800-SPITWATER.
As we get older, we deserve to be surrounded by people who celebrate our uniqueness and provide the best specialised care. For over 25 years, Catholic Healthcare has been the trusted name in quality aged care. Our brand new residential aged care home, Holy Spirit Kazula in Sydney Southwest, is now open, offering permanent and respite care with tailored lifestyle activities. Now's the time to tour this exciting new home. Call 1300 25 33 24 or visit kazula.catholichealthcare.com.au.
Want the biggest brands, the lowest prices? Then head to Chemist Warehouse today and save on big brand vitamins like Healthy Care Vitamin D3 1000 IU 250 capsules, $9.99. Be prepared with Microgenics Immune Support 120 capsules, $19.99. Try Nature's Way Beauty Collagen 120 tablets, $24.99. And Wonderlust Plant Iron 60 capsules, $29.99. For great savings every day, come home to Chemist Warehouse.
SEN's day session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent tyre retailer. Book online at Tyre Power now.
I'll check the Olympic medal tally for you in just a sec. We've gone up a notch. That's thanks to Rebel. Sporting dreams start at Rebel, rebelsport.com. But let's go straight back to the surfing. Just over 3 minutes remaining in the quarterfinal between Sally Fitzgibbons and her Japanese opponent, Amura Suzuki. And Suzuki leads this 13.27, playing 11.67 overall scores with 3 minutes remaining. Let's see if Sally can make it through to the semi-finals and follow her fellow Aussie, Owen Wright, who did that this morning.
Fun. You hear that resounding comments about surfers and why they love it. It's because it's so much fun. Get in the ocean. You get to relax. You get to, take off the stress of the world, catch waves. Catching a wave is one of the funnest feelings. It's the best feeling in the entire world. There's nothing that tops it. No surfer could find anything that could top it. So for these, to be able to give up one career in running to get still to the Olympics as a surfer is so great. And she's had such a fun journey doing it.
And look at this.
Suzuki had, okay, she didn't get into it. Suzuki with the priority right now. So I was thinking Suzuki wanted to make sure that she didn't get into that. Suzuki's probably going, that's not going to get her a 7-1-0. So I'll let her take it if she wants. 2 minutes to go. Here's the situation now. 13-7. That's the two-wave score for Suzuki right now. Has the lead. Sally Fitzgibbons, 11.67 in that second spot. Suzuki with priority. Time ticking away, 1 minute 50 seconds. Sally Fitzgibbons chasing a 7.10. She could complete that, get a 7.10 right here before time runs out. She would take that number one spot and she would go to the semifinals to face Carissa Moore. But there you go. Time winding down. Suzuki with priority. 1 minute, 30 seconds to go.
Shizuki Amuro with the more solid finishes to her wave. That's what's had that edge where she's been able to pull through those couple of sixes over Sally Fitzgibbons' 6 in that 5. That's where that edge has been for our local representative for Team Japan. Qualified with a great result at the 2021 ISA World Surfing Games, got her spot into the draw, and she's going to use her priority over Sally Fitzgibbons. You can see those two, they're so close together. She almost let Sally Fitzgibbons go on that wave. Coming down to 1 minute on the clock. Sally has got to get away.
She's trying to get away from her any possible way here. Here you go. Now down to about 45 seconds to go. Chasing a 7.10. What is Fitzgibbons going to do? She tries to get her off her back right now. She's being the shadow. Suzuki is being her shadow, and that's exactly what you do in this situation. You don't want her to get away. Sally's just doing anything possible to just try to find something. But a 7.10, that's going to be a tough one to get. You got to think you're going to need 2 maneuvers on the wave to try and put together something like that. But if you don't get the wave, there's nothing you can do about it. Here we go. Time ticking away, 17 seconds.
And that's it, coming down to it, and surfing the ocean has to give you the waves. And Sally just hasn't been able to find one in these final minutes.
Here we go, 5 seconds, 4 seconds left, 3, 2, 1. And that's going to do it. Look at that. Sporting spirit at its finest right there. Suzuki Amuro talking to Sally Fitzgibbons after that one. Amuro, Japan's hope still alive, moving to the semifinals, and that's going to do it for Team Australia here and the women's side of things for surfing. Team Japan, happy to see that. Now, you look at Suzuki, she's going to go to the semifinals, and she is going to battle it out and have a chance to battle for medal as she makes her way to the beach. And she's got to be excited, but you still got a task at hand. You got a semifinal.
So there you go. Sally Fitzgibbons unfortunately bows out of the women's surfing event. That leaves Owen Wright as our only competitor. He got through in the quarterfinals this morning, and he will go into the semifinals a little later on today. Just trying to take a look at the time for that. It'll be about 40 minutes time. He'll take on Italo Ferreira in the semi-final. So it's all down to Owen Wright now after Steph Gilmore got knocked out. Massive shock yesterday morning. And Amuro Suzuki, the local surfer here, has beaten Sally Fitzgibbons in the quarterfinals. She just didn't have a wave at the end of that. We'll take a break. Tokyo 2020 live here on SEN. Thanks to Mate, Australia's most satisfied internet customers, and Zero online accounting to help you do business, but better.
Sportscraft. Reckon our Aussie athletes look like winners? Find your own podium finish styles. Discover the latest Sportscraft collection.
Men's health. We're getting better talking about it, but men's sexual health is still a subject not all blokes feel comfortable talking about. Well, guess what? With Pilot, you don't have to talk. You can text a health inquiry confidentially. Finishing early or experiencing dysfunction. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Do an online assessment, get discreet shipping and ongoing care. Real doctors, real treatments. Pilot.com.au.
Hey guys, Joel and Fletch here. First Point Mortgage Brokers are a different kind of broker, Fletch. They pride themselves on delivering the best outcome for their clients, and their online reviews speak for themselves.
Just like SEN, they're a local Sydney business with years of experience in banking and finance.
I know them firsthand. Their game plan is to improve your financial health with great service and even better results.
So for expert assistance with your home loan, head to firstpointmortgagebrokers.com.au now.
Recording receipts? But in a snap. Stashing them in your glove box? But storing them online instead. With Xero, it's business, but better. Start your free 30-day trial at xero.com.
Get on side with the winning team this season. Head into Thrifty Plumbing Supplies Campsie and install a Rheem continuous flow or storage hot water system in stock and ready for same-day delivery. Thrifty Campsie, the Rheem experts on the corner of Canterbury Road and Beamish Street.
Now, are you sure you're ready to buy a house or think you're paying too much on your home loan? Are you just pretty sure or are you certain?
When you deal with First Point Mortgage Brokers, you will be certain, because with First Point, you have access to all the loans you'd expect from the bank and a few you didn't.
They are doyens of finance, Fletchy, the guys at First Point Mortgage Brokers, the team. Forget about sure, be certain.
Visit firstpointmortgagebrokers.com.au.
Firstpointmortgagebrokers.com.au.
Penrite Oil, 100% Australian owned and made, celebrating great Aussie Olympians.
Dawn Fraser is Australia's most successful Olympian, having won 4 gold and 4 silver medals. Fraser held 39 records during her career and also became the first woman to ever swim the 100-metre freestyle in under a minute.
Great Aussie Olympians over the decades, brought to you by another Aussie great, Penrite Oil, 100% Australian, family owned and trusted since 1926. penriteoil.com.au.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
Men's health. We're getting better talking about it, but men's sexual health is still a subject not all blokes feel comfortable talking about. Well, guess what? With Pilot, you don't have to talk. You can text a health inquiry confidentially. Finishing early or experiencing dysfunction. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Do an online assessment, get discreet shipping and ongoing care. Real doctors, real treatments. Pilot.com.au.
From football to basketball or serving an ace with a tennis ball, sporting dreams start at Rebel. Shop the biggest range with the best brands in-store or at rebelsport.com today. Rebel, sport is calling.
This ad for pilot.com.au, your online men's health navigator, is going to go for a really long time. I'm feeling it. We are on here. We are on. Oh, hold on. Oh, it's about to finish. Oh, no. Yep. Not sure we'll make it. Oh, it's finished. SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For Xero. Invoicing but instantly. Receipts but organised. Cash flow but clearer. Try Xero free for 30 days. Search Xero. Xero.
Semi-finals continue at the Tokyo Aquatics Centre in the men's 200 metres butterfly. The first semi-final went to Chad Leclos. He did it from lane 1. He went out hard and managed to stay there at the end, a 1:55.06. We've also got the 200 metres individual medley for women semi-finals. James Magnussen, that's an important marker. There are no Aussies in that field, and the reason why is because Kaylee McEwen decided to drop it from a program so she could focus on earlier today the 100 backstroke, and the way that the heats and the semis would have played out, it would have been too much. That's proved to be a bit of a masterstroke.
Yeah, it was a bit of an unlucky draw for her to have those two events on the same day, because I reckon she could have almost won that 200 medley. But, of course, she took priority over her main event, which was 100 backstroke. It worked out just fine for Kaylee because she got the gold. And the saying on the swim team, I reckon, at the moment should be, a gold a day keeps the haters away. Let's just keep that ticking throughout the week. Just 1 goal per day. It's not too much to ask.
That's all right. That's all right for us. So our most successful haul in the pool, as you pointed out to me earlier, came in Beijing. I actually thought that it came from Sydney, but we came away from Beijing in 2008 with 20 medals out of the pool. 6 gold, 6 silver and 8 bronze. After the start that we've had here with the 3 gold, the 3 bronze and the silver so far, it's going okay numbers-wise, and you don't want to start getting ahead of yourself here. But when we start to look at the expectations for what this team could deliver, now the pressure's starting to go back towards the men, Maggie.
Yeah, it is a little. Look, the women have had a great meet, and thinking to the men's side of the swimming, where our medal chance is going to come from, we've got Kyle Chalmers 100 freestyle. We've got the men's 4x200 metre freestyle relay, who are a real shot at gold. The one I think I forgot earlier that I think everyone has kind of let slip from their mind a little, Zach Stubblety-Cook in the 200 breaststroke. He's a real shot at gold as well. On the women's side, they are powering. We've got Emma coming up in the 100 free, in the 50 free. We've got Ariane with 3 more races. We've got Kaylee McEwen with 2 more races. I mean, I think we've got at least another 7 or 8 medals just from the women's side of the draw.
So let's just do the math here. Let's add it up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 medals out of the pool after the first 2 mornings of competition, or now 3 mornings of finals competition. So 7 after 3. And if your goal today keeps the haters away, we're looking pretty good to go past that 6 gold.
I really think we will go past that, and I think we've got easily another 8 medals on the women's side. I think we'll tally up at least another 3 or 4 on the men's side, and that'll get us through the 20, and I think we'll surpass that gold medal tally as well. So I made a big call coming into this Olympics and said this is the best swim team I've ever seen personally going into an Olympic Games. Thus far, they're living up to all the expectations.
I'd agree with that, and seeing what we both saw poolside at Adelaide in the Olympic trials, and the way that this Australian Dolphins team has timed its run, which has been very, very critical and key here, because we're talking about a 5-year preparation, not a 4-year preparation. They looked very cohesive. They looked as though they'd timed their run perfectly. You knew that they had genuine superstars ready to pop out of the pack. So we knew that it wasn't anyone going to come out of left field, really. We knew that Kaylee McEwen would shine if she had the chance. We knew that Ariane would take the fight. We knew that Emma McKeon, for instance. So all those, with knowledge of what's been going on in the build-up to this from the Australian Dolphins team, would have probably agreed with that. However, I think they're delivering in spades. It's the 200th Olympic medal for Australian women. Kaylee's gold medal there, so that's a marker as well. And a shout out too for her coach, Chris Mooney. So we saw the theatrics of Dean Boxall last night after Ariane won hers. Chris is a different cat. He's 7 foot wide, 7 foot tall. He's a massive unit. He's got the tats on the arms. He gave her a big hug as she came around and delivered the glasses that she always wears when she's out of the pool. And that's a really good story, because there's been a lot to guide somebody like Kaylee through, not just from the swimming sense. And he's spoken about it too with the death of her father within the last year from brain cancer. He's spoken about the fact that let's just be open about this. There are going to be days when you turn up to training when you don't feel good, and there are going to be days when it's not at the forefront of your mind. So let's deal with them as they come.
Yeah, it's an incredible relationship, the coach and athlete relationship, particularly in an individual sport like swimming. Chris Mooney, no doubt, has taken on somewhat of a father figure role for her. And, you know, I had the same thing in my career. I left home to chase that swimming dream, and my coaches at times became like a father figure to me as well. So it's a really special relationship. That's why you saw Dean Boxall get so excited when Ariane won, and Chris Mooney will be one of the proudest men on the planet right now after Kaylee's performance and the way she held herself after that race.
Men's surfing semi-finals number 1 is underway. So the first of the semis in the men's draw here, we've got Kanoa Igarashi from Japan against Gabriel Medina from Brazil, and Medina's just been going berserk out there. 15.3 he leads over the Japanese surfer, 7.6, 24 and a half minutes to come. So following that will be Owen Wright against Italo Ferreira. You've got to try and take down the Brazilians if you want to get yourself into the final of the surfing competition, it seems. The surfing gold medal match for men will be held this afternoon at 4:45 our time, and the women's gold medal match will be held at 5:30. We'll take a break. Tokyo 2020 live here on SEN.
As a valued 1170 SEN listener, purchase custom-made curtains and more from independent curtain curtains and receive the other made free.
Buy one, get one made free for a limited time only.
All curtains made in Sydney. Plus, save up to 50% off internal and external blinds. From internal shutters, roller or vertical blinds to external alfresco blinds. They can even motorise them. Call Independent Curtains, your Sydney window covering specialist, on 9756 2900.
Sustained performance in footy is more than just one great game. It's about playing consistently, game after game, season after season. It's the same with your super. Because if you're with Host Plus, you're the super fund with a history of long-term top performance. Host Plus, we go with you. This is general advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS available at hostplus.com.au before deciding if Host Plus is appropriate for you. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
Shopping online is easy with Coles. And with click and collect orders, we'll bring your groceries straight to your car at over 400 stores. Find out more at coles.com.au/shop. It's that easy. Coles. Value the Australian way.
Giddy up for New South Wales Racing Week on SEN Track.
From Wyong to Kembla Grange, Ballina to Hawkesbury, Tamworth to Lismore.
In lockdown, racing continues New South Wales wide, and SEN Track is your home for all the action.
We've got Tokyo covered from every angle. Download the Daily Telegraph app to follow your favourite journalists, Olympic events and winners. Don't forget to turn on notifications for around-the-clock breaking news alerts, medal tallies and more. Visit our Olympic news blog at tokyonews.com.au for 18 hours of exclusive coverage a day to keep up with all the action from Tokyo. It's your games, your way.
Men's health. We're getting better talking about it, but men's sexual health is still a subject not all blokes feel comfortable talking about. Well, guess what? With Pilot, you don't have to talk. You can text a health inquiry confidentially, finishing early or experiencing dysfunction. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Do an online assessment, get discreet shipping and ongoing care. Real doctors, real treatments. Pilot.com.au.
What's the right spirit to have in sport?
Josh Hamilton is a retired professional baseball player. In his short career, he hit 200 home runs. He was regarded as a blue-chip prospect in Major League Baseball. Unfortunately, he needed a few other hits to get by in life. He got hooked on drugs and it derailed him. He also struggled with alcohol. He went into rehab several times and found a power that changed his life. Hamilton said his recovery was a God thing. He powered on again as an all-star baseballer, but years later relapsed. Over time, his choices destroyed his life, and he's now rebuilding it. It's interesting, God can change us and says to follow his plans, but our success is in our hands. We have to choose to follow Jesus consistently. As Jesus said himself, the thief comes only to steal and kill and destroy. I came that they may have life and have it abundantly.
The Spirit of Sport for the Council of Churches, a part of 1170 since 1932.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For Zero. Invoicing but instantly. Receipts but organised. Cash flow but clearer. Try Zero free for 30 days. Search Zero. XERO.
Welcome back. Day 4 of competition. Another incredible day at the pool. Still got the semi-finals of the women's 200 metres individual medley, but no Australians taking part in that as we head towards the 1 o'clock news, and our coverage continues thanks to Mate, Australia's most satisfied internet customers, and Xero online accounting to help you do business but better. Let's relive the moment. Kaylee McEwen, the 20-year-old, became an Olympic champion in the 100 metres backstroke.
So away we go. Kaylee McEwen, lane 3, the world record holder, and Emily Seebohm, gold in the relays twice, her 4th Olympic Games, the silver medalist from London, lane 7, good start from her, but excellent start from Kaylee McEwen. Kylie Mass in lane 5 also got away very well.
Really happy with Kaylee McEwen's start. She was up and stroking early. Kylie Mass has now taken a great lead coming into the turn.
So Mass the leader it is. White's in second spot. McEwen third. She's going to need to bring it home.
Kaylee McEwen's dropped off a little bit there in the second 25 coming into the wall. She has got a lot of work to do here. Kylie Mass is really outstroking fast, really leading this. Watch for Kaylee McEwen now working in the last 25.
She's into the silver medal position and she races up alongside Mass. There's our leader. Now we get a look at the world record line and the Australian working her way to the lead. Can she do it? Kaylee McEwen in front. Kaylee McEwen touches first. An Olympic record. She wins gold and says, Dad, I am with you today.
Sport's biggest moments called play-by-play from around the world. Right here on SEN.
Good afternoon, I'm Celeste Fitzhugh with SEN News. 60 of today's 172 new cases of COVID-19 in New South Wales have been out in the community while infectious. Premier Gladys Berejiklian says she plans to update the community tomorrow on what the next 3 months will look like.
It's also clear for us that we need to intensify our strategy to ensure that the population comes forward to get vaccinated. So these are all things that we will be considering when we announce what life beyond July 31 looks like. And I just ask everybody for their patience. I know it's a very difficult and frustrating time.
The Blacktown apartment block will be under police guard for the next 2 weeks after 6 residents tested positive. A family of 4 have been moved into hotel quarantine. Only essential residents from Wagga Wagga, Hay, Lockhart and Murrumbidgee will be allowed to cross the border into Victoria from midnight. You will be required to apply for a permit.
I take no pleasure in having to essentially lock out those 4 communities from Victoria, but there's a refusal to lock people in Sydney into Sydney, so therefore I have no choice but to make these changes.
Premier Daniel Andrews has flagged further changes to the border are on the way. It comes as Victoria will exit lockdown tonight, but restrictions will remain in place, including no visitors for the next fortnight and no crowds at the footy, theatre or big events. One of 3 Sydney removalists at the centre of Victoria's latest outbreak has been fined $200 for not wearing a mask. However, the trio will escape criminal charges. And 2 men aged 19 and 20 have been charged over a stabbing at a park in Sydney's northwest. Emergency services were called to the park in Ryde yesterday afternoon and found the 23-year-old man with multiple stab wounds. He was taken to hospital where he remains in a stable condition. SEN.com.au sport coming up.
Victoria's Basement is cooking up a storm with sizzling hot prices on essential cookware and kitchenware. Free shipping on orders over $89. Shop Victoria's Basement online.
Aussie Kaylee McEwen holds the world record in the 100-metre backstroke, and now she can add an Olympic gold to her name, taking out the event. Meantime, Ariana Titmus and Maddie Wilson will meet Katie Ledecky in the final of the women's 200-metre freestyle. Arnie says she's confident she can take it out.
I think I should be right with that swim. I wanted to think I want to get in the middle, and that's what I think it was going to take, so I'm happy with that.
Turning to NRL, and Craig Bellamy will remain with the Melbourne Storm until 2026. He will coach the side next year and thereafter will work with the club on moving into a different role.
Victoria's Basement is cooking up a storm with sizzling hot prices on essential cookware and kitchenware. Free shipping on orders over $89. Shop Victoria's Basement online.
The V6 Twin Turbo, rear-wheel drive Kia Stinger. Kia, movement that inspires.
For Orchard Hills, Citybound debris near the Northern Road overpass, M1 Coam, big delays, I'm seeing 81, southbound lane open, the far right past the Pacific Highway overpass, with delays back towards the Hawkesbury after a smash this morning involving a truck. M2, steady run through the Epping tunnels both ways, no problems off the freeway north, Sydney for the Harbour Tunnel southbound, no problems at Cityway Link, Haberfield and Rozelle. New South Wales, Optus have a special offer just for you until August 1st. Get 20% off the $55 month-to-month SIM plan over 12 months. T's and C's apply. Visit Optus online today.
Mornings with Matt White, tomorrow from 9 on 1170 SEN.
Have your say on 1170 SEN. Call 1300 01 1170 or text 0457 736 736.
sunny in Sydney today, a top of 22. Mostly sunny in Sydney's west, a top of 21. And don't miss SEN's coverage of the Matildas and the Opals, both live in action tonight on SEN and the SEN app.
Welcome to SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For Mate Communications, award-winning Aussie service and a bonus title music subscription included on selected mobile plans. And Xero, invoicing but instantly, receipts but organised, cash flow but clearer. Try Xero free for 30 days. Search Xero, Xero.
Competition at the Tokyo Aquatic Centre is coming to a close here on day 4 of Tokyo 2020, a day that has netted a gold medal for Australia. The semi-finals of the women's 200 metres individual medley currently underway. Steph Rice was the last to win this for an Australian female swimmer. That was back in 2008. And, of course, Shane Gould won it back in 1972 in Munich. But no Aussies will feature in the final because there are none in the semi-finals as well. Let's hear from Kaylee McEwen. So she's accepted the medal. She's ridden all the emotions. She now understands what it's like to be an Olympic champion. She's hugged her coach, and now here she is poolside with Nathan Templeton.
I was trying to hold in a lot of tears, to be honest, because, you know, there is a lot of effort that goes in behind these kind of things, and it's not every day you get to sing the national anthem at the Olympics. You know, it's the pinnacle of all sports, so yeah, it's an honour to really be standing up there singing the anthem.
We had quite a funny chat with your mum just after your interview. She said she can't wait to give you a cuddle, but she might tell you off for swearing. You might be grounded.
Oh, no, I think I might be mum's favourite for a little bit now. Just a little bit.
I think we can let it slide after you win an Olympic gold medal.
I hope so.
I wanted to just ask you about Emily Seebohm. I know this moment's for you. Sorry, I should have had this ready.
Yeah.
There's this great photo of you and Emily when you were a little girl. You're now going to be that person to a lot of young girls watching, and especially with Brisbane 2032 coming. You're still so young yourself, but is that a cool feeling to know that there's young girls and boys watching you and thinking, hey, I'd like to do that?
You know, I take a lot of pride in just being who I am, and, you know, that's all I can really do, and hopefully people like that.
Yeah, they certainly do. You're a star at home, and we absolutely love it. Well done, Kaylee.
Thank you.
Good job.
She's a star, and a star on the rise as well. More to come. That interview thanks to Toro. Toro's all-new battery-powered ES3000 ride-on mower. Maximum performance, zero engine exhaust emissions. Talk about maximum performance. She couldn't have pushed any harder at the back end of that race, Kaylee McEwen. Don't forget at 3 o'clock, you can see Aussie hero Jess Fox bidding for that elusive gold medal to add to her collection. She's got the silver. She's got the bronze. It's time for the clean sweep. It's the K1 Canoe Slalom Tokyo 2020 live, free and in HD on 7 and 7 Plus, the only place to see it all. So we know that Sally Fitzgibbons is now out of the singles round of the women's singles at the surfing event. Let's hear from Sally on the beach after that defeat.
Wales, where you're from, lockdown in Melbourne, they're all tuned in. You might be inspiring some young surfers to get out there and crack.
Oh, I just hope all the young groms can pick up a board for the first time. First priority. Go out there with a smile on their face and just ride waves, because it brings me the most joy in life, and yeah, every day it puts a smile on my face. So I'm so happy to be here. Everyone's going through super tough times, so as I put on my hands, just love and hope. Thanks everyone, and go the Aussies in the rest of the Olympics.
All your family sitting on and watching as well, a message for them, Sal?
Yeah, to my family, I just want to say thanks so much. Thanks for the sacrifices, and thanks for just being in my corner all the way.
0.93 first
I served every way for you out there, and just thank you so much, everyone. Cheers.
Wow, it's not often, Maggie, that you see and hear Sally Fitzgibbons get emotional, but as soon as she was asked the question about her family, and it just takes everything away from the beach, and you know, as an Olympian, you need that support to get there. It doesn't matter what sport you're in.
Yeah, it's years of dedication and commitment and sacrifices from the families of all these athletes. So Sally, yeah, a little bit emotional, but that's what an Olympics does. It is a boil over of emotions. It is one of the biggest theatre events in the world, so great to see how much it means to her. It's a shame she's out. She was a medal chance, but we've still got Owen Wright flying the flag in the surfing events.
Well, let's go back to the beach right now. We'll pick up the surfing because the first of the men's semi-finals will decide who goes into the gold medal matchup in the men's surfing. Gabriel Medina against Igarashi from Japan. We'll take you back out there. Medina, the Brazilian, leading 16.76, playing 10.84.
Was that Kanoa didn't turn that priority into a score. Had the priority, sat with it for quite some time, chose to use it, didn't turn it into a score of consequence, handed the priority over, got back out the back, and then he's got a new best friend sitting real close. But there's a bit of distance. You can see Medina making his way in now too, so that he gets onto the shallower sand. And if Igarashi got the chance, he could take off and prevent his scoring potential, because it's actually his ride, his turn with that priority.
8 minutes to go. That's where we stand at this moment in time. Gabriel Medina with those two scoring waves of 8.43 and 8.33 to give him a grand total of 16.76. Igarashi 7.67 and a 3.17 to give a total of 10.84. He needs a 9.09 to take the lead, and he's off and racing.
Little chip. Had to go something because he knew Medina wasn't letting him get, so he's going to go for a big air here. Great section. Fantastic air.
Yes, sir.
Wow. Look at his face. He's amazed. The judges are going to be amazed. This is putting him in the game. Game on right now. Oh, my goodness.
Kanoa Igarashi, all of a sudden, surprised himself with that wave. And as you said, it came out of nothing.
And it was a wave that Gabriel Medina had a decision. He went, no, this is nothing. He's not going to be able to turn this into something. But he got the little chip in, and as it hit the sandbar, it stood up. And I cannot wait to see the replay and see the height and really absorb and take in what went down. He needs a 9.09, and first impressions are he could get that.
It's not going to be far away. Not going to be far away. This is going to be one of the most important scores of this whole Olympics.
Flies through the air, grabs the rail, and out to the flat. Full 540 rotation. Let's see the slow motion. Compresses in, pushes on the tail, throws the board into the air, gets the front side grab, spins it around, complete rotation. Air reverse, 540, landed beautifully, and you can see the surprise and the joy. Look at the facials.
We're still waiting for the judges' score. 9.33. Igarashi takes the lead.
Unbelievable stuff. Exactly what he needed. And what makes it even more amazing is that he got it while Gabriel Medina had priority. Incredible moment in this Olympic semi-final.
What drama we have here with 6 minutes and 23 seconds to go. The double world champion is in trouble. He needs an 8.58 to retake the lead. That could be very much a tall order, even for a surfer as good as Gabriel Medina.
And it felt like Gabriel Medina had everything going his way. There was no momentum going Kanoa Igarashi's way. It felt like that heat was kind of just, and it was going to go to script and Medina would be through. That was an amazing opportunity he just seized. What a creative piece of genius from the young Japanese surfer. He's up again, looking to improve. Driving down the line. He's got that 7.67. If he can build on that, it's going to put even more pressure on Medina. Medina's not used to these situations, really.
So there you go. The Japanese surfer Igarashi leads Gabriel Medina, two-time world champ. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back to have the conclusion of this men's surfing semi-final.
Sportscraft, the official supplier of both the Australian athletes and SEN's call team ceremony uniforms.
Just really want customer support from someone close by.
True Blue award-winning Aussie support, you betcha. Mate has got your back. Mate serves up award-winning internet and mobile. Get unlimited talk and text, plus great data inclusions with data banking of unused data up to 100 gigabytes from only $20 a month. Plus, you get a Tidal Music subscription included free with selected plans. Mate, how good's that? What are you waiting for, mate? Choose a provider you can trust, like Mate. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
The Hockeyroos and the Kookaburras are going for gold at the Olympics. Check out the Hockey Australia website for ways to watch all the matches and find out where you can play. Go Australia! Then after the game, see our biggest stars on home soil in the Sultana brand Hockey One League. How good is hockey? Watch our Hockeyroos and Kookaburras at the Olympics, then see our world-class Australian hockey stars on home soil in the Hockey One League. Buy your tickets today at hockeyone.com.au.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
As a bloke, we don't like arriving early in the bedroom, or the bathroom, hotel room, sheepskin floor rug, car, or wherever you are. But you do want to feel comfortable talking about a solution. Pilot.com.au is your online men's health navigator. No talking, just a fast, text-based consult with an Australian doctor. Online assessments, real treatments, discreet shipping. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Pilot.com.au.
G'day, it's Matt White here. You know, here at SEN, we're all sleeping like logs when we're not working. What's our secret? The Aussie-made Spinal Ease pillow. It's helped me sleep so much better than I have in years. No neck pain, no headaches. So here's the deal. I'd like one of our listeners to go to spinalease.com.au right now and order one, because a great day starts with a good night's sleep. Go to spinalease.com.au. That's spinalease.com.au, and you can thank me later. Always read the label.
How's an incredible 3-night stay in Queenstown for $2? Try out Kia's Footy Survivor. Pick a winning AFL and NRL side each week, and you could win. Sign up for Kia's Footy Survivor before August 19 at sensurvivor.com.au.
A start. That's all it takes. It doesn't matter when, or where, or how. Just start. With the biggest range and the best brands, sporting dreams start at Rebel. Sport is calling.
Are you supporting Australia? Whether it's the grind of the daily drive or being ground at the racetrack, Penrite has emerged as Australia's trusted lubricant. Increased performance, economy and renowned reliability from a lubricant range made for Aussie conditions, meeting or exceeding most manufacturers' specs. Don't just choose Australian made, choose Australian made and owned. Remember, quality lubricant is a small price to pay for peace of mind. Trust Penrite.
When the cravings hit you, how does a barbecue mega box from Red Rooster sound? Mega yes please. Packed with a chicken burger with bacon, onion rings, barbecue sauce and sides. Get your barbecue mega box now at Red Rooster. The Rooster's calling.
Giddy up for New South Wales Racing Week on SEN Track.
From Wyong to Kembla Grange, Ballina to Hawkesbury, Tamworth to Lismore.
In lockdown, racing continues New South Wales wide, and SEN Track is your home for all the action.
Welcome back, Tokyo 2020 live here on SEN. Let's take you straight back to the surfing. So the final minute of this one, Igarashi, the Japanese surfer, leads over Gabriel Medina from Brazil. Gabriel needs close to a 9-point ride with under a minute to go to get through.
50 seconds.
And you see there, he almost had to move out of his way just so he didn't bump into Kanoa, because Kanoa's giving him no space.
Oh,
Here's something. Bigger wave, Medina paddling. Is it going to stand up? Is it going to break? Is it going to give him a chance? 40 seconds. No, he's paddled. He's lost priority. You watch Igarashi come in and sit right by him and take control of this with 30 seconds. Igarashi has got it. Hold on. Sneaky little insider for Medina. Igarashi uses the priority. Driving along the face. He's going to go to the air again. Doesn't matter. He's already got the lead. 15 seconds. Enough time for Medina to get a wave, though, if there's something out there. He's paddling.
10 seconds to go. Igarashi 10 seconds away from an Olympic silver medal at least. Medina 7 seconds, 6, 5, he's up and going.
Okay, last wave of this semi-final. Here's a ramp. Will he go to the air? He does, but I don't see that as being enough. He knows it's not enough. The disappointment in the body language of Gabriel Medina.
The double world champion is going to be leaving the contest at the semi-final stage. And all the plaudits are going to Igarashi Kanoa of Japan. What a performance in this semi-final for the 23-year-old. He is through to the Olympic final.
There you go. Kanoa Igarashi, the local surfer, has dethroned Gabrielle Medina. And again, just like Sally Fitzgibbon's semi there, it came down to a race against the clock, and it came down to a race against a Japanese opponent. So the locals are doing good things in surfing. That puts Kanoa Igarashi into this afternoon's gold medal match. That means that Owen Wright will be up next with Italo Ferreira as well. So the Surigasaka surfing beach with plenty of drama. The women's first semi-final will be Bianca Burtentag, who dismissed Steph Gilmore yesterday morning against Caroline Marks as well. So the result is now official, 17 points to 16.76. Igarashi has knocked out Gabrielle Medina, and he's now guaranteed at least a silver medal at his home Olympics. Just extraordinary. James Magnuson is with me. So let's recap what's happened here on day 4 of competition in the swimming and look ahead to tonight. First up, Maggie, the women's 200 free semi-finals. So Ariane Titmus comes off the win yesterday against Katie Ledecky and posts a faster time than Katie in their next matchup. It'll be another duel, 1:54.82. So you think that there's still plenty of room for her to move as she goes into the 200 free?
Yeah, I think Titmus can go much faster than that tomorrow morning. The secret for her will be getting that recovery, and now it would have been a hard night to get sleep last night after a huge day, winning gold in the 400 freestyle. If she can recover efficiently, I think she can have a real dip at that world record and really break the spirits of Katie Ledecky.
Maddie Wilson will also be in that final for the 200 free tomorrow. She qualified in 8th position, but get set, folks. It's Katie versus Arnie yet again. The men's 200 metres freestyle today was won by Tom Dean from Great Britain. His teammate Duncan Scott second, and Fernando Schaefer from Brazil third. The women's 100 metres backstroke, of course, goes to Kaylee McEwen, a time of 57.47, so just outside of her world record, but she now has the Olympic record as well and has collected the 200th Olympic medal for Australian women. Just incredible. She defeated Kylie Massey from Canada and Regan Smith, the American swimmer, to be the first Australian female to claim a backstroke Olympic gold medal. 5th for Emily Seebohm. The men's 100 backstroke was a double for the Russian Olympic Committee athletes Evgeny Rylov and Klement Kolesnikov, with Ryan Murphy from the US finishing third, Mitch Larkin finishing in 7th in the final. Then we had the breaststroke final, 100 metres for women. Lydia Jacoby from the US beating Tatiana Schoenmaker from South Africa, and Lily King, that's a bit of a surprise to see her back in 3rd position, and semi-finals in both the 200 fly for men and the 200 IM for women, not featuring any Aussies. But tonight, Maggie, you'll be glued to the heats because the men's 100 metres freestyle, your pet event that you're an Olympic silver medalist in at London 2012, will come out firing. So a lot of focus on Kyle Chalmers, and I saw the glint in your eye that what you saw from him in the relay swim as well just sets the scene that Kyle's on song here.
Yeah, it's a big one for us here in Australia. It's probably one of 2 real gold medal chances on the men's side of the program. Kyle Chalmers, the defending Olympic champion, he rose to fame with that swim in Rio 5 years ago now. It looks like it was just going to be Dressel versus the field after the trials. Kyle wasn't super fast at our trials, but again, he didn't really need to be. The swim that he did in that relay really excited me and would have excited everyone on that Australian coaching staff. 46.4 seconds, stormed home in the second 50 metres. And if you had to give it a points decision after that relay, I'd give it to Kyle as a 10-8 round over Dressel. Dressel looked like he faded at the back end of that race, while Kyle maintained his composure and finished like an absolute train down the second 50 metres.
Let's go back to 2016. Let's go back 5 years ago when this 18-year-old who could have been playing footy, he could have gone down that route from South Australia, ends up here at the Rio Olympic Games in the 100 metres sprint, and this is what Kyle Chalmers delivered in 2016.
McAvoy and Chalmers both got away smartly off the blocks. McAvoy lane 3, upstroking first. Caleb Dressel alongside him. The American in lane 2 also got away quickly. And Santo Ponderelli, the Canadian, in lane 6, going well down the pool the first time. Heading towards the 50-metre mark. It's been a slowish start by the Aussie boy Chalmers in lane 5. Ponderelli first, Adrian second, Dressel in third spot. McAvoy needs to get going, and what can Chalmers do?
Nathan Adrian out in front. McAvoy watching him that pole first 50. He's breathing to the left, Cam. Put your head down, head for the wall. Here he comes.
McAvoy getting some momentum going. Chalmers is moving through. Chalmers is swimming well. The 18-year-old is going to get them. He's got them all. 18 years of age, and he's the Olympic champion.
Incredible scenes. It changed his life, obviously, forever. And here we go 5 years later. He's going to have another crack. But there's a very important step along the way between 2016 and today. And it comes at the World Championships in China in 2019. And this is Kyle versus Dressel.
2 lengths of the bull. Good start by Dressel. He was 0.61, a full tenth of a second faster than Chalmers. He might need every bit of it.
Dressel bowled it out there. He's already got a gold in the relay, silver in the relay, and a gold in the 50 fly, trying to add to his medal total here at these World Championships, and it will indeed be Caleb Dressel to touch first. Chalmers in the third position, a half second back.
Yeah, 22.2. He's right on world record pace. I predicted he would break the world record coming in here, and here comes Chalmers. He's right up against that lane line, trying to catch a little bit of a drop.
It's a 10-year-old world record. It's drifting away from Caleb Dressel. Dressel trying to hang on. Here comes Chalmers below him, but Dressel is going to outlast him at the wall. It's the American. Chalmers the silver. Greenhead from Russia gets the bronze.
So Dressel got him on that day.
Yeah, so in that time period between Rio and Guangzhou, that World Championships, we really did see the rise to fame of Caleb Dressel. He is the next Michael Phelps for America, so dominant in the pool over all the sprint events, both freestyle and butterfly. The biggest story, I think, in that 5-year gap has been the improvement of Dressel. Kyle's still there or abouts. He's where we expect him to be. He'll be there when the whips are cracking tomorrow night. But Dressel has come from, relative anonymity in that 2016 final. We heard his name. He was in there, but now he is a bona fide superstar, Katie Ledecky-esque. So for Kyle to go back-to-back, he's going to take down another giant of the sport.
It doesn't matter if you're the defending Olympic champion, you have to still qualify to get there, and Australia's qualifying selection process is brutal. The Olympic trials in South Australia, in Kyle's backyard at the South Australian Aquatics Centre about 6 or 7 weeks ago. We didn't know what type of Kyle Chalmers we'd see here. So this is how he got to the Games team, the 2021 Olympic selection trials.
They're off in the 100 freestyle. In 30, he'll be quick. He won a 50 back a couple of years ago for his first title. But I tell you, the kid's got a terrific start. Next to him, Graham not far away. Temple's thereabouts. Temple may be leading in lane 2.
Temple and Graham, he thought would get off to a good start, but Kyle Chalmers has done everything right. He's been working on that, and he's absolutely flying through his first 50, and he'll build on this lead in the second lap.
You usually see Chalmers flying home. This time he's led them out. What's he got? The king. He's up, he's swimming, he's looking magnificent. He looks like a motorboat. He's so far out of the water.
Look at those legs rolling him home. The feet are coming out of the water. The boys, Graham and Surdy, just trying to keep with him. But look at this last 15.
Chalmers in front. Who will take second? Way out in lane of number 8. It could be an upset for second. Chalmers is first. Temple is second. Gee, he wasn't far away, McAvoy.
Yeah, that was quite a swim from Kyle Chalmers. So you were poolside. You were watching him go left-right. My viewpoint on that night was down in the corner of the pool as they turned. And I echo what John Harker said in commentary there. He looked like a motorboat. On that second 50, he came out of the water. He's a big fella, and the wake behind him, I felt like I wanted to chuck my board out there and ride it home, because that's the kind of finish that he's got in him as well. So the progression there, the kickback along the way in 2019 when Dressel got him, and now 2021 and the opening salvo, if you like, in the relay the other night, all points towards a pretty good performance, you'd hope.
Yeah, this is going to be a huge paddle. It's one of the highlights of the whole meet. Everyone loves watching the 100 freestyle. This one will be an absolute blockbuster. I believe the key for Kyle, if he wants to win, he has to hold close to Dressel off the skills. That's the start in the underwater, and that's the turn in the underwater. Dressel is a powerhouse with his underwater butterfly kick off the start and the turn because he's also so good at those butterfly events. So that's where his huge advantage lies. If Kyle can stay close enough to him through those two sections of the race, I really believe he can win. I've got no doubt in my mind he's got the quickest swim speed. Dressel just so skillful and so great underwater. So that's the secret to the race really there for Kyle, and he'll know that. His coach will know that. So he will have been practicing those skills a lot leading into this Olympic Games.
So looking forward to the heats and some semis tonight in the final in the Tokyo Aquatic Centre pool after Kaylee McEwen took home gold in the 100 metres backstroke. Maggie, I think your work here is done for today. The pool is shutting itself down and preparing for tonight's activity, so we'll let you go. James Magnuson will once again be joining me tomorrow. Look forward to your company then.
Thank you, and remember, a gold a day
keeps the haters away.
Sportscraft reckon our Aussie athletes look like winners? Find your own podium finish style. Discover the latest Sportscraft collection.
If you've come off the field feeling sore in your joints or muscles, try Sudox. Sudox Pain Relief Cream uses only naturally sourced active ingredients assisting with mild pain relief. But don't wait for pain to start. Applying before, during or after the game helps relieve soreness. Sudox, now available in Chemist Warehouse, Chemist Outlet and Pharmacy for Less or sudox.com.au. That's SOODOX. Always read the label and use only as directed. If symptoms persist, see your healthcare professional.
Brett Kamali here for Gallagher Insurance Brokers, proud partner of the Gallagher Kangaroos. If you name one of my 13 Gallagher Kangaroos must-have players of the round before the higher ground each Sunday on 1170 SEN, you could win an NRL double pass thanks to Gallagher and go into the draw for the major prize, a corporate box experience for you and 9 mates. To win, simply head to iCanWin.com.au and tell me your Gallagher Kangaroos must-have player.
As a valued 1170 SEN listener, purchase custom-made curtains and more from Independent Curtains and receive the other made free.
Buy one, get one made free for a limited time only.
All curtains made in Sydney. Plus, save up to 50% off internal and external blinds. From internal shutters, roller or vertical blinds to external alfresco blinds. They can even motorise them. Call Independent Curtains, your Sydney window covering specialists on 9756 2900.
Powered by over 100 years of innovation, Toro's all-new battery ride-on mower is a game changer. Get maximum performance and go the distance with up to 2 hours runtime on a single charge of the 72-volt battery. The tight turning circle, reverse mowing options and multiple cutting heights provide extra agility, while the high-back adjustable seat is built for comfort and support. With zero engine exhaust emissions, this quiet achiever is set to take the field by storm. Race into your nearest Toro dealer today.
As a bloke, we don't like arriving early in the bedroom, or the bathroom, hotel room, sheepskin floor rug, car, or wherever you are. But you do want to feel comfortable talking about a solution. Pilot.com.au is your online men's health navigator. Case consult with an Australian doctor. Online assessments, real treatments, discreet shipping. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Pilot.com.au.
How's an incredible 3-night stay in Queenstown for 2 Sound? Try out Kia's Footy Survivor. Pick a winning AFL and NRL side each week and you could win. Sign up for Kia's Footy Survivor before August 19 at sensurvivor.com.au.
In the bedroom, you don't want to arrive early. But in the same breath, no man really wants to talk to a doctor about it. That's why you can text Pilot confidentially. Your online men's health navigator. Pilot.com.au.
Men's health. We're getting better talking about it, but men's sexual health is still a subject not all blokes feel comfortable talking about. Well, guess what? With Pilot, you don't have to talk. You can text a health inquiry confidentially. Finishing early or experiencing dysfunction. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Do an online assessment, get discreet shipping and ongoing care. Real doctors, real treatments. Pilot.com.au.
Hey guys, Joel and Fletch here. First Point Mortgage Brokers are a different kind of broker, Fletch. They pride themselves on delivering the best outcome for their clients, and their online reviews speak for themselves.
Just like SEN, they're a local Sydney business with years of experience in banking and finance.
I know them firsthand. The game plan is to improve your financial health with great service and even better results.
So for expert assistance with your home loan, head to firstpointmortgagebrokers.com.au now.
Want free delivery? Shop amazon.com.au. That's right. All eligible orders over $39 receive free delivery at amazon.com.au. Easy as.
Men's health. We're getting better talking about it, but men's sexual health is still a subject not all blokes feel comfortable talking about. Well, guess what? With Pilot, you don't have to talk. You can text a health inquiry confidentially. Finishing early or experiencing dysfunction. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Do an online assessment, get discreet shipping and ongoing care. Real doctors, real treatments. Pilot.com.au.
A start. That's all it takes. It doesn't matter when, or where, or how. Just start. With the biggest range and the best brands, sporting dreams start at Rebel. Sport is calling.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For Zero. Invoicing but instantly. Receipts but organised. Cash flow but clearer. Try Zero free for 30 days. Search Zero. XERO.
Don't forget you can catch Aussie hero Jess Fox going for that elusive gold in the K1 canoe slalom at 3 o'clock this afternoon on Tokyo 2020 live, free and in HD on 7 and 7+. The only place to see it all. You'll catch it here as well as we continue with our coverage. And Joel and Fletch, of course, back in the building to take over regular programming before the evening session gets underway. So I want to take you now out to the Surigasaka Surfing Beach because it's semi-final number 2 here. Australia's Owen Wright is the only Aussie left in this men's or women's comp, and he is taking on Italo Ferreira. So we've got around about 20 minutes to go. We're going to take you there, and let's see if we can get Owen into the gold medal matchup.
Delicately steering the boat down. And right now at the bottom of the course, it's still New Zealand, Brazil and the United States fighting for the lead. And it looks like the silver medalists from New Zealand have sailed a little bit too far to this side of the course, held on too long before the jibe. The Brazilians, the gold medalists from Rio, first to jibe, and they've got the pressure, they've got the breeze here. Unbelievably patchy conditions out on the race course, but because the water is so flat, it's easy to pick, it's easy to see those gusts moving down. The challenge is trying to get there. And you can see that the breeze that was in the Brazilian sail now rolls into the team from the United States. The Kiwis are slow, but they're just about to pick up the pressure. But Brazil jibing now onto starboard. They'll force the Americans over.
0-1 to take the lead.
Conditions maintaining here. Swell, wind, all of the elements that were there this morning, still the same, consistent. So for these guys who are surfing another heat, they've already surfed today. There's some familiarity. Tides changing, that always presents an opportunity to have to reassess. Ferreira's looking, this is a bigger wave. I wonder what this is going to do down the line. Owen Wright on the inside, away from Ferreira's priority. Chose not to go it. And you can see at this sort of bottom of the low tide, the waves are starting to break outside on those further sandbanks. And when they do that, they lose some energy. And they kind of tend to crumble a little bit and then wash their way through. What you really want to find is the ones that kind of wedge up and have all their energy. As Owen Wright has a look at a little chip shot in there, but didn't continue. The energy dissipated.
Just put it in perspective of the height of these waves compared to the last couple of days. I think they're double the height of what they were on day one.
Yeah, day one, and I suppose if we put it in a body context, was sort of knee to waist high. Yesterday was sort of waist to head high, and today is kind of head high to double over head high at times. So continue to grow, and courtesy of the typhoon that we have sitting over the top of us. And fortunately, it's not too dramatic in terms of as typhoons go, just enough to give us surf, so just how we like it.
But many sports actually look forward to high pressure and sunshine. I think surfing's probably the only one who actually wants to see storm clouds, rain, and some wind.
Nothing wrong with a good low pressure system. We love them, and it's that exposure to the elements that surfers love. Ferreira having a look at one. See this wave, you can see it sort of moving in, and the energy starting to shape up onto that inside sandbank. It hadn't dissipated out. Maybe they were interested, both of them. First priority with Ferreira, the Aussie Owen Wright. Second priority, so you can see he's sort of sitting down and inside, so that Italo can't really do much from that position. It's like if you're boxing and you're always moving away from where the knockout punch is going to come from. So the positioning in the lineup is somewhat like that, where you've got to try and position yourself to take advantage. Ferreira up and riding, pumping, driving, waiting for it to stand up so he can go to the air. He's got some speed. Is it going to give him a chance? Well, it gave him a chance, but that was a twirly top that didn't look like it was ever going to stop spinning.
So Ferreira will head back. He won't be troubling the scorers too much with that attempt.
And kind of a waste of that priority. But, he's in the lead. He's got the best scoring ride of the heat by 1.5. And he has shown his intentions, and we know that when he lands one, he's going to eclipse that 4.5 easily. And you got to try it. You're not going to get it without trying. Owen Wright drops down the face. Beautiful backhand snap out of the top. What's going to happen here? Comes down fast, but a beautiful backhand re-entry. Controls it. The Australian cheer squad, they like it.
The 6.01 will give him the lead. I may not be far away.
The 5-point ride, when that first came in the 5, I thought it was, it was a little higher than what I expect. I thought it was about a flat 4. Came in at the 5, and when you compare that to that, the 6.5 of Italo's a lot more degree of difficulty, higher degree of difficulty in that. So you couldn't see it going that high, you wouldn't think. But that second turn, the first turn was just a nice snap that set up the second turn. The second turn was a beautiful backhand re-entry. Traditional style of surfing on the wave face, but beautifully done.
13 or so minutes to go. So waiting for Owen Wright's score to come in. 6.07. Exactly. In fact, it's just been rounded down to an even 6. It was 6.07 for 1 second, and then it's been rounded down to a 6. So both men are tied. But now goes on who's got the best wave score, which is Italo Ferreira with that 6.5.
Here we go. Ferreira. Pressure's on. Owen Wright's coming. He's up and riding. Choosing his way to go. Goes on the backhand. First turn. Here comes the air. Waiting for it. Pumping, driving, looking for the ramp, and it just didn't work. The timing was out. The wind was blowing. The board couldn't project. The wave wasn't right. And again, another loss of priority without it turning into a score.
When does Ferreira start going to plan B and just try and improve the second score to put pressure on Owen Wright? Because right now, Wright only needs a 5.01.
Really good question, and I would think that for both these guys, here's that first snap, and we'll watch this. This is the money turn right here. Drives off the bottom. Beautiful backhand vertical re-entry. Kind of gets caught up as the tail wafted above the lip. Kind of got caught in that lip for a moment there. Came out clean. They dive off like that so you can get some depth and go underneath the whitewater and come out the back of the wave without it washing you any further forward. Yeah, I feel like it's at that point we've still just got to keep concentrating on yourself. Although we're nearly 2/3 of the way through, 11:40 on the clock. But for Italo Ferreira, he's one of those surfers who just focuses on his game. He's just got to find a completion. The indications are that he's ready to go. He's so capable of dropping 9s and potentially 10s. We saw him get the 9.73 earlier, the highest scoring wave of this Olympic campaign so far for any surfer. But he's got to get the completions, because those 9s go to 1s real quick if you don't make it. He's paddling on the inside here, and that's what he's thinking. He just wants to go to the air, sees a little ramp, pumping, driving. Is he going to find some time? Big wave, big air. Oh, he doesn't make it. And it held, you saw the wind hold him up, and it sort of wiggled and wobbled the board underneath his feet. The coaching staff feeling the pressure as well. At some point, maybe you do have to go to a more kind of conservative approach, but it's not in this guy's nature. We saw he has managed previous heats where he's done that and gone to a more traditional style of surfing, but that's what Owen Wright is doing, will continue to do. So he's looking for a point of difference, and the point of difference is in the air. Let's see how high he goes. Hits it perfectly. Way out in the air. You see, there's that wind I was talking about. Yeah. And you saw the board just warble under his feet. He lost connection with the back foot, and as he came down, he wasn't centered, lost control, and didn't make it. You make those are the sorts, they're nines. They're massive scores if he completes one. And I just think this is the Olympic Games semi-final, gold medal match ahead for the winner. You just keep trying. And especially when you're in the lead now, because he's going to make one soon enough. He's going to complete it.
He's only got 10 minutes left to do so. We are tied, 6.50 and a 4.50 for Italo Ferreira. Owen Wright a 6 and a 5, both on 11. And then the first tiebreaker, whoever's got the highest scoring wave, which is Italo Ferreira, his sixth wave was a 6.50.
And his surfing was judged on its entertainment value and what takes your breath away in a moment. All of those in completion do that to me. I look at it and go, oh, it's just so incredible. It's so wild, and I can't believe surfers are capable of that type of thing. The modern day surfer is just so talented and so incredible, and the sport has just gone so far from where we started.
But that being said, we are in an Olympic semi-final, and it's the scores that count. Right now, these guys are tied, and Ferreira will only have himself to blame if he doesn't get over the line here, and he keeps going, trying to go for these airs when he's only got a 4.5 as a second wave. Get a 6, put the pressure on.
You're right, Johnny. This might be your first event calling surfing, but you get the fast, mate. Here we go. Ferreira maybe doing exactly what you were saying. Nice cutback. Little drift in the tail, lost some control. Into this closeout section. Boom, beautiful big turn. He may improve on the 4.5 and do exactly what you were saying.
Both athletes tied at 11. 8 minutes 45 on the clock, and the likelihood is that will be better than the 4.5.
Likely.
Sportscraft, the official supplier of both the Australian athletes and SEN's call team ceremony uniforms.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
I'm Lindy Morrison, former drummer of the Go-Betweens. And if you're like me and driving less these days, APIA's comprehensive car insurance rewards you with a drive less, pay less discount on your premiums.
Call APIA on 13 50 50 for a quote today. APIA, get set, go. APIA is an authorised representative of AAI Limited, the product issuer. Most optional covers are not discounted. Limits, exclusions and conditions apply. Before buying this insurance, read the PDS. Contact us for a copy.
Hello. At National Tiles, we continue to permanently reduce our prices on Australia's most popular wall and floor tiles, like Stone Code, which we've crunched down to just $19.95 per metre every day of the year. You heard right. These ever-popular large format stone floor tiles down to $19.95 every day of the year. So rush into National Tiles now in Alexandria or go to nationaltiles.com.au now and save.
Sometimes all it takes is a little switch.
I was worried about the care Mum was getting at home. Different people, in and out, often late. No one to speak to. So we made the switch to Right at Home. And I could see the difference straight away. Mum's happy and settled. She sees the same familiar faces. And she feels safe and secure.
Don't put up with poor service. Make the switch and see the difference for yourself. Right at Home, Australia's leading in-home care provider. Visit rightathome.com.au or call 8378 4314.
Penrite Oil has always been a winner. And right now, you could win a Penrite Pit Stop arcade game machine. It's got over 50 retro gaming favourites, including Pac-Man, Gallagher, Frogger, Donkey Kong, Space Invaders, 1942, Super Breakout, and heaps more. All you've got to do is head to iCanWin.com.au to enter. You could be taking it back to the glory days. Win a Penrite Pit Stop arcade with SEN and Penrite Oil. 100% Australian, family owned and trusted since 1926.
Did you know every day in Australia, thousands live without essential clothing like clean socks and underwear? Well, Underworks, together with Food Bank, are working to solve that problem one pair at a time. And you can help. Post your silly sock pic this July with the hashtag #IGiveASock, and Underworks will donate a pair of socks or underwear to an Aussie in need. How good is that? So get on the socials and help us reach 20,000 pairs this year.
Aussie update for Red Energy. Red Energy is green and gold for real Aussie energy. Switch to red today. Owen Wright still in the fight here in the semi-final in the surfing. 5 minutes to go against Italo Ferreira. Let's take you back to the commentators.
So figures he may as well have an attempt. No, decides against it.
Having a free swing, maybe. 5 minutes to go.
Sixes all around. Just slight advantages to Ferreira on both of those 6-point rides. On the inside, looking at this one while Wright's outside with priority. Up and riding. What's he going to get on this one? Does it cut back? He wants to go to the air. That's what he loves to do. That's what he wants to do. And here he goes. He's not going to make it. There's a little bit of almost anxiety creeping in around Italo's airs. You can see him kind of rushing them a little bit, and the nerves of the moment are starting to sort of impede the flow and the rhythm with which he normally creates those opportunities or succeeds in completing those opportunities.
6.47 for Owen Wright, along with a 6, gives him that score of 12.47. He needs a 6.70 in the last 4 minutes and 11 seconds of this contest, and he'll be through to the Olympic final.
The advantage.
More than possible.
Yes, more than possible. Completely possible. It's a type of wave. He's got the surfing to match and to create that easily. It's just a type of wave, and there we see the two wave scores and how close this really is.
6.67 and 6.5 for Italo Ferreira, who's caught 11-12 waves so far in this contest. Owen Wright, only 6, but they've scored well. A 6 and a 6.47 for the Australian from New South Wales. 3.5 minutes left to go.
Nervous times for both surfers.
And it is Wright who has priority.
Ferreira on the inside, having a look. Distance between the two significant. Owen Wright on the outside, paddling into position for this one. The white water's all over him. Will they consider that a paddle for the wave? Will he lose his priority? Where is he? No, I don't think so. Oh, lost the priority. He did indeed. They considered that a paddle, took the priority from him, but what's... Oh, I thought that was going to be a wave. Waves on the outside. Plenty more action coming. 2 minutes 45 on the clock. Ferreira with first priority. A mistake there paddling. You see Owen Wright just slapping the water a little bit, looking disappointed in that interpretation. But he did turn and kind of the white water engulfed him, but it looked like he attempted to get it.
2.5 minutes to go. Are you expecting to see Ferreira now to stick to Wright like glue?
Yeah, absolutely. Owen Wright finding an opportunity to sneak away. Oh, hold on. What's going on? Standing up in front of him. These are the ones. Oh, beautiful backhand turn. Slides the tail. Comes around the corner. Will he get another one? Another one. Nice little throw of the tail into an air reverse. Chances it all. Comes unstuck. 2 minutes. He's got to paddle back out. He'll be back out the back by 1 minute 30 perhaps. Still have time. Italo Ferreira paddling back out the back, but at a point in time he will start to pay attention to where Owen Wright is and make sure that he's nearby, because he doesn't need to ride another wave. He just needs to make sure and control what Owen Wright gets and make sure he doesn't get another wave of consequence that could threaten his advancement through to the gold medal match.
This is surfing's version of putting the ball next to the corner flag when you got a 1-0 lead, isn't it?
Here he goes, paddling in now. He knows that with 1 minute 30 there's white water everywhere, but he's just got to be close to Owen. He can't and the luck of a moment, the random nature of the ocean influenced this situation. You've got to take control yourself. He's having a look at this. He's considering it. Duck dives. Owen's doing the same thing. Now, Owen's job here is to either get away from Italo and create some space, or convince Italo to go a wave that's of no consequence. Owen up and riding. What's this going to do? Nothing. 1 minute. But he's created some distance. That was a strategy. He didn't go that wave because he wanted it. He went that wave to get away from Italo Ferreira and create some space between the two, and it worked.
50 seconds to go. Owen Wright needs a 6.7. In the 45 seconds that remain, and he will be through to the Olympic final.
And Owen Wright's got some long arms. He is a strong paddler. A right-hander coming out the back. You can see that there. Italo's trying to get close. Will Owen get another chance? 30 seconds on the clock. Look at the second wave. It seems like it's standing up and wedging up. Italo's doing everything he can to get as close to him as he can so he can use that priority in a defensive manner and protect his lead.
20 seconds to go. Owen Wright needs to find a way, fit with 15 seconds left to play. Potentially, this could be one if it breaks for him. 10 seconds.
Oh, here we go. Will he get a chance? Some water, ribs running through it, flattening out the wave. Italo's getting close enough. He's going to control it.
And it will be Italo Ferreira of Brazil through to the Olympic final. He didn't make it easy for himself, but in the end, he's got over the line, defeating Australia's Owen Wright. A superb performance from the Australian, who will go through to the bronze medal match to face Gabriel Medina. But it will be...
So there you go. The clock gets them again. Owen Wright misses out on the gold medal match. He'll go into the bronze medal playoff against Gabriel Medina. And what a performance. So out there in the men's semi-finals, quite fascinating to watch. The surf picking up on the edge of this typhoon that hasn't really hit landfall, so to speak, but it's certainly got close enough to create a bit of carnage and drama. There was a bit of drama this morning in the women's triathlon. Emma Jeffcoat, the best of the Australians in 26th. Ash Gentle and Jazz Hedgeland were out after the bike leg, so they got lapped on lap 8 of the bike leg and were forced to sit out, so didn't make it to the finish line. Owen Wright got through to those semis this morning against Italo Ferreira after his quarter-final, and Ferreira will now go through to the gold medal match. Australia versus Argentina in the hockey earlier today. The Kookaburras winning that 5-2, and the Australian Rugby Sevens team going down to New Zealand 14-12 after leading 12-0 at half-time. Those Aussie updates thanks to Red Energy. For real Aussie energy, switch to Red today. This is Tokyo 2020 live on SEN.
Sportscraft. Reckon our Aussie athletes look like winners? Find your own podium finish style. Discover the latest Sportscraft collection.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
G'day, it's Matty White here. Hey, what's your daily routine? You wake up, you get showered, you get dressed, you go to work, you love SEN, of course, then you go home, you have dinner, you watch telly, and then you go to bed? Nah, mate, you're actually awake during all of these, and the only time you're not awake is while you're sleeping. That's why you need to trust a pillow that'll do the best job while you sleep, and that's why you need the Aussie-made Spinal Ease pillow. Go to spinalease.com.au. That's spinaleze.com.au, and you can thank me later. Always read the label.
Look, we all love a holiday, and being honest, we've tested our own fair share of hotel spas, but nothing comes closer to that permanent holiday feeling during lockdown than a backyard spa from Splashes. They've got a massive range of spas, swim spas and plunge pools, the knowledge to back that range up, lifetime support and bubbling litres of great value, and loads of stock. Splashes, part of your backyard since 1993. Book an online consultation now at splashes.com.au.
Reconciling bank transactions, but with a couple of taps. Making sure everything matches up, but handled automatically instead. With Xero, it's business, but better. Start your free 30-day trial at xero.com.
Giddy up for New South Wales Racing Week on SEN Track.
From Wyong to Kembla Grange, Ballina to Hawkesbury, Tamworth to Lismore.
In lockdown, racing continues New South Wales wide, and SEN Track is your home for all the action.
This golden crusty pastry watched as Taylor kicks the sky. When Ben Simmons makes a three, we give a big high five. What future sport looks like just won't be right without a pie. Oh, what a lovely pie, he makes a 4 and 20 pie. Oh!
A start. That's all it takes. It doesn't matter when, or where, or how. Just start. With the biggest range and the best brands, sporting dreams start at Rebel. Sport is calling.
Beaumont Tiles are keeping your Renault dreams alive. Shop online at tile.com.au. With Australia's biggest range either delivered to your door or click and collect, you'll be happy you chose Beaumont.
Sport's biggest moments called play-by-play from around the world, right here on SEN.
Good afternoon, I'm Celeste Mitsu with SEN News. 60 of today's 172 new cases of COVID-19 in New South Wales have been out in the community while infectious. Premier Gladys Berejiklian says she plans to update the community tomorrow on what the next 3 months will look like.
It's also clear for us that we need to intensify our strategy to ensure that the population comes forward to get vaccinated. So these are all things that we will be considering when we announce what life beyond July 31 looks like. And I just ask everybody for their patience. I know it's a very difficult and frustrating time.
The Blacktown apartment block will be under police guard for the next 2 weeks after 6 residents tested positive. A family of 4 have been moved into hotel quarantine. Only essential residents from Wagga Wagga, Hay, Lockhart and Murrumbidgee will be allowed to cross the border into Victoria from midnight. You will be required to apply for a permit.
I take no pleasure in having to essentially lock out those 4 communities from Victoria, but there's a refusal to lock people in Sydney into Sydney, so therefore I have no choice but to make these changes.
Premier Daniel Andrews has flagged further changes to the border are on the way. It comes as Victoria will exit lockdown tonight, but restrictions will remain in place, including no visitors for the next fortnight and no crowds at the footy, theatre or big events. One of 3 Sydney removalists at the centre of Victoria's latest outbreak has been fined $200 for not wearing a mask. However, the trio will escape criminal charges. And 2 men aged 19 and 20 have been charged over a stabbing at a park in Sydney's northwest. Emergency services were called to the park in Ryde yesterday afternoon and found the 23-year-old man with multiple stab wounds. He was taken to hospital where he remains in a stable condition. SEN.com.au sport coming up.
Can you afford those home renovations you're dreaming of? Think Yes I Can. From bathrooms, kitchens, laundries to flooring, wardrobes, blinds and more, Google Yes I Can renovations today.
Aussie Kaylee McEwen holds the world record in the 100-metre backstroke, and now she can add an Olympic gold to her name, taking out the event. Meantime, Ariana Titmus and Maddie Wilson will meet Katie Ledecky in the final of the women's 200-metre freestyle. Arnie says she's confident she can take it out.
I think I should be right with that swim. I wanted to try and put a 154 out there. I think I want to get in the middle, and that's what I think it was going to take. So I'm happy with that.
Turning to NRL, and Craig Bellamy will remain with the Melbourne Storm until 2026. He will coach the side next year and thereafter will work with the club on moving into a different role.
New South Wales, Optus have a special offer just for you. Until August 1st, get 20% off the $55 month-to-month SIM plan over 12 months. T's and C's apply. Visit Optus online today.
The V6 Twin Turbo, rear-wheel drive Kia Stinger. Kia, movement that inspires.
F1
Casula into Liverpool. Citybound, watch out for maintenance crews. Take out lane 1 up towards Moorebank Avenue. For the M1 Cowan, earlier truck smash, 2 lanes taken out, and lane 3 is the only one open southbound past the Pacific Highway overpass. I've seen delays back towards the river, going through Brooklyn out the Central Coast. No problems I'm seeing for the M2 through the Epping Tunnels, M7 steady past the M4 Eastern Creek. Find your next car at Car City. Browse up to 2,000 quality used cars online at unbeatable prices. Same day finance available. Visit carcity.com.au.
Mornings with Matt White tomorrow from 9 on 1170 SEN.
Have your say on 1170 SEN. Call 1300 01 1170 or text 0457 736 736.
Sunny in Sydney today, a top of 22. Mostly sunny in Sydney's west, a top of 21. And don't miss SEN's coverage of the Matildas and the Opals, both live in action tonight on SEN and the SEN app.
Welcome to SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For Mate Communications, award-winning Aussie service and a bonus title music subscription included on selected mobile plans. And Xero, invoicing but instantly, receipts but organised, cash flow but clearer. Try Xero free for 30 days. Search Xero, Xero.
Matt White with you here for Day 4 coverage of Tokyo 2020 live on SEN. You can have your say anytime on the Temper text machine, 0457 736 736. What's your favourite? Ariane Titmus's win in the 400 or Kaylee McEwen this morning in the 100 metres backstroke. So there's still plenty to come on Day 4. The bronze medal game in the softball at Yokohama Stadium will be getting underway soon. Australia missing out on that one. The gold medal game in softball will be played tonight. The Australian Opals are on court tonight. Preliminary round for Group C at Saitama Super Arena. That's a 6:20 start for the Opals. They will meet Belgium. Closer to our time zone in about an hour's time, in fact, Jessica Fox will be out on course at the women's kayak semi-final. So Jess will be last out in that semi-final, which puts her at about 3:10. The session should start at 3 o'clock at the Kasei Canoe Slalom Centre. She's a 7-time world champ and 7 World Cup winner as well. Silver medalist at the 2012 Games in London, a bronze medalist in the 2016 Games in Rio. And here, 5 years later, Jess Fox is favourite to go for her first gold medal. In the final, that would be starting at about 5:15, with Jess to come after that. The cycling mountain bike, the women's cross country, we were looking at a start of that around now, in fact, but I think it's been moved to about 4 o'clock this afternoon, so maybe a bit of a delay because of the weather. Canberra's Rebecca McConnell, the third Olympics for her. She'll be the second rider out. They take on the Izu mountain bike course, 24.4 kilometres. It was pretty crazy for the men, some huge crashes, so we wish Rebecca all the very best on that this afternoon. The Matildas in action tonight. Incredible. They'll take on Team USA. So Australia versus the USA in women's Group G action. The Aussies beat New Zealand 2-1 in their first match and then lost to Sweden 4-2. And the US have also had a little hiccup along the way. In hockey today, the Kookaburras have made it 3 on the trot. So they defeated Argentina 5-2 this morning to go with a 5-3 win over Japan and a 7-1 win over India. That's the story in the hockey. Shooting, we've had some gold medal matches in the air pistols. Australia missing out on those, and a big one in water polo tonight. Did you catch the polo last night with the Matildas? Just incredible against the Dutch and the amount of goals that they scored, and they came back for a stunning victory. Well, it's the men's turn tonight. They will take on the powerhouse that is Croatia. So the Aussie Sharks up against Croatia in the water polo. That's tonight. So that's still what's ahead of us on Day 4, not to mention the swimming heats this evening. The men's 100 metres freestyle. So Matt Temple and, of course, King Kyle Chalmers will be out there, the defending Olympic champion in his first heat in the 100 free. He was sensational in the men's 4x100 relay, which claimed bronze. He brought it home It was Kyle the difference, really. A 46.44 he put down to take Australia from 6th to 3rd in the 4x100 freestyle relay. That was absolutely incredible. Brianna Throssell will be in the women's 200 metres butterfly tonight. We've got the men's 4x2 freestyle relay. Zach Stubblety-Cook. Now, here's somebody that we need to focus on ahead of the men's 200 metres breaststroke heats this evening. He won the Australian Championship. He won the Olympic trials as the hit out on the way to making this team. And Zach Stubblety-Cook is in very good form, and he could certainly be a chance of a medal if he does everything that will be required of him this evening. And then Jack McLaughlin tonight with the 800 metres freestyle. So 5 heats of that, and Jack will be taking part in that. So that's the Australian lineup this evening in terms of the heats. And then we'll look ahead, of course, to tomorrow for another day of finals. But all of the action has come from the pool, and all of the gold medals that we've won so far have come from the pool. So why don't we go back and let's see how this all began and step our way through the 3 goals that the Australian swimmers have put down, the Australian female swimmers. It started on the first day of finals at the Tokyo Aquatic Centre with the gold that we expected, but you never know in the relay because you can just have a little glitch along the way and you're ruled out. However, the clock could not be denied this incredible time. The women's 4x100 metres freestyle relay to start our gold medal winning performance here at Tokyo.
And the opening relay of the Olympic program is in the water. It's the 4x100 freestyle relay. And we may see the leaders in the first leg coming from lane 1 and lane 8. We have the 50-metre freestyle Olympic champion in Pernell Bloomer over in lane number 1 and Sarah Sjostrom in lane number 8. But already it looks as though Great Britain are sending a message. They're going to try and front load this relay and try to blow everybody out of the water. Bloomer's coming through now.
Well, Anna Hopkins, she was in the middle of the quartet from this morning's heats with a 52 points, now doing the lead off, and Anna Hopkins giving Great Britain the best chance they possibly can. Bloomer up in 1-4, Denmark going well. The world record holder, Sarah Sjostrom, as we expected, giving them an early lead.
Important to know that world record line is based off the relay world record, not the individual 100 freestyle. Some good times there. The fastest time was from Sjostrom, 52.62. That was a very fast 100 metres freestyle. They continue to lead with Australia and Canada starting to move through. In the water for Australia is Meg Harris, and in the water for Canada is Margaret McNeil, who is a very fast 100 freestyler. Great underwater by the Canadian.
Well, she is a fly specialist. We've just seen her swimming in the semi-finals, and this is the damage that she can do to the rest of the field. This is what she can bring to the Canadian team. Also coming strongly now. This is Abby Vital from the United States up in lane 2 with the black hat, just with their noses in front at the moment. Meg Harris bringing the Australians in at the midpoint of this race now, hanging on for Great Britain. This is Abby Wood changing over to Lucy Hope for the Brits, and they're still in a chance for a medal.
So Australia leads this 4x100 freestyle relay, but only just 4/100ths of a second separate Australia and Sweden. And in the water now for the Australian team is Emma McKeon. She is a fast 100 freestyler, and they have back-ended their 4x100 freestyle with Kate Campbell to come. Australia now extending the lead. They're 0.58 in front. And just sitting below world record pace as well. America is trying to put themselves into a medal-winning position with Simone Manuel, the 100 freestyle champion, yet to come.
So here we are then, Australia on the charge, the world record holders and defending champions. Sweden still in this, they front-loaded their team. They've got Louise Hansen in now with her sister Sophie Hansen on the anchor leg. So here it is then, Australia first. Got that changeover, Sweden just in second place, but there's not much in it. The Americans in third at the moment with Simone Manuel on the charge, though. You have to fancy the Americans for a medal here, but going with them, one lane up is Penny Oleksiak, the Olympic champion from 2016 for the Canadians.
There is no doubt that Australia will not only win this 4x100 freestyle relay, but they will annihilate that world record. The race is on for the silver and the bronze. Kate Campbell, she sees the wall. She's at her 4th Olympic Games. That world record line stays at her waist. Australia will win it for a 3rd time.
3:29.69, the new world record. So the third straight time that the Australians have now won the 4x100 relay for women. Bronte Campbell kicked things off 53.01. Meg Harris on debut 53.09. Emma McKeon 51.35 in the third leg to hand it over to Kate Campbell to do 52.24. That's Kate's third Olympic gold medal. Like I say, Harris on debut at just 19 years of age now has a gold. Bronte and Emma with their second golds. Canada second, the USA third. So that was Australia's first gold medal in the pool on day one. We also picked up silver to Jack McLaughlin in the 400 free and bronze to Brendan Smith in the 400 individual medley. And then the next gold medal came courtesy of one of the finest swims we've seen at Australian Olympic level. The 400 metres freestyle, Ariane Titmus yesterday dethroning the absolute superstar of world swimming, Katie Ledecky.
So the middle lanes, it is Katie Ledecky in 4 and Li of China in lane 5. A good starter, and we saw that in the heats, and she certainly started well here also. The 14-year-old Summer McIntosh in lane 2's got a good start, but right at the moment, about 5 of them. Lane 2 across to lane 6. Erica Fairweather of New Zealand, also one to watch in lane 6.
So we just saw Ariane Titmus take a sneaky look to see where she was at compared to Katie Ledecky. She's just behind McIntosh, the 14-year-old, by 1/100 for the second on that turn.
Ledecky makes a move there. So on that turn after the first 50, just pushes up and swims into the lead. Ledecky right alongside her, and McIntosh, who was the early leader, 1/100th of a second in front of the chasing pack, now just drops back ever so slightly. So it is Ledecky in front for the first time at the 100-metre mark. Ledecky first, Titmus second, 7/100ths of a second behind her, and McIntosh now back into third.
What we're seeing from Ariane, what she's doing is she's accelerating into each of these turns so that she can get around quite quickly. We see her losing a little bit to Katie Ledecky through the swimming part of the race, but she actually extends it into the turn so that she can be up with her.
So trying to get away from the Aussie Ariane Titmus, but Ledecky not getting it as easily as she might have liked. And we talked a lot pre-race that perhaps the strategy from Ledecky was to try and break her early. Hard to break Arnie, such a fierce competitor. Now we're seeing a bit of it again, and Ledecky just puts the foot down.
Ledecky wants to have this lead because she knows how Arnie can come home, and it was that last 100 metres that we saw at the World Championships where Ariane was really able to overswim Katie Ledecky, and Ledecky is not used to that. She's not used to having people there. She likes clean water, which means there's no one around her. But Arnie's holding on well here. They're just outside world record pace, or Ledecky is here.
200 down, 200 to go, and this is a good position for Ariane Titmus to be in. She tried to make a bit of a move, Ledecky. Got to about 3/4 of a body length in front, and then Arnie pegged her back. The world champion Ariane Titmus from Tasmania to Queensland to the Olympic final in Tokyo. It's about half a body length, and this looks good for the Australian.
It does look good. She's made up some ground in this last 50, or at least it looks like that.
Just outside world record pace. 0.66 of a second behind. So what does Ledecky do here? Does she go for it? Does she keep something in reserve for the sprint at the end? 250 down, 150 to go. Arnie's right there. Lane 3 for Titmus.
And they're going at exactly the same pace. It's who picks up. Look, we now see that Arnie's actually going slightly faster, only ever so slightly. Coming into this last 100 metres, it's getting tighter. This is where Arnie has to turn it on.
And an excellent turn from Titmus.
She needs to set herself up for this last 50 metres, which means she needs to be going into it and extending her stroke, lengthening it out, putting in more speed so she can come off the wall quickly and deliver a great final last 50 metres.
Here
Come on, Arnie.
she goes. She's right up on the shoulder of the great American now. 20 gold medals at Olympic and World Championship level. Now nothing between them. 350
She's in front
down.
for the first time.
50 to go.
This is going to be a sprint now. What can Arnie bring out here?
This is what they've waited for. Here we go. The sprint to the end. Can she be beaten, Katie Ledecky, the defending champion, the world record holder? Ariane Titmus in front. Match race down to the end. Stroke for stroke. She's in front, Arnie Titmus. Ariane gets in front. To become a legend, you have to beat a legend. And that's what we've seen. Australia win gold. Ariane Titmus. Confirmation. A coronation. We can in the 400 free.
Yeah, she's an absolute legend now of the pool after that swim, and there is more to come from Ariane Titmus. So gold on day one to the relay team, gold on day two of the finals I'm talking about to Ariane Titmus, and then gold today on day four of competition, but day three of finals in the swimming to Kaylee McEwen, 20 years of age, the same age as the Terminator who delivered last night. She came into this event as the world record holder, the 100 metres backstroke. A gold has never been won by an Australian female athlete, and she would leave here not only with the Olympic record, the world record still by her side, but the 200th Olympic medal for Australian women in competition and the gold. Olympic champion Kaylee McEwen in the 100 backstroke this morning.
So away we go. Kaylee McEwen, lane 3, the world record holder, and Emily Seebohm, gold in the relays twice, her 4th Olympic Games, the silver medalist from London, lane 7, good start from her, but excellent start from Kaylee McEwen. Kylie Mass in lane 5 also got away very well.
Really happy with Kaylee McEwen's start. She was up and stroking early. Kylie Mass has now taken a great lead coming into the turn.
So Mass the leader it is. White's in second spot. McEwen third. She's going to need to bring it home.
Kaylee McEwen's dropped off a little bit there in the second 25 coming into the wall. She has got a lot of work to do here. Kylie Mass is really outstroking fast, really leading this. Watch for Kaylee McEwen now working in the last 25.
She's into the silver medal position and she races up alongside Mass. There's our leader. Now we get a look at the world record line and the Australian working her way to the lead. Can she do it? Kaylee McEwen in front. Kaylee McEwen touching first, an Olympic record. She wins gold and says, Dad, I am with you today.
What an extraordinary performance. 57.47 is now the Olympic record. As I mentioned, she still has the world record of 57.45. We'll take a break. After this, we'll hear from Owen Wright, knocked out this morning. Just been watching some heartbreaking scenes of Sally this afternoon, rather, for Owen. He will be surfing for bronze, though, in about an hour's time. So knocked out of the gold medal match in the semi-finals, and heartbreaking for Sally Fitzgibbons, who's been quite emotional after missing out as well. More after this as Tokyo 2020 continues live on SEN.
Sportscraft, the official supplier of both the Australian athletes and SEN's call team ceremony uniforms.
Are you supporting a loved one living with a disability? Is your family looking for ways to help them live life to the fullest, to make their own decisions, to reach their full potential, and to be as independent as possible? Right at Home is Australia's leading in-home care provider, providing transport, socialisation, personal care, companionship and nursing care. Call Right at Home to talk about how we can make a difference to the life of your loved one. Visit rightathome.com.au or call 8378 4314.
QBE Insurance have sponsored the Sydney Swans for 35 years, supporting them through thick and thin. And now they're supporting you, offering you the chance to save $75 on new comprehensive car insurance online before November 30. It's super easy. Get a quote in minutes online at qbe.com/au. QBE, there for you before and after. Car insurance is issued by QBE Insurance Australia Limited. See qbe.com/au for eligibility criteria and the PDS to decide if this product is right for you.
Can we get much higher?
Introducing the winner of Drive Car of the Year, the 7-seat Kia Sorento large SUV. With first-in-class safety features never before seen in the category, class-leading tech and interior space offering the finest comfort across all 7 seats.
I fantasize about this.
We paid attention to the details, so did they. The 7-seat Kia Sorento SUV, Drive Car of the Year.
There's a new way for footy fans to start their day with the AFL's newest podcast.
They both went at it, didn't they? The two big boys in Mitch Robinson and Dusty went at it. He's not one to show pain. That win is right up there in the matches that mean something to this footy club. They're a chance to win this premiership until mathematics says they can't.
Find out the biggest footy stories first on AFL Daily with me, Nat Edwards and Damien Barrett from 7:30am weekdays. Subscribe to AFL Daily wherever you listen to podcasts.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
Powered by over 100 years of innovation, Toro's all-new battery ride-on mower is a game changer. Get maximum performance and go the distance with up to 2 hours runtime on a single charge of the 72-volt battery. The tight turning circle, reverse mowing options and multiple cutting heights provide extra agility, while the high-back adjustable seat is built for comfort and support. With zero engine exhaust emissions, this quiet achiever is set to take the field by storm. Race into your nearest Toro dealer today.
Sportscraft are the official formal uniform supplier for the Australian Olympic team in Tokyo as they go for gold. For your own podium finish style, discover the latest Sportscraft collection of men's clothing, including relaxed shirting, classic jackets, warm coats and chinos. All perfectly curated to bring quality, style and versatility to your wardrobe. Sportscraft, we are Team Australia. Discover the latest menswear collection online at sportscraft.com.au.
Purchase any 4 and 20 product from anywhere 4 and 20 is sold for an opportunity to win 4 PS5s. One for you and your 3 best mates. Together you'll go head-to-head in a game of Fortnite with your AFL Dream Team. Plus a 4 and 20 branded Sharon Footy to be won daily. T&Cs apply. See FNTAFLGameOn.com.au. Ends 31/8/21. Retain receipts or wrappers. NSWTP/00896. ACTTP 21/00450. SAT 21/420.
Thinking of building new, making a sea change or escaping to the country? McDonald Jones are making it even easier to make your dream a reality. Right now, they're taking a huge $25,000 off every home design, giving you free 20-month fixed price for added peace of mind. Plus, your choice of free flooring or $20,000 in My Choice upgrades. You'll need to hurry. This offer won't last long. Visit mcdonaldjoneshomes.com.au or drop into a display home today. Conditions apply.
Calculating GST. Help. But automatically.
Thank you.
Preparing your BAS.
Oh, yeah.
But in a few clicks instead.
Oh, yeah.
With Xero, it's business but better. Start your free 30-day trial at xero.com.
Giddy up for New South Wales Racing Week on SEN Track.
From Wyong to Kembla Grange, Ballina to Hawkesbury, Tamworth to Lismore.
In lockdown, racing continues New South Wales wide, and SEN Track is your home for all the action.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For Xero, invoicing but instantly. Receipts but organised. Cash flow but clearer. Try Xero free for 30 days. Search Xero. XERO.
Yeah, just recapping very, very early today on day 4 of competition, Emma Jeffcoat, the best of the Aussies in the women's triathlon. The triathlon for Camino apparel for the modern athlete. Let's go back out to the surfing. So at the moment, the semi-final number 1 between Bianca Buitentag and Caroline Marks from the United States is underway. They'll be followed by Carissa Moore, the American, against Amuro Suzuki, the Japanese surfer, to determine who goes through to the women's gold medal match. The men's bronze medal match in surfing will be at 3:15. So coming up in about 50 minutes' time. Owen Wright still in the picture for a medal. Let's hear from Owen after he was beaten in his semi-final by Italo Ferreira, but has a chance to pick up bronze.
Yeah, look, I had a really good opportunity in the middle of the heat there. There was so much wind and so much chop. I was kind of coming out with a lot of water in my face, and I just went a touch too high on the lip, and I went over the back. I made the adjustment towards the back end of the heat, and I felt like I was looking really good and looking in form. So more of the same. But yeah, just that adjustment with it being so windy, just kind of stick underneath the lip unless you're going way above it.
Yeah, really tricky conditions, and they keep changing every 5 minutes.
Yeah, it keeps changing, super tricky. I felt like I had great heat strategy there and got some good waves. I just didn't execute on that one nice wave in the middle of the heat. Just went a touch too high on the lip.
Okay, what's the mindset going into this bronze medal against a legend of the sport? What are you thinking?
Mate, I was right there to SEN. I had sixes and on some pretty terrible waves, so just pick one of those good waves and get up into that eights. I had one in that last heat, and I was just came a bit too high, so make that adjustment and get into that good points.
Well, the Aussies are all in lockdown. You're live, and we're all barracking for you in the bronze medal, mate. Good luck.
Let's go Aussies! Come on!
The 31-year-old Australian Owen Wright with a chance to collect a bronze medal from these games if he can defeat the legend that is Gabriel Medina, two-time world champion. Our thanks to Jason Richardson from Seven's coverage for that interview. Let's go straight out to the surfing now live. Women's semi-final number 1, the back end of this one. So Bianca Buitentag from South Africa on 11.6.6 at the moment for the American competitor Caroline Marks. 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go.
Final, she dropped above a 7.0. So we know that she's able to draw through in conditions like these.
But right now you have Buitentag in the driver's seat because she's also got priority too as well. So not to rub salt in the wounds here, but Buitentag's got priority. She's got the lead. And Caroline needs a big score. It's not like she's chasing a 3 or a 4. She's chasing a 7.33. So, I mean, being Buitentag at this point, 1 minute, 50 seconds, you just got to stay on her. As long as you have the priority, stay closer, don't let her get a wave. And if you're Caroline Marks, you really want to force Buitentag to take a wave or you're going to get it. And then you can switch it around and get that priority back. 1 minute, 36 seconds to go. Both surfers paddling around looking for something. Caroline Marks got to be getting frustrated right now.
So much frustration for Caroline. Bianca is sitting just underneath her. She's going to play defense entirely for this last 1 minute, 20 seconds on the clock. And a potential gold medal is on the line right now, whichever of these women advances through. Bianca has done so well to get out in front. It took her 7 minutes to catch her first wave in this heat. She dropped that 3.67, and then she built on that score line, improved it with a 4.33, and then put down the biggest score of the heat so far with that 6.67.
Yeah, and every score that she got for those first 3 waves just got better and better, as we were talking about. 3.67, which is her throwaway. And then she capped out with a 4.33, so she got more comfortable there. And then she put up the 6.67 after that. Caroline Marks. Oh, look at this. Now, how does this play out? Because priority was going to Buitentag, and I don't think Caroline Marks thought that she was going to get into that wave. And so Caroline Marks went, and then you saw Buitentag go behind.
Well, that is an interesting situation. So Bianca Buitentag with first priority was allowed to take off on that wave in front of Caroline Marks. See what the judges determine there. If there's any sort of interference that comes into play, but we're down to the last few seconds. Regardless, Caroline Marks was not going to be able to get a 7.33 on that wave. It just didn't have the scoring potential. You saw the shape of the wave go south, and there we go. Coach Greg Imsley, Team South Africa. That is a moment between those surfers still for them to kind of just recognize what is happening, the significance of this moment in both of those careers. Caroline Marks still with an opportunity for an Olympic medal for bronze, but the South Africans.
So Caroline Marks goes through to the bronze medal playoff, but Bianca Buitentag is going straight through for a chance at either gold or silver. She will be the first of the female athletes through to the women's gold medal matchup. The men's will feature Italo Ferreira, who beat Owen Wright in the semi, and the Japanese surfer Kanoa Igarashi. There's a chance that Japan could have representation in both the men's gold medal match in surfing and the women's, because next up in the women's semi-finals, it is Carissa Moore of the US against Amuro Suzuki. Wouldn't that be incredible? They're already on 8 gold medals, the host nation, second on the list because of the overall tally of 13 medals behind the Americans' 19. But if they could get 1 or 2 of those golds, they could well and truly go to the top of the medal tally. Australia, by the way, 6th on the medal tally table, 3 golds, 1 silver and 3 bronze for a total of 7 medals. The tally, thanks to Rebel Sporting Dreams. Start at Rebel, rebelsport.com.
Sportscraft. Reckon our Aussie athletes look like winners? Find your own podium finish style. Discover the latest Sportscraft collection.
I've seen all sorts of sheds in my time, but if you're after a shed, you'd better get moving because the price of steel is heading up. Best Sheds is a family-owned business that have the best sheds with a 20-year manufacturer's warranty. They stand by the quality and durability of their sheds for your peace of mind. So come on, team, let's hit the sheds before we get hit by the price rise. Best Sheds, 100% Australian-owned and manufactured. Visit bestsheds.com.au.
Do you reckon there's a way to save money by bundling mobile and internet?
Mate, choose a provider you can trust like a Mate. Mate serves up NBN from just $59 a month with award-winning all Aussie service. Bundle a mobile plan to save a further $10 a month on your internet. No contracts and no setup fees. Mate, how good's that? I know. What are you waiting for? Mate! Mate's got your back. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
For over 100 years, Trojan Tools have been helping tradies and DIYers get the job done. And since then, Trojan has added heaps of tools to its range. Everything from screwdrivers, pliers and hammers to tape measures, hand saws and paint scrapers. Trojan Tools are tried and tested and come with a lifetime warranty. And we mean it. You break it, we'll replace it. No questions asked. With Trojan Tools, there's no substitute for quality. Whatever the job, Trojan Tools are up to the task. Trojan, tools built tough. Available at Bunnings Warehouse.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
Men's health. We're getting better talking about it, but men's sexual health is still a subject not all blokes feel comfortable talking about. Well, guess what? With Pilot, you don't have to talk. You can text a health inquiry confidentially, finishing early or experiencing dysfunction. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Do an online assessment, get discreet shipping and ongoing care. Real doctors, real treatments. Pilot.com.au.
Hey guys, Joel and Fletch here. First Point Mortgage Brokers are a different kind of broker, Fletch. They pride themselves on delivering the best outcome for their clients, and their online reviews speak for themselves.
Just like SEN, they're a local Sydney business with years of experience in banking and finance.
I know them firsthand. The game plan is to improve your financial health with great service and even better results.
So for expert assistance with your home loan, head to firstpointmortgagebrokers.com.au now.
Victoria's Basement is cooking up a storm with sizzling hot prices on essential cookware and kitchenware. Free shipping on orders over $89. Shop Victoria's Basement online.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For Zero. Invoicing but instantly. Receipts but organised. Cash flow but clearer. Try Zero free for 30 days. Search Zero. XERO.
Let's take you straight to Tokyo now. Christy Doran from Fox Sports, part of the huge News Limited presence in Tokyo, covering the Tokyo Games, and of course a good friend of the morning show with Matt White. G'day, Christy.
Yeah, g'day. Great to join you this afternoon.
Yeah, thanks for your time, mate. I can imagine that you're busy. You were at the rugby today. Now, can you talk me through this one? Australia v New Zealand. We had a lot going on at the time, and every time I looked up, the Aussies looked okay. And then I looked up and they'd managed to squander a 12-point halftime lead.
That's the beauty of the rugby sevens, isn't it? You blink and it's over. And yeah, Australia dominated the first half, and much like Argentina the day earlier when they raced out to a 24-0 lead in the first half, Australia was out to a 12-0 lead, and it was just built on the back of possession and being able to control possession. And when you have 1 or 2 minutes, 3 minutes of use of the ball, you're going to score tries in sevens because there's that much space available. 12-0 lead, but against New Zealand, that's typically not enough. They came back, and as they so often do, and we've seen it year after year in Bledisloe Cups, the All Blacks came back and they win 14-12. But in reality, it probably doesn't matter too much because Australia would have had a difficult quarter-final opponent regardless. Now they're up against Fiji. They would have been up against potentially... I don't think they actually could have moved because they would have been in the top... they would have missed out in the top two places anyway, so they would have finished third regardless of the result against New Zealand today. So Fiji tonight at 8 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard.
Yeah, so that'll be the last of the quarterfinals to be played. So it all happens rather quickly, both on the field and off it, the 2 games per day. What do you expect from the Fijians tonight? They've been flexing their muscles on the way through. A bit of a slow start for their one against Great Britain, but once they get motoring, Fiji, they're pretty hard to stop. They beat Great Britain 33-7 this morning.
Yeah, the Fijians, they're the reigning gold medalists. They had success against Australia just recently in the Oceania Sevens, which was at the end of June in Townsville. Look, the Fijians, we know what they offer, and that's the thing that Tim Walsh, speaking to him straight after the game, he said, look, Fiji's got a great plan A, but they don't really have a plan B, and that's because they love to play that kind of Harlem Globetrotters sort of way about them, where they offload and they try to keep the ball in play as much as possible. But you've got someone like a Semi Radradra, who's one of the great players going around. He's a star in the NRL, and he's coming up against a guy called Dietrich Roach, who's a former Parramatta boy. He's still a Parramatta fan, and he used to grow up idolising this guy. So it's a great opportunity for these guys to go out there to play, and they're building with every performance. So I don't think, you look at the Australian side and you go, they've lost 2 matches out of 3. Well, they're not much past. The reality is that they fell behind, could have beaten Argentina for the last kick of the game, could have beaten New Zealand in the last play of the game. Anything can happen in Rugby 7, so it's one to watch. Samu Karevi, you would imagine, will have an important role to play, and he's been simply destructive since coming on throughout these first 3 games.
So the quarters, Christy, New Zealand versus Canada, Great Britain have the US, South Africa v Argentina, and then we've got Fiji. Who are you tipping at the quarterfinal stage for tonight? Who ends up with the gold here, mate?
Well, New Zealand's been the favourites for a long, long time. They've been great. They're just such a well-oiled machine. There's a lot of composure and experienced heads with Tim Nicholson there, Kurt Baker. So when you're leaving out a guy called Caleb Clark, who can't even make the first 12, and he was the star for the All Blacks last year, it tells you about the depth there. It'll be interesting to see if Australia can win and they can beat Fiji. Well, I think they're a strong chance of making the final, because even though they lost against Argentina, they would then either play Argentina or South Africa, and this South African team isn't quite as strong as what it was probably 2 years ago. So it's open, and it's far more open than the women's tournament. There's probably only 2 or 3 nations that can win. Here, you'd probably say that there's five nations that could get into that final.
All right, so the focus tonight, Tokyo Stadium at 8 o'clock our time, Australia v Fiji. Appreciate your time as always, Christy. We'll catch up when the competition continues over the next couple of days.
Look forward to it. Cheers, Matt.
Christy Doran there. So Australia losing to Argentina 29-19, beating Korea 42-5, and after leading 12-0 at half-time, and at one stage facing a 6-man Kiwi side in the second half, have gone down to New Zealand 14 points to 12. The next semi-final is underway in the surfing in the women's side. So it's Moore versus Suzuki. So Moore, the American, against Suzuki from Japan. This will decide the other and the final position in the women's finals. We need to take a break here on Tokyo 2020 Live on SEN.
Sportscraft. Reckon our Aussie athletes look like winners? Find your own podium finish style. Discover the latest Sportscraft collection.
Invoices.
Hooray.
But sent instantly.
Hooray.
Keeping track of payments.
What?
But managing them online instead.
What?
With Xero, it's business but better. Start your free 30-day trial at xero.com.
Powered by over 100 years of innovation, Toro's all-new battery ride-on mower is a game changer. Get maximum performance and go the distance with up to 2 hours runtime on a single charge of the 72-volt battery. The tight turning circle reverse surface mowing options and multiple cutting heights provide extra agility, while the high back adjustable seat is built for comfort and support. With zero engine exhaust emissions, this quiet achiever is set to take the field by storm. Race into your nearest Toro dealer today.
Giddy up for New South Wales Racing Week on SEN Track.
From Wyong to Kembla Grange, Ballina to Hawkesbury, Tamworth to Lismore.
In lockdown, racing continues New South Wales wide, and SEN Track is your home for all the action.
Rightio, Fletch, here's a bit of trivia for you. Think about this. They're Australian made. They will help your sleeping problems, whether it's snoring, sore neck, etc. I've got one of these. I love it. Do you know what I'm talking about?
It would be the Spinal Ease pillow. I've got one too. So you're preaching to the converted.
So many people have been asking me about that. They're saying, is it really that good? Yes, it is really that good. So you can order yours, Spinal Ease pillow, with free delivery. You just go to spinalease.com.au. That's spinaleze.com.au. And you know what? You can thank us what?
You can thank me now. You can thank me later. Don't call me late for dinner.
Just a bloke in a bar. Made from the finest natural ingredients with no artificial flavours, Bloke in a Bar is a crisp lager with mild hops brewed to taste like real beer and enjoyed with best mates. You could even call it banter in a can. Get a taste of Bloke in a Bar. Visit blokeinabar.com, click on the store locator and enter your postcode to find your closest stockist. Brought to you by the Bloke in a Bar podcast. Enjoy responsibly.
As a bloke, we don't like arriving early in the bedroom, or the bathroom, hotel room, sheepskin floor rug, car, or wherever you are. But you do want to feel comfortable talking about a solution. Pilot.com.au is your online men's health navigator. No talking, just a fast, text-based consult with an Australian doctor. Online assessments, real treatments, discreet shipping. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Pilot.com.au.
Choose an internet and mobile provider you can trust like a mate. Get internet from just $59 a month. Bundle your mobile plan and save a further $10 a month on your internet. No contracts and award-winning Aussie service. Mate's got your back. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
In the bedroom, you don't want to arrive early. But in the same breath, no man really wants to talk to a doctor about it. That's why you can text Pilot confidentially. Your online men's health navigator. Pilot.com.au. SEN's day session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent tyre retailer. Look online at Tyre Power now.
High drama at Surigasaka Beach for the surfing semi-finals. So we've had Australia's Owen Wright knocked out of his semi-final, but that puts him into the bronze medal match, which is coming up in about a half an hour's time against Gabriel Medina. He's the only Aussie surfer left with a shot at a medal, an individual medal here. Heartbreak for Sally Fitzgibbons. She was defeated by Amuro Suzuki, who is now out in the semi-final number 2, is out there in semi-final number 2. Against Carissa Moore from America. So 20 minutes to go in this second and last semi-final of the individual surfing event, and Moore leads the way, 3.93 against Suzuki's first wave of just 0.47. Still messy conditions at the beach, but they're sizable waves if you can get them. Time has been the problem for the Australian surfers. Sally ran out of time, Owen Wright ran out of time. They just couldn't get there in the end for the waves, and that's what Mother Nature has been doing to the Aussie surfers. And remember that Steph Gilmore, our 7-time world champ, was knocked out early in the competition yesterday. So the action continues at the beach. Did you catch this yesterday at the swimming after Ariane Titmus's incredible performance? Now, we saw the vision of Dean Boxall, her coach, who's been with her every step of the way. And you've got to remember that Ariane's come back from shoulder surgery as well. So this 5-year stretch has probably helped her. But Boxall is hard on his sleeve, and he can go absolutely nuts, which is what he did yesterday when his charge won the 400 metres freestyle and defeated the greatest female swimmer of all time in the process. So Dean Boxall, down poolside, had this chat with Matt Carmichael from 7, and quite revealing as well, because the crazy coach that we see in the stands is a thinker, and he's very, very emotional when he gets to talk about Ariane Titmus.
Dean, we've seen you go through the range of emotions today. Just describe some of them, I guess. How do you do it?
Oh, that was actually quite difficult. I was actually very calm. I could feel the nerves building when I started calling out the names. And then when the race was underway and I just saw how things were executed, she looked really calm, Arnie, but I saw Ledecky really take a move and I thought, Arnie, just don't let her go. And she looked really calm, and I thought, but Ledecky looked strong, looked really strong. And then we had a race plan, and the funny thing is, in this situation and under that amount of pressure, Arnie executed it to perfection. And so when I saw it starting to build, I thought, here we go. I thought that she could do this. Unbelievable to execute that under pressure.
That moment of you shaking the thing like the Ultimate Warrior on the ring ropes, is that what it was?
Yes, he's my favourite. I used to follow him. My brother was, I can't remember who he was. I was the Ultimate Warrior. I used to wrestle at home when I was around about 10. He was my favourite and he died. He passed away. I just loved him. I loved the Ultimate Warrior.
That shot, that's gone crazy around the world. Like really? The New York Times has just said, really? Can I please have what Dean Boxall's on? That's their headline.
It just came out. I just... I built it up in trials. It was coming through, and then when I saw the race unfolding, I couldn't keep it in. I need to apologise because I actually took my mask by mistake and it ripped, and I just lost it in the moment.
The moment where you and Ariane got to share a moment together after she had the gold medal.
That's an emotional time actually, because she's had a really tough year going through what she had to with her shoulder, and the confidence was down, and then she had to build it back up, and she didn't think that she could actually get back and be at her best for these Olympics, and things just started to track really well. She's this girl from Tasmania. We've been to Tasmania twice, and they just love her there, and they're the best people, and she always feels that she's from Tasmania, so she was holding that dear, and for her to win it for Australia and for the people in Tasmania was just amazing.
She just stood here with us and was in tears, saying she said she's done this for you. What does that mean to hear that? Because she's done it for all of us, I feel, today.
She's a good girl. We got a good bond. She came across when she was 15, and she just allowed me to create the best program for her, and she said, "I'll execute." Everything that you provide or make, I've been the author of her pain, in training for that moment in the last 50. Like, people are going to look at that and look at that last 150 and then probably look at that 50 and they think that was looked easy. That's 5 years of work to build up to that moment. We had to go through several steps to actually get there, through training, through the development of her energy systems, and she wouldn't have had that last year, I don't believe. So it's a blessing in disguise. But she just said, "You create, I'll execute," and I said, "Well, I back you, you back me."
So there you go. That was Dean Boxall, so emotional as he spoke to Maddie Carmichael from Seven after Ariane Titmus's victory yesterday. But the star of today, no question about it, the new Olympic champion, our only female Olympic champion now in the women's 100 metres backstroke, the incredible Kaylee McEwen.
Kaylee McEwen's dropped off a little bit there in the second 25 coming into the wall. She has got a lot of work to do here. Kylie Mass is really outstroking fast, really leading this. Watch for Kaylee McEwen now working in the last 25.
She's into the silver medal position and she races up alongside Mass. There's our leader. Now we get a look at the world record line and the Australian working her way to the lead. Can she do it? Kaylee McEwen in front. Kaylee McEwen touches third. An Olympic record. She wins gold and says,
Sportscraft, the official supplier of both the Australian athletes and SEN's full team ceremony uniforms.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
Kane has a carpentry business. His challenge: to review his public liability insurance for less than his old policy. On your marks, get set.
Yeah, I just did it.
What?
Yeah, I went online to BizCover. Took 5 minutes. I compared a bunch of policies. I saved over $250.
So, no dramas?
No dramas at all.
There are literally no dramas when you go to BizCover, the business insurance specialists. Save time, money, and get instant cover at bizcover.com.au.
Watch this Taylor kick the sky. When Ben Simmons makes a three, we give a big high five. What future sport looks like just won't be right without a pie. Oh, what a lovely pie, he makes a 4 and 20 pie.
These days, we keep our hands cleaner than ever, but often hand sanitizer leaves our hands dry. Try Sudox's Vital Antibacterial Hand Cream. Made with love in Australia from naturally sourced active ingredients, the Sudox Vital range leaves your hands feeling smooth, hydrated and fresh, while killing 99.99% of germs. It's paraben-free and beautifully fragranced with Australian lemon myrtle. Dry hands? Try Sudox's Vital Antibacterial Hand Cream. That's SOODOX at your local pharmacy or sudox.com.
The Sultana brand Hockey One League is back in 2021, so go inside the Lions' den. Let's get to know our New South Wales pride. Tom Craig is a product of Ride Hunters Hill Hockey Club's junior program. A tall and powerful forward, the 25-year-old studies law and international studies at Macquarie University, and his passion for hockey blossomed from experiencing ice hockey while living in Canada. His older brother Ben also played for the Kookaburras, but Tom's international debut against India was postponed by 24 hours after a passport mix-up. Despite being born in Australia, his parents are from New Zealand, so he's actually a fan of the All Blacks. Tom is set to make his Olympic debut at Tokyo after being part of the gold medal winning team at the 2018 Com Games, and was part of the undefeated New South Wales Pride team in 2019, who were crowned champions, and is now named in the squad to try and repeat in 2021. Support the Pride this season. Head to nswpride.com.au.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For zero. Invoicing but instantly. Receipts but organised. Cash flow but clearer. Try Zero free for 30 days. Search Zero. XERO.
Just one of the most extraordinary stories that we've ever seen in the Olympics. Kaylee, you've just been watching your family there, but I want to talk about your swim first. Tell us your reaction when you turn around and you see that number 1 next to your name.
It's definitely something that a lot of people dream of. It's something I've always dreamed of, and, to make it a reality, it's, really amazing.
Just incredible. There's been so much pressure on you. You admitted to us before the heat and the semi that you were pretty nervous. How did you handle all of that?
I'm just thankful that I have a really good support team, and, a few people before the race come up to me and just said you're the hardest trainer, and, just have all the faith in the world that you've got this.
Your mum Sharon and your big sister Taylor are there watching. It's been such a difficult time for your whole family. Yeah. What would you like to say to your mum and your sister for now?
Yeah,
We'll get the beep ready. We know you've got the tattoo on your foot. You've been through such a difficult time with your father. Tell us what you'd like to say to him.
I hope you're proud, and, I'll keep doing you proud.
So there you go, an iconic swim today from Kaylee McEwen, an iconic Olympic moment in Australian history as she records the 200th Olympic medal for Aussie women in competition. Her first, of course, Olympic gold, our third for these games and our third out of the pool, and the F-bomb dropped in just for good measure, as you do when you're 20 years of age. You'll hear it over and over and over again, but that's the kind of kid that she is, and she's got a huge future ahead of her, not to mention over the course of the next 3 or 4 days as well. So what's coming up today at 3 o'clock, the canoe slalom starts. The women's kayak semi-final is first up. So Jess Fox, who will be last out, looking for the gold medal to go with the silver that she won in London and the bronze that she won in Rio. Jess will be last out, our 7-time world champ. So about 10 past 3 will be the time for Jess to get underway. You'll hear that live right here on SEN as Joel and Fletch take over with their drive show. Gian Rooney also joining them as well to recap an incredible day of swimming. And the great Nico Hines will be special guest today as well. And then the final for Jess Fox is at 5:15 this afternoon. So 5:15 we should be able to ride all the bumps and bruises along the slalom centre routine as we go towards the final. Hopefully Jess is well and truly featuring in that. In terms of basketball, the Australian women are on court tonight. So the Opals play Belgium. That's the Group C matchup from Saitama Super Arena. That will be at about 20 past 6. Cycling, mountain bike, the women's cross country. So it's one run, 24.4 kilometres. Rebecca McConnell from Canberra is in her third Olympic Games. She'll be the second rider out. So that gets underway at 4 p.m. And then tonight, this is huge. At 6 o'clock, the Matildas take on the world champion USA team. Australia defeated New Zealand to start their campaign 2-1. Then they lost to Sweden 4-2 in their second outing. Can Sam Kerr and the Matildas deliver against the USA? That's going to be absolutely huge. So the news from the pool today: in the women's 200 metres freestyle, Ariane Titmus has now qualified fastest for tomorrow's final. So she will go head-to-head again with Katie Ledecky. Ariane looking for her second gold of these games. Maddie Wilson also qualifying for that final as well. In the men's 100 backstroke final today, Mitch Larkin finished 7th. Emily Seebohm finished 5th in the women's 100 metres backstroke. But the story so far on day 4 of competition, Tokyo 2020, Kaylee McEwen, our newest Olympic champion. Joel and Fletch coming up. Make sure you join them, 0457 736 736. And we'll do it all again tomorrow morning at 9.
What's the right spirit to have in sport? In the 1980s and 90s, the 136-kilogram NFL star Reggie White was playing in defence in professional football. His teams included the Philadelphia Eagles, Green Bay Packers and Carolina Panthers. White was very hard to get past, and he was awarded NFL Defence Player of the Year twice, along with other awards. In fact, his nickname was the Minister of Defence for 2 reasons: not just his sports ability, but he discovered there was more to life than football, fancy cars and fine women. He discovered the truths of Jesus. He struggled sometimes in his journey as a victim of racism. The church where White was an associate minister was burned to the ground by arsonists, but he kept the faith. At the young age of 43, Reggie White went to meet his maker after dying of cardiac arrhythmia. In the book of Timothy in the Bible, it says, "I have fought the good fight, I have finished the race, I have kept the faith." And that's also the spirit of sport.
The Spirit of Sport for the Council of Churches, a part of 1170 since 1932.
Sport's biggest moments called play-by-play from around the world, right here on SEN.
Good afternoon, I'm April Austin with SEN News. Victoria's lockdown will end at midnight tonight after all of today's 10 new local coronavirus cases were in isolation for their entire infectious period. There will be a significant easing of restrictions, but mask rules and a ban on home visits will remain. Premier Daniel Andrews says it is also important people who are primary close contacts remain in isolation.
Can I particularly give a shout out to those thousands and thousands of close contacts, many of whom are still at home in their 14 days of ISO. It is incredibly important that you get a day 13 test and that you wait until you are cleared by the Department of Health. You can't clear yourself. You can't self-determine that you are fit, healthy, well, and it's over. You must be cleared by the Department of Health.
South Australia will also exit their 7-day lockdown overnight. So too will the LGAs of Orange, Blaney and Carbon in New South Wales. No decision has been made yet on the future of Greater Sydney's lockdown. A record daily increase of 172 new local coronavirus cases were recorded today. SEN.com.au sport coming up next.
Moving home or office? Contact Storage King. No lock-in contracts plus a huge range of boxes and packing materials. Search Storage King, the kings of storage, moving and more.
Join PowerShop, Australia's greener energy retailer, awarded by Finder 2 years running. Get a price or compare a bill at powershop.com.au.
M1 Cowan, earlier crash southbound, 2 lanes taken out just near the Pacific Highway overpass. Only lane 3, the far right, is open with delays back towards Brooklyn just past the Hawkesbury. No problems M1 northbound out of Virunga up towards the Central Coast and Newcastle, with the M1 steady down towards Wollongong off the Princess Highway southbound. Heathcote Road travelling well both ways through Lucas Heights. M5 steady past King George's Road. Time's running out. Grab your ticket inside huge Oz Lotto $10 million jackpot. Can't make it in store? You can also enter online or via the Lotto app. That's latest traffic.
Morning Glory with Matty Johns, Fridays from 9 on 1170 SEN.
Got mountains of stock that you just can't move? Visit buymystock.com.au.
Sunny in Sydney today, a top of 22. Mostly sunny in Sydney's west, a top of 21. And don't miss SEN's coverage of the Matildas and the Opals, both live in action tonight on SEN and the SEN app.
After 4 long years and plus another 12 grueling months, it's finally here. The games of the 32nd Olympiad. The stage is set. Just under 500 Aussie athletes are in Tokyo chasing gold. But most likely, they'll bring home some bronze and silver too. And hopefully some of that tasty Japanese whiskey. Anyway, we are away. Tokyo 2020 in 2021. 3 hours of top sporting action coming your way. With thanks to the all-new Hyundai Tucson. Test drive the Tucson today. Listeners, take your mark. It's time for the Drive for Gold with Joel and Fletch.
Paddy, thank you very much. We are revved up. We're time to ramp it up. Did Basil do ramp it up, by the way? We need to find that out. We'll follow it up. Drive for Gold with Joel and Fletcher. Thanks to Hyundai. Experience the convenience of buying your dream car online with Hyundai's Click and Buy today. We welcome our listeners through 1170 SEN Sydney, 1620 SEN the Gold Coast, listeners on the SEN app, our podcast listeners on Apple Podcasts and Spotify. Now, big show coming up. The Olympic update, we'll give you that. Channel 7 commentator and gold medalist back in 2004 out of Athens, Gian Rooney, is going to join the team. Melbourne Storm fullback Nico Hines. Now, I just get the sense when the Dally-M's happen at the end of the year, this kid is going to be absolutely towards the pointy end. We'll chat to Nico as he prepares for the Melbourne Storm. Maybe another grand final as he looks towards the Sharkies next year. Team list Tuesday, get your cups in. So who are they playing for, in your opinion? Begging for a bronze with actor-director Brendan Cowell and, of course, the staple, the Mark Quiz, the Captain Stubby from Ringers Western. Ronnie Blakey's going to join us as well, and Shawnee Omrod later in the piece to join us here at Drive for Gold with Joel and Fletch, and a man who's driving for gold each and every day, the great Brian Fletcher.
G'day
Fletch.
Joel. How are we going? Brooksy and Gibbo, how are we feeling?
Going great, mate. What about the surfing? We're going to speak to Ronnie Blakey. Did you see that?
I did see that.
Unbelievable finish. Gibbo, how are you, mate? You're our... Ronnie Blakey's our man when it comes to surfing, but if we can't get Ronnie, you are our conduit.
Oh, hopefully he's not on the phone.
To all things ocean.
Well, we were talking about who the top 3 in the world for the men's would be, and it was Gabby, Italo and Kanoa. And they are the final 3. So, me and Fletch, as a tag team, I reckon we're a good second to Ronnie Blakey.
Yeah. Don't mind that. Yeah, Warren Wright, unfortunately, knocked out. And Sally, I tell you who was robbed. Julian Wilson was robbed.
Do you reckon?
Oh, mate.
I don't think so. I mean, he said they went and complained to the Olympic officials that one of Gabby's waves was outside of the jurisdiction.
Oh, okay.
But it didn't go through. But Gabby, I mean, it's more exciting. Gabby getting bronze, I reckon.
Oh, big news here coming out of the Olympics, and Brooksy's all fired up looking at it. What's happened, Brooks?
Huge upset in the tennis. Naomi Osaka gone.
Wow.
Straight sets. I think it was a Czech player that I did not know of before.
No, you need to check that.
I'll check it out.
So, the 2 favourites gone. Osaka,
1 and 2.
Yeah. What is it? They just can't get up for the Olympics? What's going on? They need a crowd? What's the go there?
No crowd. Oh, well, Osaka, wasn't it? Wimbledon or the French?
No, but she lit the cauldron.
This was it.
You've got to.
Kathy did it.
Kathy did it.
It highlights that, doesn't it? The pressure that Kathy was under, getting very close to Jess Fox as well. We'll bring you that coverage thanks to Channel 7. 1300 01 1170 is the way to have your say. You can text us 0457 736 736. What did you get up to last night, gentlemen?
What did I get up to? Nothing. Just went for my walk.
Yeah.
Got home from here, went for my walk and watched a little bit. I sound like Des.
Yeah.
I sound like Jim from Canterbury. G'day, Fletch. No, but I was thinking about Big Sexy Mama. Is that his name?
Big Sexy.
Big Sexy.
Yeah, not the mama.
Big Sexy. No, that was the video I was watching. And I'm hoping he's listening because we would like to get out there and catch up and get him this radio. So if you're out there, Big Sexy, please call in because my understanding someone went out there today.
Possibly, yeah. I went looking for the Big Sexy today.
And do you think you maybe spotted him?
Well, I think so. I was looking around, and it's not a very nice thing to do, is staring at people hoping to get their eye contact back. But I did see a fellow on the phone, and in hindsight, I probably should have went up to him and said, "Oh, mate." But he was on the phone, and if he has lost his wireless, I'm thinking it could have been him listening on the phone. So calling through to SEN, listening on the phone. But anyway, I attempted in vain, and of course everything shut down, so I couldn't get a wireless or anything like that. But
wireless,
yes, transistor radio.
Yeah. Well, if he's on the phone, we might be able to, we'll sort of it. Anyway, give us a call, Big Sexy.
We'll have to work out some logistics. Getting very close to the semi-final for Jess Fox, who, by the way, went 2 Olympics ago. So what are we talking? We're talking London. Jess Fox got the silver. Rio got the bronze. And I tell you what, tracking the same path as our very own Liesl Jones. Liesl Jones, she did the same thing. As a 15-year-old, got the silver.
Yep.
So you get all amped up as a 19-year-old and all these expectations, got the bronze, and then came back and got the golden colour the following year in her third. So Jess Fox has the chance to do that very thing as well. Storm versus Panthers, the Matty Guy Cup. Rabbitohs versus the Dragons, the Mickey Lane Cup. So we're going to do Team List Tuesday as well. And there's some big news. Who was reported? I think you were saying, Fletcher, around the Penrith Panthers, Brian To'o.
Brian To'o has got a sprained ankle, or as we like to call it now, syndesmosis. So apparently he's out for 6 weeks. Don't know whether he needs surgery. You would think if it's a 6 weeks out on the sidelines, it would be a operation, but they are down on troops this weekend against Melbourne. No Fisher Harris, obviously no Cleary, and now To'o, who probably needed the rest anyway. I would think he's had a pretty big campaign.
Yeah, the canoeing is down to 24, so Jess has still got a fair bit of a wait to go. Anyway, what's brewing in the NRL thanks to Four Pines? Well, a lot of speculation as to where Craig Bellamy would go. Would he be part of the new Brisbane team? Would he go to the Cronulla Sharks? Well, it's all settled now. Craig Bellamy, will lead the Melbourne Storm into a 20th season in 2022. After agreeing to a new 5-year deal, he'll be the head coach next season, and he could be going for a hat-trick. It's very viable that he could be going for a hat-trick, but his exact role after that is yet to be determined. So they've locked him in for 5 years, and he says, that'd be like, I reckon that would be a $10 million contract, wouldn't it?
I was just thinking, I was going to say 1.5.
Yeah.
Good on him.
There have been a lot of moving parts on and off the field, but it's good to have finality on the decision. Bellamy told the Melbourne Storm website, I'll be the head coach next year, and then I'll sit down with the club at the end of the year and talk about what role I might play. At some time during this period, I'll take on a different role in coaching and in the commercial area. Bellamy's been at the helm since 2003, leading the Storm to premierships in 2012, 2017 and 2020. And some Melbourne Storm fans would say 2007 and 2009. 490 premiership games. I'd love to see his win rate. We might find that out as well.
I'll say in the 60s.
High 60s.
High 60s? I'll say it has to be.
Yeah, I reckon it's at least running at 2/3, 66% plus. Puts him fourth on the all-time list behind Wayne Bennett, Tim Sheens and Brian Smith. Bellamy formally advised Cronulla officials on Monday that he would not be taking up an approach to take up a role as football director with the Sharks. Now, we'll be speaking to Storm Nico Hines at 4 p.m. and go through all the team news for round 20 as well. 1300 01 1170 is the way to have your say. You can text us 0457 736 736 736. And we're going to talk about the big news today. Another gold lands in the pocket of Australia. Carly McEwen, what an unbelievable effort there. That is 3. And as James Magnuson likes to say, a goal today keeps the haters away. We are 3 from 3 in the pool. So that is exciting stuff there. Sugar, 2 questions. Does Bellyache have the same manager as Johnny Farnham? Seems to be about to retire every year. Well, I wouldn't say he is. And how could Bellyache sign contract when he is in Tokyo coaching Australian wrestling and judo teams? Mark. Well, there you go, Mark.
Look-alike.
Yeah.
No, I don't think he's saying... Is he saying doppelganger? Or,
you were saying
I think he's referring to the old chicken wing, the old drop hip.
Yeah.
We got the old half Nelson. Well, they've got a full Nelson.
And so far, and Solomona.
Guys, speaking of tennis, I loved it last night with no crowds. It looked like the local Tuesday night RSL comp, and the rugby looks like a bloody Roosters game, the Port Macquarie Pearl. Hi, boys. Sharks versus Manly, the Phil Bailey Cup.
Oh, that's a good one.
Ian from Appen. Ian from Appen. I forget him at Manly, or Northern Eagles, was it?
Northern Eagles.
Northern Eagles. Well done there, Ian from Appen. We do appreciate that. Keep them coming through. 1300 01 1170. Coming up after the break, we're going to get stuck right into the Olympics. An Olympic update. You're listening to The Drive from Gold for Joel and Fletch.
M1 Cowan, earlier crash southbound, 2 lanes taken out, just near the Pacific Highway overpass. Only lane 3, the far right is open, with delays back towards Brooklyn, just past the Hawkesbury. No problems, M1 northbound out of Virunga, up towards the Central Coast and Newcastle, with the M1 steady down towards Wollongong off the Princess Highway southbound. Heathcote Road, travelling well both ways through Lucas Heights, M5 steady past King George's Road. Time's running out. Grab your ticket inside's huge Oz Lotto $10 million jackpot. Can't make it in store? You can also enter online or via the Lot app. That's latest traffic.
SEN, the official radio broadcaster of the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games.
Abbey Timber, Sydney's timber flooring and decking specialists. Heathcote Road, Moorebank, or abbeytimber.com.au.
If it's happening in sport, 1170 SEN will be there. NRL, State of Origin, Test Cricket, Big Bash, A-League and Racing, 1170 SEN, your new home of sport.
Some same-game multis decrease the odds on certain legs, reducing your potential returns. But with Top Sport's same-game multi, you'll get the most competitive multiple for every leg, so you actually win what you're expecting to win. So if you want to get the top odds every time, bet with Top Sport. Visit topsport.com.au. Top Sport. Feel the excitement.
Gamble responsibly.
For the hottest hot party you've ever seen. Dream comes on steady, hot and strong. It just keeps on and on.
Ask your plumber about Ream's advanced stainless steel water heaters with 12-year cylinder warranties.
Install a Ream. Install a Ream.
Accept nothing less than Australia's best.
You've heard of the stories from the Sevens and seen the glamour of Monaco. Get set to make a splash at the inaugural Aqua Rugby Festival.
It's high-speed rugby on a floating pitch in the stunning Sydney Harbour.
Watch the games free along the Manly shoreline with live entertainment, food and drinks.
Or step it up and watch from on board one of Sydney's premium super yachts.
It's on November 5 and 6. Get your tickets at aquarugby.com.
Aqua Rugby, this is how we play.
Want the biggest brands at the lowest prices? Then head to Chemist Warehouse today and save on big brands like Strepsils Extra Honey and Lemon 36-pack, $9.99. Get the support you need with Betadine Antiseptic Liquid 100ml, $14.99. When a headache strikes, try Advil 90 liquid capsules, $9.99. Also those pesky allergies, there's Telfast 180 milligrams, 70 tablets, $29.99. For great savings every day, come home to Chemist Warehouse.
Sportscraft are the official formal uniform supply for the Australian Olympic team in Tokyo as they go for gold. For your own podium finish style, discover the latest Sportscraft collection of men's clothing, including relaxed shirting, classic jackets, warm coats and chinos. All perfectly curated to bring quality, style and versatility to your wardrobe. Sportscraft. We are Team Australia. Discover the latest menswear collection online at sportscraft.com.au.
What's so great about Abbey Timber then? Well, Abbey Timber is Sydney's timber flooring and decking specialists. They're also the exclusive distributor of modern decking. Modern Deck composite decking is scratch resistant and there's zero maintenance required, with free clips and screws. They also have Sydney's largest range of timber decking and outdoor timbers, with trade discounts too. So speak to Sydney's outdoor decking specialists. Abbey Timber, Heathcote Road, Moorebank, or visit abbeytimber.com.au.
Since 1871, Continental Tires have kept motorists safe on the road. That's 150 years of reliability. 78% of tests rank Continental Tires as #1 in the world for best in braking. 140,000 tyres are tested each year, which is a total of 200 million kilometres. And 1 in 3 cars in Europe are fitted with Continental Tires. German engineered, legendary accuracy. When you need tyres fitted, ask, are they Continental? Continental-tyres.com.au.
Matty Johns here. If you're after accountants that specialise in the construction industry, talk to Silver Peacock. Whether you're a sparky, plumber or builder, whatever trade you're in, Silver Peacock are your tax specialist. From bookkeeping to taxation and everything in between. Visit silverpeacock.com.au.
Doing a bit of painting? Monarch Rollers make your job easier by pairing the nap length with your project. Walls and ceilings, exterior doors and trims, anything. Monarch Painting Tools at Bunnings and leading paint specialists, monarchpainting.com.au.
Welcome back. You're listening to The Drive for Gold with Joel and Fletch, with thanks to the new Hyundai Tucson. Tomorrow wants its car back. Test drive the Tucson today.
And time for our Olympic update with thanks to Monarch Painting and the Golden Girls of the Pool, Fletch. They've done it again. We had Emily Seaborn and Kaylee McEwen in the 100-metre back final. Here are the final stages.
Kaylee McEwen's dropped off a little bit there in the second 25 coming into the wall. She has got a lot of work to do here. Kylie Mass is really outstroking fast, really leading this. Watch for Kaylee McEwen now working in the last 25.
She's into the silver medal position and she races up alongside Mass. There's our leader. Now we get a look at the world record line and the Australian working her way to the lead. Can she do it? Kaylee McEwen in front. Kaylee McEwen touches first. An Olympic record. She wins gold and says,
Wow, great call again, Basil, and sets a new Olympic record in the process. I mean, you can't imagine what they'd be feeling.
First Olympics too. Yeah. Although she had... she's got a world record prior to this. But what struck me is how calm both her and Ariana were yesterday just in the race. Yeah. I let them go out in front so that they're tactically... We're very, very good.
They know their timings, don't they? It just all comes down to it. So our third goal in the pool, the girls have got all of them so far. Emily Seaborn finished 5th, so well done to her there. There's a photo doing the rounds as well with Emily and also Kaylee.
Yeah, when she was, because she was her idol.
Yeah.
Yeah. Isn't it good, though? Do you think, I mean, we've equalled now our efforts in Rio with 3 gold. Do you think it's because there's not much pressure on us because we weren't really... I mean, we expected to go okay, but then the American Sheila came out and said, we're just going to blow everyone out of the water. Yeah. So do you think it's all... Yeah.
Yeah, we've got 2 20-year-olds winning gold. It's amazing. We've always lent on the legends and stuff to bring home, like with Thorpe, Kate Campbell.
Yeah.
And these 2 young 20-year-olds, they're going to have another Olympics when they're 23. That's a great start to their Olympic careers. They'll be in
too. Hey,
time for Paris.
I know, that's good. That should be the tagline.
Yeah, we'll do that if we see the gold.
Yeah, probably maybe not. So Basil, terrific caller.
Yes.
Love Basil. Basil. But... wouldn't it be good if we could get a bit of Norman May action?
Yeah. Let's do it every time.
Can we get a bit of Norman May?
I think we got it.
Every time we get a gold, let's leave with Norman.
Yeah.
Should we do that?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's do this, Fletch.
Yeah.
And Kaylee McEwen has won the gold for Australia, Fletch.
Well done.
4, 3, 2, 1, gold! Gold, Australia! Gold!
That's a ripper, isn't it?
That is a ripper.
That was the Mean Machine, 1980. Neil Brooks on the final leg in Moscow. Yeah.
Moscow. Yeah, we need more swimming, like throughout the year, not just every 4 years.
No.
Don't you reckon?
Yeah.
We need to... Surely we could get it on some sort of cable network.
Well, it happens, but we don't get around it. I was saying to the kids last night that these events are going on all the time, but this is really the only time that there's a dedicated big audience, isn't there?
Yeah, well, the Pan Pacs were massive in the back end of the 90s, but we didn't really have the cable TV stuff going. It was big in the States, and we would send over smaller teams, but it would be prime now, US v Australia every 2 years or something like that.
You know what came up on my feed the other day, which was quite weird, because me and a mate were talking about Phelpsy, Michael Phelps. And remember when he was caught in the Hong Kong, the photos?
Oh, that's right.
When he's just punching a few hot ones?
The Wesley Pipes, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That was another weird, because we were dead set talking about it, and then it came up on our feed.
I got a photo from Spa-Man, and he's claiming this, right? So this is his claim for Olympics. He sent through a photo, right? He believes that he was the first person at the Sydney Olympics to have a beer at the ANZ Stadium.
At the bar, grab the first beer poured.
Yes. So,
how's he know? There's like 50 bars there.
Yeah, there's 50 bars there, right? So he went to the bar at about 8:30 in the morning, and he said, "Can I please have 2 beers?" And they said, "Oh, sir, it doesn't open at 9." And he said, "Yeah, but surely you got to test the
lines."
Test the lines. He said, "Why don't you pour 2 just to test the lines?" So the guy did that and then handed him the 2 beers. And off they went and sat in there.
It's funny, Spa-Man, because I was there at 7:45.
And I had one at the 99 NRL Grand Final, so you're very late.
Yeah, you're very late to the party, Spa-Man. There you go. 1300 01 1170. Now, it has been a colourful Olympics in many ways. Who's your man, the gyrator?
Deanie Boxall.
Deanie Boxall.
Deanie Boxall. I noticed him, there's footage of him with his shirt off.
Yeah.
Buff.
Oh, yeah.
He must be using the James Magnuson home gym.
Oh, yeah.
Hard. Yeah. Well, $75 per month for 4 months.
Well, Kaylee McEwen, she was very colourful in her interview. Have a listen.
Just one of the most extraordinary stories that we've ever seen in the Olympics. Kaylee, you've just been watching your family there, but I want to talk about your swim first. Tell us your reaction when you turn around and you see that number 1 next to your name.
It's definitely something that a lot of people dream of. It's something I've always dreamed of, and, to make it a reality, it's, really amazing.
Just incredible. There's been so much pressure on you. You admitted to us before the heat and the semi that you were pretty nervous. How did you handle all of that?
I'm just thankful that I have a really good support team, and, a few people before the race come up to me and just said you're the hardest trainer, and, just have all the faith in the world that you've got this.
Your mum Sharon and your big sister Taylor are there watching. It's been such a difficult time for your whole family.
Yeah.
What would you like to say to your mum and your sister for now?
Yeah,
We'll get the beep ready, we know you've got the tattoo on your foot. You've been through such a difficult time with your father. Tell us what you'd like to say to him.
I hope you're proud, and, I'll keep doing you proud.
Yeah, look, well done to Kaylee McEwen. And look, you know what? It's human, and we've got no problems with it here at Drive for Gold with Joel and Fletch, that's for sure.
I want to call it Drive for Gold. Yeah.
But you know what it makes me think about? What are some of the best interviews? Let us know. Like, we usually do Team List Tuesday. We're going to give the luminary of lists a day off. But think about some of the best interviews that you've heard with just raw emotion taking over. Well done to Kaylee there. So what do you want to call this show again? Drive for the...
Well, that's our tagline. Drive for Gold with Joel and Fletch. Yeah. You can imagine all that emotion.
Oh, of course you could.
Waited
5 years in the making.
Plenty of text messages.
I wonder how they were going. I wonder how Mum was going in the pods. When they crossed to the pods.
Oh, yes.
I know you're a big fan of that, Joel. You love it.
The pods, yeah. The parent of dolphins is fantastic. No, I do like it. It is. It's good.
Yes. Tell us what you
Oh, yes. By the way, if we go around the grounds, we are now tied for our gold medals in the pool with Rio. Yeah. So we have got 3 gold, 4 silver, 3 bronze. We are flying. Mitchie Larkin, he couldn't find his way onto the podium, finished 8th in the 100-metre backstroke final. Australia in Rio, by the way, so we're well on our way to matching that. 8 gold overall. This is all events, 11 silver and 10 bronze, so we're off to an absolute flyer. The 200 free women's semis, that comes up as well. Well, in fact, Titmus won her semi-final, so she'll come back tomorrow for the final, and she's the fastest qualified too, by the way, 1:54.12, and it just looks as though she's on her way to a double Fletch.
She's up against the nemesis, though.
I love saying her name.
Katie
Ledecky.
Yeah.
I think we
Dean
like
Boxall was on the
How's
Katie.
he going to double down if she wins this?
Mate, I reckon her coach was definitely on the Katie Ledecky. He popped too. Just before he got
Alexander.
But we latch on to, don't we all latch on to at Olympic times? We latch on to a foreign competitor, don't we? Like Peter Van den Hoogenband.
Or some of them literally grasp onto him, a Misty Hyman, I might suggest. Someone in this room who had a Sambo involving a tongue. Shout out.
Maddie Wilson snuck into 8th and will join Arnie in the final as well. So we've got 2 Australians there. Federica Pellegrini, that's another good name, at her 5th Olympics will feature in the final. 5th Olympics in the pool. As far as the surfing's concerned, I've got to say, boys, I thought it was fascinating listening to SEN 1170, and we're getting the broadcast through Channel 7, and that's what you'll continue to get throughout the Olympics here on SEN 1170. Thanks to Channel 7, we do appreciate that. But it was the Japanese surfer, Gibbo, who was trailing Medina, who Funky Cole's just a doyen when it comes to surfing, and he had to get a 9.09 with about 2 or 3 minutes to go. Now, for me, that sounded like Mission Impossible. He took to a wave and he just had a crack, and would you believe it? He got the cash, didn't he?
Yeah, so it was Kanoa Iragashi to knock out Gabriel Medina. He needed a pretty much impossible score. It would have been the highest score of the whole event, and he was able to do it. It was unbelievable. And the call from Barton Lynch, I think we might have it here. Just give me a sec. But the call from Barton Lynch was amazing. We'll try and get it up, but what did you think, Fletch, about Kanoa?
Yeah, well, just back to Barton.
That's wonderful paddling, by the way. So he has thrown to you there, Gibbo, purely to buy himself some time.
Yeah, that's fine.
Brilliant work.
Yeah, but the thing I like about Barton is how he's commentating. He's commentating to novices.
Yeah.
Like he's explaining everything.
Yes.
So he even went back to what a tube is, what a barrel is. A lot of these commentators, I find, are just thinking that we all know. Barton Lynch, well done.
Igarashi, he needs a 9.09 to take the lead, and he's off and racing.
Little chip. Going to go for a big air here. Great section. Fantastic.
Yes, sir.
Wow. Flies through the air, grabs the rail, and out to the flat. Full 540 rotation. Let's see the slow motion. Compresses in, pushes on the tail, throws the board into the air, gets the front side grab, spins it around, complete rotation. Air reverse, 540, landed beautifully.
9.33, Igarashi takes the lead.
Oh, that was brilliant stuff, and unbelievable on the home soil to do that. By the way, the Kookaburras won their match 5-2 against Argentina. That's their 3rd win of the tournament. They'll take on New Zealand's Black Sticks tomorrow. And as far as the men's rugby is concerned, Australia versus New Zealand, the Aussies were up 12-0 at half-time and lost 14-12. Argentina took care of Korea 56-0. Coming up, by the way, this is all thanks to Monarch Painting, leaders in painting accessories, brushes, rollers, applicators and tools. Visit monarchpainting.com.au. After the news, we're going to speak to Channel 7 commentator and former Olympian Gian Rooney. But in the meantime, some other news, Fletch, in the women's triathlon.
In the women's triathlon, it was a great day for Bermuda. Flora Duffy took out the gold for the women's triathlon, and I think we've just had the medal ceremony and their national anthem. Oh, it's an absolute beauty.
Jamaica, ooh, I wanna take it. Bermuda, Bahama, come on, pretty mama. Key Largo, Montego, baby, why don't we go? Jamaica, off the Florida.
Sport's biggest moments called play-by-play from around the world, right here on SEN.
Here are the headlines making SEN news this hour. New South Wales health authorities have identified Campsie Centre shopping mall in Sydney's southwest as a key venue of concern, with fears customers may have been exposed to COVID-19 there for 11 days. It's more bad news for the state, whose outbreak continues to grow, with more than 60 of the record 172 new cases today in the community while infectious. 2 healthcare workers in WA are in isolation after they used a lift also used by one of 3 critically ill COVID-positive crew members who were taken off their ship in Fremantle to a Perth hospital for treatment. And Victoria and South Australia are preparing to ease their lockdowns at midnight tonight. SEN.com.au Sport is next.
New South Wales, Optus have a special offer just for you. Until August 1st, get 20% off the $55 month-to-month SIM plan over 12 months. T's and C's apply. Visit Optus online today.
Despite the easing of Victoria's lockdown, there will be no AFL crowds in Melbourne for at least another 2 weeks, and no crowds at racetracks. And over to the Olympics, West swimmer Kaylee McEwen has added another gold to Australia's medal tally, winning the 100-metre backstroke in an Olympic record time this morning.
The all-new SEN app. Download it today and never miss a moment of your favourite show. Streaming live, anywhere, anytime.
You're listening to the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games on SEN.
sunny in Sydney today, a top of 22. Mostly sunny in Sydney's west, a top of 21. And don't miss SEN's coverage of the Matildas and the Opals, both live in action tonight on SEN and the SEN app.
And the Australian working her way to the lead. Can she do it? Kaylee McEwen in front. Kaylee McEwen touches first. An Olympic record. She wins gold and says, Dad, I am with you today. And Arnie gaining with every stroke. Right up on the shoulder now. Our great 400 champion. Almost up on level terms. Such an efficient racer. Knows what she needs to do every time. Knows how to get in front and does it again.
Well, there you go. We have been seeing these replays and loving every single bit of it. And I'm pleased to say somebody's on the line who we get so used to being in the commentary, but for her own reasons she can't be there. Gian Rooney, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Oh, my goodness, how good is sport?
Oh, it's unbelievable, but it is a little bit different from the 2016 Olympics. Of course, the trio was Basil, your good self, and Thorpe, but you can't be there. Can you tell our listeners why, Gian, you can't be there?
Look, I live in northern New South Wales now, so on a macadamia farm in the Northern Rivers, and so meant to be in Melbourne with the commentary team, but unfortunately once the border shut to New South Wales, I couldn't get there. But you know what? Perspective, coloured glasses on. I am loving being a complete armchair super fan and watching these Olympics, every moment of them, live from my couch in lockdown in Sydney.
Yes, and you are the super fan because it made its way onto social media. Have a listen to this. Well, there you go, Gian. You were nice and fired up about that. How did you feel about it?
I think my reaction said it all. I wanted to film it because I think this Olympics could not have come at a better time. It's all the joy that we need right now. It is watching human triumph. It is watching the emotional reactions of our athletes. It's seeing them achieve what is sometimes considered the impossible. And I am such an emotional being that knowing what these athletes have been through, just to be there in Tokyo competing at these Olympics after the delay of 12 months and having to try and find a way to train through lockdown, to try and find a way to find the motivation to go another 12 months when you didn't even know if that was going to happen. They have done an extraordinary job just to be there. So to then see them perform with all this pressure, extra pressure that's been added to what is always a monumental Olympic campaign, I just feel like a proud parent watching them. I get what it's like to be a parent because you want it so badly for them. You want to see them achieve their dreams, and they are stepping up when it counts.
Absolutely. I tell you when I get a little bit moved, and it's not so much about the athletes, it's when they cross to the families who have been there for the whole journey and how proud they are and what it means. That's when you start to feel, at least for the male, the apples, atom in your throat starts to go up. It's been quite the Olympics, and as James Magnuson says here on SEN 1170, he says, a goal today keeps the haters away. And the girls particularly, Gian, aren't they on fire at the moment?
They certainly are. I mean, 3 days in the pool, 3 gold medals, it's been extraordinary, and I think we're only going to get better. That's the exciting thing, because when you look at Ariane, she's got the 200 free final to come, and I think getting the monkey off that back in that 400 and watching how she swum that race, I think she wins the 200 as well. And now, after Kaylee McEwen winning the 100 backstroke final, she's got the monkey off her back as well. It's like, right, I've got that done. Watch out for her in the 200 back. So all of a sudden, it's a flow-on effect. We saw it in Sydney 2000 and again in Athens 2004. When the swim team starts off with a bang, it's almost a domino effect. You're inspired by your fellow athletes, and all of a sudden, it just kicks up another level. You're watching people achieve their dreams. You're watching people win medals, and you want to join that club.
Gian, tell us about, so 2004 you claimed gold, and that moment where you look up on the board and Australia is there, you've won the gold after all those laps in the pool that you've done from whatever age. Try and explain to our listeners that very moment and what it feels like.
I don't think there's enough superlatives to describe a moment like that. It is life-changing is the best way to say it. And for me, it was the whole process of that particular race and that event. I remember sitting in the marshalling area and almost having an out-of-body experience because I got to share that moment with three extraordinary women, Liesl Jones, Petria Thomas and Jodie Henry. And as I looked around the room of that marshalling area, every other team was preparing as a team of individuals. And here we were preparing as a team, the four of us sitting in a circle, not needing to talk tactics, not needing to pump each other up, having innate faith in one another's ability that we were all going to get the job done. And that's exactly what happened. We were having random conversations and then walk out behind the block. We were watching Grant Hackett win his second consecutive 1,500-metre gold medal, going out there and walking out behind him and knowing that we were the final swimming event of the swimming event in Athens. We were the final event on the program. And, we all did our job. We all did brilliantly. We won and we broke the world record. And it's the reason for me why every time I hear our national anthem, I sing badly, proudly, loudly, because it takes me straight back to those moments. It makes the tingles up the spine, the hair stand up on the back of the neck. And that's why I'm so emotional watching all these athletes achieve their dreams, because it takes me straight back to when I achieved mine.
Gian, I've got 4 kids, and last night I'm taking them through your relay. I'm taking them through Liesl's particular swims and taking them largely down memory lane. And the split second, so James Magnuson, who works here, and to get the silver by 0.01, and then I've got the kids on my phone. I've got the stopwatch, and I'm challenging them to try and press it as fast as they can, and the best they can get is 0.06. And all those milliseconds just mean everything after years of preparation. With the relay, how do you know when to go? Like, you're not waiting for them to touch the wall, and how do you know when to jump? That's what practice makes perfect is all about. It's all of these athletes train for that, and when they go into camp as an Australian swim team, there are hours spent working on changeovers, working on who could possibly swim before and after each other, so that they're a well-oiled machine by the time that they get to something like the Olympics. It's amazing, though. I still feel that women's 4x1 freestyle relay on the first day, they could actually be faster. So they're the first team ever to go under 3:30. So world record holders, Olympic gold medalists for the third time in a row, they can go faster because if you look at their changeovers, they were very, very safe. I'm not using the word slow, I'm saying safe. And if you looked at the Swedish team in comparison, they were cutting it fine. So you always want to be on the right side of that line, but the girls did it brilliantly, but they can also get faster, which is incredibly exciting. We are speaking with Australian Olympic champion Gian Rooney. Now, Gian, as we look towards the back end of the program for the swimming, what's the particular race that you're most looking forward to from here for Australia?
Oh, my goodness. I don't even know where to start. As I said, we're on a domino effect, and so there are so many races now that I think had the results gone a different way earlier in the meet, we could be looking at something quite different. But now I think we've got the confidence within our own ability. So for me, women's 200 freestyle, I really think Arnie can go again here and get another gold medal. Also really impressed, we've got another Australian in that final in Maddie Wilson. So anything could happen there, which is very, very exciting. I say the women's 200 back yet again. Kaylee McEwen, after winning the 100 back, I think she's going to be on fire in that 200 backstroke. Also, credit to Emily Seebohm, who's at her 4th Olympics, just made her 4th Olympic final in that 100 back consecutive times. And so watch for her in the 200 back as well. The women's 1,500. I know that sounds quite strange, but it's an inaugural event. This is the first time a 1,500 for women have been held at these Olympics, and we've got 2 Australians in the final, in Maddie Goff and Kia Melverton. So look for that. King Kyle makes his appearance in the 100 free very, very soon, and I cannot wait to see what he's capable of after seeing the final leg of that men's 4x1 freestyle relay where they claimed bronze. He was superhuman. So all systems go for him to defend his title. And we've still got so many relays to come as well. relays. We've got mixed medley relay. We've got 4x2 for both the women and men, the 4x1 medley. I think this could be one of our most successful Olympics ever in the pool, and that's saying something.
Wow. Just before you go, we do appreciate this, Gian, and I read something a while back, and I just need to clarify that this was correct. Is it true that you've not swum a lap in 15 years? Did I read the right thing?
I thought you were going to go with something quite controversial then, but no, that's exactly right. I retired the day after Commonwealth Games in Melbourne in 2006, and I have not only not swum a lap since, I do not own togs that will be appropriate to go for a swim in.
Really?
And that's not meant to be negative. I love the sport, as you can quite obviously tell.
Yeah.
I'm very grateful for it, but I do not miss it at all, and I think that's a pretty healthy place to be.
No, I totally understand that. And, Gian, look, Australia loves hearing from you, and it's unfortunate that we can't hear you commentating, but Liesel's doing a fine job as well. But we really do appreciate you joining us here on Drive for Gold with Joel and Fletch.
Thank you so much. As always, love talking sport.
There's Gian Rooney, absolute champion Gian Rooney, and you've got to still covered as far as Channel 7 is concerned, so we do appreciate Gian chiming in the back line, so to speak, to update us on all things gold medals for Australia. A break and plenty more to come. Having your calls, 1300 01 1170. You can text us 0457 736 736. It's Drive for Gold.
If it's happening in sport, 1170 SEN will be there. NRL, State of Origin, Test Cricket, Big Bash, A-League and Racing, 1170 SEN, your new home of sport.
Andrew Voss for breakfast.
The fans probably feel they know you, Ricky. They probably feel they could go up to you in a pub and shake your hand and you'd share a beer with them, and I think that is a badge of honour in Australia.
I really love that, mate, and that actually happens. The guy that comes up to me and that doesn't know me, doesn't like me, says, "G'day, we do have a beer," and then all of a sudden, you're different to that dope on the sideline.
Weekdays from 6 on 1170 SEN.
Some same-game multis decrease the odds on certain legs, reducing your potential returns. But with Top Sport's same-game multi, you'll get the most competitive multiple for every leg, so you actually win what you're expecting to win. So if you want to get the top odds every time, bet with Top Sport. Visit topsport.com.au. Top Sport. Feel the excitement.
Gamble responsibly.
Painting? Monarch Premium quality brushes and accessories help you get the job done right every time. Get inspired with videos and tips at monarchpainting.com.au and find all your Monarch painting tools at Bunnings and leading paint specialists.
Abbey Timber have Sydney's largest range of timber decking and screening, so you'll be spoilt for choice.
And if you don't like the idea of having to oil your deck every year, well, tell it to rack off.
Yeah, it's a pain in the bum, isn't it? Modern deck requires no maintenance of any kind. It won't warp, twist, split or rot, and best of all, you'll have more free time to sit on your new deck and listen to SEN.
Oh, sounds a good Saturday Arvo.
Oh, yeah. So if you're looking at restoring or building a new deck or privacy screen, check out abbeytimber.com.au.
SEN's tax tip for everyday Aussies. Thanks to Prestige Australian Financial Services, your success is their business. Don't forget that the ATO's shortcut method still applies for anyone who's worked from home during the financial year. That means you can claim 80 cents for each individual hour you worked from home without doing hours of maths on individual claims. When struggling with tax, it's important to find accountants that you mesh with and trust. Prestige focuses on helping you build wealth and legally saving you the most tax possible at an unmatched level of speed and expertise. SEN's tax tips for everyday Aussies. Thanks to Prestige Australian Financial Services, your success is their business. Visit ilovepafs.com. ilovepafs.com.
Well, if you've come off the field feeling sore in your joints or muscles, try Sudox. Sudox Pain Relief Cream uses only naturally sourced active ingredients assisted with mild, muscular and joint pain relief.
What I do, I like to leave it on.
Yep.
I leave the cream on before, during or after the game to help relieve soreness. I don't know what game I'm playing, but that's what I do.
Sudox Pain Relief Cream now available in Chemist Warehouse, Chemist Outlet, Pharmacy for Less or sudox.com.au. That's SOODOX.
Always read the label, follow the directions for use. If symptoms persist, talk to your healthcare a professional.
At Rolled Vietnamese, we don't mind how you eat as long as it's fresh. We're talking Vietnamese dinner, like Mum made, without the messy kitchen, but all the love. So go on, bite into banh mi, crunch soldiers, slurp pho. Eat bao with your hands. Talk with your mouth full of gai. Keep your elbows on the table. That's how we roll. Rolled. Fast, fresh Vietnamese. Download the Rolled app to order now.
Guys like it simple. That's why Stuff keeps personal care simple for men. Stuff for your face. Stuff for your head and body. Stuff for your pits, which can come in handy. There's even stuff for your, other bits. And the best bit, not only will you smell good, but it helps fund mental health programs for young men too. How good is that? So, want to get on the good stuff? We bet you do. Just head to websiteofstuff.com. That's some good stuff.
Recording receipts? But in a snap. Stashing them in your glove box? But storing them online instead. With Xero, it's business, but better. Start your free 30-day trial at xero.com.
Join the conversation on your new home of sport, 1170 SEN. Call 1300 01 1170.
Welcome back. You're listening to The Drive for Gold with Joel and Fletch, with thanks to the new Hyundai Tucson. Tomorrow wants its car back. Test drive the Tucson today.
Thank you, Paddy. And no driving for gold as far as the surfing is concerned, but gentlemen, we are begging for bronze here. We've only got left 4 minutes 35 as we go around the grounds, and our very own Wright, he is leading by a pimple over the great man Medina.
Yeah, so basically he is 2.2 of a point in front, and he needs another big wave, and it's very fickle at the moment. Very, very onshore, which means that the wind is blowing behind the wave, which is basically dog shit if you're a professional surfer.
4 minutes to go, Fletch.
He's just in front.
Can I ask you this? So for first he only needs about a 5.98.
Yeah, so first it's their two best waves.
Yeah.
So he's holding on. He's due a bit of luck. See how all the waves, they're all paddling all over the shop because they don't know where it's going to break.
A lot of water moving around too, Fletch.
A lot of water moving around. Good sideline eye.
You hate those days, don't you, Fletch? You just get stuck and you're trying to get out the back.
It can be worse if a bluey wraps around your bugle.
Well, we are here at Kanji's, so...
Mate, I got a bluey just wrapped around my melon one day. It was a big bluey.
Oh, dear. Hey, tell me this. So who's in the box seat here? Are we in the box seat? I know we're leading, but...
We're in the box seat, but... Who's got priority?
Oh, that'll be Owen Wright. So he won.
So he's going to just tag him. He's just going to sit with Gabrielle.
Yep.
And he'll just sit with him and pretend to go for a wave, hoping he'll go off on a one that's not very good. So it's 3 minutes to go.
3 minutes to go. We might take you the last few stages. In the meantime, hopefully he can jag the bronze and maybe another good post-match interview, as was the case for Kaylee McEwen after she'd won the gold.
What would you like to say to your mum and your sister for now?
Yeah,
Plenty of text messages coming through with best interview. G'day, boys. Best interview has to be Benny Galea and Chris Hyington with Maddie after full time in the 2005 grand final.
Medina's up.
Wasn't sure if I was watching the footy or Quentin Tarantino films.
Medina's up. This is his fall off. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so he's missed
Sorry to our Brazilian listeners.
He hasn't landed it. He'll score nothing there. We'll maintain the lead. So he's probably got one more shot at it, Fletch.
Well, there's 2 minutes to go, so we're hoping a big set comes in and washes him in. And he gets a blue ball around his melon.
Let's listen to Chrissy Hind and the Tigers.
Player raps. Ray Warren's your biggest supporter. Chris, what about this?
Yeah, mate, it's awesome, mate. You don't know how to you can't say, well, you've no words for him, Matty. It's just unbelievable. You die for these blokes, you know, they're friends for life now, Matty. Friends for life, mate. Good on you, mate. You enjoy it.
Yeah, well, seemingly there was words for it, Chris. Anyway, we are down to the dying stages here. We are very, very close to bronze. Let's cross to Channel 7. Mate, have the coverage here. Medina versus Owen Wright. Can he beg for bronze? Can he get it done? Have a listen.
Characteristic wipe out there. We've seen a couple of them in this bronze medal match from Gabriel Medina. He's trying so hard. It means so much, obviously. the loser here or the fourth place surfer here doesn't get a medal. So a lot riding on this situation. Owen Wright looking over his shoulder, looking towards the shore, trying to see where Gabriel Medina is. Medina's got 1.5 minutes, but look, he's way inside. It's going to take him at least 30 seconds to get back out the back. He's not going to have much time. He may not get another chance. The Australian may have... He's got his hands on that bronze. Will he keep it?
And Medina is a long way away from the waves here, a long way away, and he's 75 seconds away from defeat. He needs to find a 5.98 in the last 70 seconds. Owen Wright, there's nothing much more he can do. All he can do is block Medina.
Well, or catch a wave and improve himself. That's where his focus should be at this point in time.
60 seconds to go. Medina.
1 minute. I don't think Medina's going to make it back out. I don't think he gets another chance. I feel like Owen Wright may have the bronze. There's a lot of white water. You can see one wave there. There's a wave immediately behind it. 45 seconds. Medina's still got a little way to travel. If he does get out, he's only going to have 10, 15 seconds to find a wave. He needs to find it as soon as he arrives out the back, or even something on the way out the back before he even gets all that way. And if he does get all that way, I bet you Owen Wright's going to be right near him.
30 seconds to go. Medina paddling for his life. He needs to find a wave in the next 25 seconds. Otherwise, he leaves Tokyo empty-handed. Owen Wright of Australia, 20 seconds away from an Olympic bronze medal. And Wright is there to meet Gabriel Medina as well. 15 seconds to go. Here comes Medina. He's in the last dying embers of this bronze medal match. Owen Wright of Australia. He's nearly there. 6 seconds, 5. He's got the priority and he's away. And he's going to take home an Olympic bronze medal.
Yes, the victory lap for Owen Wright. A bronze medal for the Australian. The team are ecstatic.
Well, boys, that is it. Yep. The inaugural surfing competition at the Olympics, and we come home with a bronze.
Absolutely.
Beating a champion.
Absolutely outstanding. Couldn't have happened to a better bloke, Owen Wright, and couldn't have happened to, I'm not even going to say that, no, a better bloke in Funky Cold. Because Funky Cold, he was like, before the Olympics, he was the favourite.
Yeah.
And, he's obviously pretty handy in this sort of surf, but because Owen Wright is a noted, he surfs big waves. He's a big man. How tall would he be?
6'3", I'd say.
He's a big fella. So in these little waves,
look how pumped he is.
Oh, it's so good.
Good on him. Good on him. He's part of that first ever cohort to get a medal at the Olympics for surfing. By the way, that's our first medal outside the pool, not outside the water, but outside the pool. And we're going to try and get another one in the water because we're not too far away from Jess Fox. So we better break and maybe open up the shoulders here on SEN 1170 to catch Jess Fox.
Look at him.
Look at him here. Owen Wright, absolutely pumped. This is Driving for Gold with Joel and Fletch. A break and back with more.
One Coan, earlier truck smash, 2 lanes still taken out southbound past the Pacific Highway. Delays I'm seeing now over the main deck of the Hawkesbury southbound in towards Brooklyn. That's a good 5 kilometres. And no delays I'm seeing for the Pacific Highway northbound Turramurra. Earlier truck that was cleared past Kissing Point Road with the M1 down towards Wollongong, steady off the Princess Highway down towards Mount Ousley. No problems the M5 out towards Wallbank Avenue. Don't miss the must-see comedy action, The Hitman's Wife's Bodyguard. Fast track from cinemas to your home. The Hitman's Wife's Bodyguard. New to buy or rent on digital now.
The newspaper Back to Front Breakfast with Andrew Voss, tomorrow from 6.
Abbey Timber, Sydney's timber flooring and decking specialists. Heathcote Road, Moorebank, or abbeytimber.com.au.
If it's happening in sport, 1170 SEN will be there. NRL, State of Origin, Test Cricket, Big Bash, A-League and Racing, 1170 SEN, your new home of sport.
Some same-game multis decrease the odds on certain legs, reducing your potential returns. But with Top Sport's same-game multi, you'll get the most competitive multiple for every leg, so you actually win what you're expecting to win. So if you want to get the top odds every time, bet with Top Sport. Visit topsport.com.au. Top Sport. Feel the excitement.
Gamble responsibly.
Our kids, they love to touch everything, don't they? Which is why it's so important to find a reliable child-friendly hand wash to help prevent the spread of germs. Get your hands on Sudox's Kids Foaming Hand Wash. Sudox's Vital Hand Wash is made in Australia from naturally sourced active ingredients. It's 99.9% antibacterial. And the best part? You can use it with or without water. Sudox's Kids Foaming Hand Wash. That's SOODOX at your local pharmacy or sudox.com. SEN.com.
Your first property investment is usually your first home, but you can invest sensibly in property long before then.
Talk to Prestige Australian Financial Services to learn how you can build wealth through starting or growing your real estate holdings and save tax at the same time.
Prestige help by advising on tax, helping you secure a loan and finding the right property.
Prestige Australian Financial Services, because your success is their business.
To learn more, visit ilovepafs.com.
Sportscraft are the official formal uniform supply for the Australian Olympic team in Tokyo as they go for gold. For your own podium finish style, discover the latest Sportscraft collection of men's clothing, including relaxed shirting, classic jackets, warm coats and chinos. All perfectly curated to bring quality, style and versatility to your wardrobe. Sportscraft, we are Team Australia. Discover the latest menswear collection online at sportscraft.com.au.
What's the right spirit to have in sport? In his high school years in Sudan, Manute Bol shot up in height. At the age of 18, he was about 7'7". That's about 2.3 metres tall. He played basketball for a local team and was discovered by a basketball coach visiting from New Jersey. Bol ended up in professional basketball and became known as one of the best shot blockers of all time. He was the only player to retire with more career blocked shots than points scored. In an interview, he said something interesting. He believed his life was a gift from God to be used in the service of others. Manute spent all his money helping Sudanese refugees. He went to meet his maker early when he was only 47. In Matthew in the Bible, it records Jesus saying something quite radical. He says, if you want to be perfect, go and sell everything you have, give the money to those who are poor, and you'll have treasure in heaven. Then come and follow me.
The Spirit of Sport for the Council of Churches, a part of 1170 since 1932.
Hello home buyers, Greg Alexander here. Buying property is more competitive than ever. So if you're tired of missing out on the properties you want, take a new approach with UPIN. The UPIN property app gives you back the buying power. Pin the property you want and ensure you never miss out knowing on when the property is listed for sale, be it privately or through an agent. UPIN property is available online and via the app. Dream it, find it, UPIN it. UPIN property. That's YOUPIN UPIN.
For over 60 years, Bailey Ladders have been making work sites safer, and their new range is no exception. The new Bailey 3-in-1 ladder easily changes from step to a leaning to a straight ladder. Bailey Ladders, bringing safety and efficiency to the worksite. BaileyLadders.com.au.
Giddy up for New South Wales Racing Week on SEN Track.
From Wyong to Kembla Grange, Ballina to Hawkesbury, Tamworth to Lismore.
In lockdown, racing continues New South Wales wide, and SEN Track is your home for all the action.
Welcome back. You're listening to The Drive for Gold with Joel and Fletch, with thanks to the new Hyundai Tucson. Tomorrow wants its car back. Test drive the Tucson today.
Thank you very much, Paddy. And this text here, I suppose, sums it up. Owen Wright, newest member of the Bronzed Aussies. Says Patrick. Thank you very much, Patrick. Yeah, 4 years ago today, I won $6,000 on Try Scorers Bingo. We've got the team list Tuesday coming up, by the way. Can I get a shout out for my birthday today? Love the show. Josh from Newcastle. Well done, Joshy
Happy
boy.
Birthday, You know whose birthday it is today as well? 3 greats. Matty Johns.
Yes.
Gordon Tallis. Alan Border.
All today?
All today.
Wow. Milestone
Gordon,
for Matty.
Matthew's 50 today.
Yeah.
Gordon's 63 and AB 60-odd.
0457736736. So just repeating, Owen Wright, the surfer for Australia, the very first Olympics competition at the surfing, and Owen Wright's picked up a bronze, so well done there for Owen Wright. He'll be in the history books. Jess Fox, her first Olympics, she also got she got a silver, got a bronze at her last Olympics, and looking to get a gold. We're getting very, very close. So the fifth-ranked participant at the moment, Mintalova, she is canoeing for her life at the moment, and then soon...
Kayaking?
Yeah, canoeing, kayaking.
Kayaking, is that what it's...
K1, yeah.
K1.
K1.
Jess is just warming up in the out the back there. Goodness me, we're just discussing, you'd have to do some Pilates, like your core strength, because it's all like, it's just all midriff.
It's all core.
It's all core.
by the way, so we're getting a stack of text messages here, Fletch, for cups.
Yeah, I cannot wait. It's my favourite 15 minutes of the week.
The Teamless Tuesday.
The Teamless Tuesdays, when we come up, because for our listeners, the more obscure, the more reco you're going to get.
Yes, but they have to have played first grade.
And they had to play first grade for both clubs. 0457 736 736. Give us your names of the cup, shield, plate, trophy, medallion.
What about the next 10, 15 minutes here on Drive for Goal with Joel and Fletch? We have got Nico Hines from the Melbourne Storm about to join us, and we'll take live coverage of Jess Fox, thanks to Channel 7, the broadcast there, the simulcast. Stay with us right here. We are Driving for Goal with Joel and Fletch, back after the news.
Sport's biggest moments called play-by-play from around the world, right here on SEN.
Good afternoon, I'm April Austin with SEN News. New South Wales have recorded their highest daily increase in COVID-19 cases since the Delta outbreak began today, with 172 new local infections. More than 60 of these were active in the community while infectious. Premier Gladys Berejiklian says vaccines will become more accessible this week as authorities battle to bring the worsening outbreak under control.
From tomorrow, we have increased our presence of pharmacists in southwestern and western Sydney, providing vaccinations, and from tomorrow, over 18s will be able to access the vaccine in pharmacists, and from Friday, our New South Wales health hubs will be able to take bookings from people over 18 years of age for the AstraZeneca vaccine. So this is positive news in line with the health advice.
Victoria's lockdown, meanwhile, will end at midnight tonight with no new cases infectious in the community today. The 5 reasons to leave home will be lifted. There will be no more 5-kilometre radius, and schools will reopen for face-to-face learning. Some restrictions will remain, including masks required at all times and no home visits allowed. South Australia's lockdown will also lift overnight, but around 6,000 people remain in quarantine as close contacts. SEN.com.au Sport is next.
Victoria's Basement is cooking up a storm with sizzling hot prices on essential cookware and kitchenware. Free shipping on orders over $89. Shop Victoria's Basement online.
In the Olympics, Australia's Owen Wright has won bronze in the inaugural men's surfing competition, beating Brazilian world number 1 Gabriel Medina a short time ago. In other sports, another shock loss in the women's tennis, with Japan's Naomi Osaka going down to the Czech Republic's Marketa Vondrousova 6-1, 6-4. It follows Australia's own Ash Barty bobbing out of the tournament in the first round. And another gold medal in the pool for Australia this morning, with 20-year-old Kaylee McEwen setting an Olympic record in the 100-metre backstroke. Back home in the NRL, Melbourne Storm coach Craig Bellamy has signed a new deal to keep him with the club until 2026.
Invoicing, but instantly. Receipts, but organised. Business is better with online accounting from Xero. Try free for 30 days. Search Xero. That's Xero.
M1 Cowan, crews are picking up the cones after earlier crash southbound near the Pacific Highway overpass. There are delays back over the Hawkesbury. That's 5 kilometres delays up towards Cowan for the M1. It'll soon be gone though. The M1 northbound steady off Penn Hills Road and the Pacific Highway up towards Newcastle and the Central Coast. No problems the M1 heading off the Princess Highway southbound down towards Wollongong. Tonight, I'll be eating 5 Neapolitan pizzas to share and hot potato gnocchi via the Uber Eats app. What will you be eating? Order with Uber Eats tonight. That's latest traffic.
Mornings with Matt White, tomorrow from 9 on 1170 SEN.
BuyMyStock.com.au, the experts in clearing stock without disrupting your market.
Sunny in Sydney today, a top of 22. Mostly sunny in Sydney's west, a top of 21. And don't miss SEN's coverage of the Matildas and the Opals, both live in action tonight on SEN and the SEN app.
Welcome back. It's Joel Kane and Brian Fletcher. Expect them to be higher, faster and stronger. The second hour of the Drive for Gold with Joel and Fletch, with thanks to the all-new Hyundai Tucson. Tomorrow wants its car back. Test drive the Tucson today. Starts now.
Certainly does. Teamless Tuesday, not too far away as well. We're going to bring you those. Keep your cups coming through. There are some beauties. Tigers versus the Warriors. Skip from Robertson. The Blake Ashford Cup.
Ah, yes. yes.
That's very, very good. Keep them coming in. And we're going to decide who we believe should be the cups right here on Drive for Gold with Joel and Fletch. We've got a massive 10-15 minutes coming up for you. As soon as Jess Fox takes to the Rapids, we're going to be crossing out to Channel 7. Now, to give you an idea, the third-ranked participant is on now. This will take about another minute or so. Then we have the second-ranked participant, which will take about 2 minutes. And then we are going to Jess Fox. Straight after Jess Fox, Nico Hines from the Melbourne Storm. Speaking about Drive for Gold, they are driving for back-to-back golds, the Melbourne Storm. So we have you covered right here. It's a busy, busy half an hour coming up or so. We look forward to that. Have your say, 1300 01 1170. In fact, we'll take your calls a little bit later. In the meantime, keep your text messages coming through, 0457 736 736. If we want to tease the teams here, Fletch, we'll get to those very, very shortly. What are we picking up here? What have you picked up there?
I know. Afternoon, gentlemen. Brett from Penrith here, just getting pumped for the 8:05 p.m. kickoff Friday night at Suncorp Stadium, the Scott Minto Cup, a.k.a. Wayne Jr.
Very, very good. By the way, so there's plenty of news coming up as far as the sport is concerned. What did you make of the Wayne Bellamy news?
Wayne Bellamy? I love Wayne Bellamy.
Craig Bellamy. I'm looking at the Wayne Jr.
Yeah, great news. Wayne Bellamy. Great news for Melbourne. Yeah, there was a bit of talk he was going to retire. Now he comes out and signs a 5-year deal, whether he was just playing a bit of ducks and drakes, but he's definitely going to coach next year. You wonder whether the success of the team this year, and he must be enjoying coaching down there because, you know, they've broken records again.
Oh, unbelievable.
Like this year in attack and defence.
Yeah.
I mean, they're always known as a defensive team, but has he mellowed in his old age because he's allowing a bit of free-flowing football? Because in the old days, they were just... they weren't great to watch.
No.
Now they're fine.
But what about the relationship between he and Brandon Smith? We'll ask Nico Hines in a moment about that. Jess Fox very, very close to taking to the K1, so we're looking forward to that. We're going to cross straight to Channel 7 for the live broadcast as soon as that happens.
Kiwis,
very, very close to that.
Kiwis through. The Kiwi girl just qualified, so she is through Luca Jones.
So they need to make the top 10.
Commentary. Well, yeah. Oh, here comes my favourite from Germany, Ricarda Funk. Sounds like a song.
Ricarda Funk.
Funk. She's flying out of the gates. Boost
at the KSA Canoe Slalom Centre. That's where they're coming from here as Funk goes through the first. What do you call those things, Fletch?
The chicane.
The poles?
The poles. No, she's from Germany.
What do you make of the relationship between Brandon Smith and Bellamy?
Oh, it's great.
The shenanigans.
There's always one, isn't there? There's always, like Adam Reynolds to Wayne Bennett, there's always... brings the softer side to the coaching ranks. Well, do you think that was part of the Brandon Smith deal? Righto, I'll re-sign only if Wayne Bellamy stays. only if Bellyache stays.
Yeah.
Because there was mail that he was gone to the Dogs.
Yeah.
Would have been a good get.
Oh, 100%. Looking forward to Saturday, 3 p.m, sitting on the lounge, watching the Lee Hookie Cup between South and the Dragons. David. Well done, David.
There's a million of them.
There's a beauty.
There's the Reece Simmons Cup.
We were talking about it before. Do we potentially have 2 games that could be the same cup?
Oh, yes, we do.
Oh, it could be a round-robin tournament for the player.
Yes.
I'm liking that.
Yeah.
So this is match day 1 of the You-Know-Who Cup.
That's right.
What have you got for us?
Oh, we'll have a look at maybe we tease it.
So he reckons the first ever on our program, we're going to have a player who could qualify for 2 different games.
Yeah. So does that mean he's played for 4 teams?
4 teams, and they meet this weekend.
Yeah. And they meet this weekend. Just going through it. That's interesting. I can't get it, and I'm pretty much the doyen of Teamless Tuesday.
And a team that he hasn't played for is now defunct.
No, she's out here now. And she just qualified.
No, she's not defunct, she's R-Funk.
She's R-Funk.
Yes. So she's qualified, which means there is only 1 participant left of the 24 remaining contestants when it comes to the slalom here at the Kaiser Canoe Slalom Centre. We're going to cross out very, very shortly, and then we're going to have Nico Hines from the Melbourne Storm. So ahead of their massive game taking on the Melbourne Storm, the Panthers rather. Fletch,
yes.
Just thinking about the basketball when they wear those goggles.
When they celebrate?
Yeah, like where do they? Who's packing them before the game? Where do they come from?
Sponsors.
Sponsors.
Yeah.
So who's taking care of those?
That'd be the gear steward.
Okay, let's do this. Her father, Richard Fox, and David Colbert are commentating for Channel 7. They are standing by at the Kaisei Canoe Slalom Centre. Come on, Jess, go you good thing.
In the starting gate for her semi-final run, the world number 1. Rio bronze medalist, London silver medalist, 3-time world champion in this discipline. Had a good win in Markelberg in the World Cup this year to give her the confidence boost. Just about ready. Knows what she has to do here for a spot in the Olympic final and the chance to race for the medals once again. Good start. Always has that steely look.
Good on the first 2 ups. And a tight spin. That's the sort of start she's looking for.
So far. Remember, that's the split of the fastest time. 4.5 seconds is the spread between first, in fact it's almost 5 seconds, first to 10th. Needs a time in the top 10. You'd like to be towards the bottom of the start list for the final. Give yourself a bit of extra rest.
Well, that's the tricky move, 15 to 16. She's got that out of the way. Now the 18-19. That's good. Nice smooth line. So finish it off.
Gee, she went up high there, but was able to come back down. Heart was in the mouth momentarily.
Yep, just measuring. The high line gives you the good run and good jump. Push in deep. Make sure.
Bit of extra work, but through. And it's going to be a good time. It's going to be a good run. Fastest in the heats. It's going to be a swift time here. Very swift. It's the fastest we've seen. A little exhale. Jess Fox is going to come back in just over an hour's time, and the race for the medals will be on. It's good.
It is good.
Dad's excited, Fletch.
Yeah, he hasn't gone too early. It's good.
She smashed him. Three second lead on the field. Absolutely smashed
driving. She's Can driving. I just say, Joel?
Don't buy into that.
Early crow. You did it last week.
It doesn't work, mate.
The early crow.
No.
It is a thing.
Mythology.
And it's happened to me countless times when I'm down the pub and idiots, you know the bloke I'm talking about, the postman, he comes out, he goes, you're home. Anyway, no, I wasn't home.
Okay.
Happens every night. I've got to go get another bloody schooner.
All right, we might ask this bloke if he believes in it. Anyway, 1300 01 1170. Take your calls later. You can text us while we have Nico Hines on the line, 0457 736 736. And Nico's there. G'day, Nico.
Hey, fellas, how are we?
Did you get to see the Jess Fox canoeing just then?
No, I actually missed it, unfortunately.
Mate, she was brilliant.
What about the surfing? Nico, you been watching any of the Olympic surfing?
Yeah, I watched a little bit of, I think it was Italo and Owen Wright just before, a few hours ago, and I think they were at a dead heat at the time, but I had to leave and make a phone call, so I'm not sure who ended up winning that. But I watched a little bit of it.
Owen got beat, but Owen just won the bronze. He beat Funky Cole Medina just then, so we've got our first bronze medal. Because I know you like your surfing,
Medina,
Nico.
He beat Medina, did he?
Yeah, just.
Well, who's in the final? Italo and someone else?
And and Dino.
Kanoa Iragashi.
Iragashi,
yeah.
Japanese, the local boy.
Hey, Nico, have you chosen your break at Cronulla yet?
Nah, not yet, mate.
Yeah, it'll be on the beach with his new contract. Yeah. Big house down there, I reckon.
Oh, he's flying.
Hey, Nico, just on that, mate, I know, Melbourne obviously wanted to keep you down there, but why Cronulla? Was it the coach, the new coach coming in, Craig Fitzgibbon, or was it just a lifestyle thing as well?
Oh, no, the lifestyle didn't really come down to it, to be honest. I lived in Melbourne and I've lived in Mackay as well, so Mackay wasn't a great lifestyle, but I just think, it would have been the best opportunity, and ended up really coming down to Fitzy. Everything he spoke about and valued and wanted to take to the club is what I value, and it was sort of similar to what we value at the Storm as well. And if I was going to go somewhere, I wanted to improve my game and continuing to build my game and be a good player and a person as well. And that's everything I've seen in Fitzy. And they got a good squad there, and now we've got Dale going as well, so it's looking promising.
Well, you've had some season, Nico. Maybe even, I suppose, a season that you may not have dreamt of. It's when it comes to the Daliums at the end of the year, I've got no doubt you're going to be right up there. But what's one of my favourite sayings, Fletchy boy, sometimes?
Some of the best gifts come badly wrapped.
So when Ryan Pappenhausen goes down, Bellamy gets a chance to really unleash his superstar, Nico Hines. But the sliding doors of rugby league, are you shocked to where you've taken your game this year, Nico?
Yeah, I reckon I can say that. I knew that if I got an opportunity like this that I could do something, and I just didn't know to what heights I could have done that. And I've seen Paps how good he went last year and beginning of this year, and I just thought I feel like I can back myself to get to his level, and if I got an opportunity, then I was gonna take it. And the way it happened for Paps, that an opportunity did arise for me, and I had to take it. And if I wanted to be a good NRL player or a player that's going to be important in this competition at this club or another, then I had to take that opportunity, and I worked really hard to do it.
I noticed last week, Nico, when Pappy came on, you went in the middle. Have you got a bit of an appreciation now for the forwards that do all your hard work?
Yeah, definitely. I did it at the beginning of the year for a little bit, and on the weekend again. It's a little bit of a joke at our club about the forwards and the edges or the backs going at it a fair bit, who does more work and whatnot. So I've got to experience it a bit more now. So I don't. Hopefully, Christian Welch and the likes don't hear me saying this, but I do appreciate what they do a bit more now.
You won't. Many people won't recall this, but you certainly will, Nico. A grand final. People talk about the 2015 grand final, unbelievable grand final. It was the Cowboys taking on the Brisbane Broncos. We know how that story ends, a field goal with Jonathan Thurston. But what people don't realise, earlier on that day, it was the Seagulls under-20s. Tommy Turbo was in that side. Jesse Raymond was on that side. Liam Knight, your good self, Luke Garner, etc. Taking on a Penrith team, and familiar faces you're taking this week: Naden, Edwards, May, Luai, Leota, Fisher Harris. Cleary was off playing Australian schoolboys, but you meet them again this weekend. To think about all those young people on that day playing in all these massive games, how excited are you for this Saturday?
Yeah, it's pretty crazy to think that we're all in that day in that grand final. It's something to I'll always remember, because of even the NRL grand final was bloody amazing how that ended as well. And it's really good to see that all those players have gone through to play NRL. That Penrith team has done a wonderful job to keep all those players, and now they're playing as a team in the NRL, where us Manly boys all kind of split up. So it's really exciting, and funnily enough, last year we played them in the grand final, and we got one over them, so they got one over me in 2015. I got one back, but I didn't get on the field, so I don't know if I can claim that. But it'll be good to. Really looking forward to hopefully running out to a packed Suncorp Stadium and taking them on again, because it's always a big challenge, and something I look forward to doing.
You can certainly claim it, Nico, can't he, Fletch?
Absolutely. Now, Nico, every coach in every rugby league team that I've ever been involved with has always had a favourite. And from the outside looking in, it seems to me that Brandon Smith can do no wrong in the eyes of Craig Bellamy. He gets away with some cheeky antics. Is this true? He's the teacher's pet.
Yeah, I reckon so. He tries not to be. He tries to do the muck around with him and bag him out and whatnot. But there's a very secret love there, I think. And Bells has got a couple of them. It's him and Cameron Munster as well. Cameron Munster and the Cheese are very similar in the way they treat Belzer, but Belzer gets him back pretty well too. So they have a real running battle. But at the end of the day, push comes to shove, I reckon they have such a great love relationship. And even Dale Finucane's in that little category, because it's his love trial. Dale doesn't do all those little smart-ass things, but Dale loves Dale just as much as well.
Who are you rooming with? Are you rooming with anyone up there, Nico, in your hub life?
Yeah, I've got Harry Grant, which is very unfortunate, and a young fellow named Trent Liero.
Oh, that's my
knows him pretty
that's
well.
my adopted son. We went surfing down there. I claimed him.
Did you?
Yeah.
Yeah, he would.
How's he going? He's been getting a little bit of a run. He got a run last week. Is he in the squad this week, mate?
I don't actually know. I haven't seen the team list. But,
I will tell you.
He's been getting a few runs.
I will tell you. Oh, he's not.
Hey, Nico, if you had to be a guessing man, right, and we went to grand final day, and a lot of people are asking this question. If the Storm are fully fit, Harry Grant's good to go, Cheese is good to go, Pap's good to go, you're good to go, Munster likewise, what jumper could you see yourself wearing grand final day if the Storm were to be there?
That's a great question. It's $1 million question at the moment because I've been getting asked this a lot about what's going to happen. But I don't know. I'm just going to continue playing my best football so I can stay in the starting team. But you can't really turn a blind eye to what Paps has done in the number 1 jersey as well last year and the beginning of this year as well. So whatever Craig thinks is best for the team, for him, for myself, everyone else, you just got to do what's best for the team, and wherever they put me, I'm going to have to do that. But like I said, I'll be doing everything I can to keep staying in the starting team. But we'll just have to see what happens.
If Craig said to you hypothetically, he said, Nico, I'm going to give you the 14 jersey, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to play Pap in a roving role for half an hour. Fullback spot is yours. You can do that, or you can play 80 minutes in the centre role. What would you take?
I don't know. I'd have to play in the centres a little bit beforehand. I couldn't just go straight into a grand final in the centres because I haven't played there at all, really. So as long as we're in the grand final, as long as I'm getting on the field this time, I don't care what happens.
Good answer, Nico. Now, Nico, I'd imagine the upcoming contract with the Cronulla Sharks is going to be the best contract you've ever had. Have you thought about investing in any cryptocurrency?
Crypto horses.
No, a few of the boys get into it, but I'm not really that into it, to be honest.
No,
I haven't thought too much about it, and it doesn't really bother me to be quite honest. So I'll just have to try and invest in some properties.
Yeah, property's good. Marijuana. I'm saying for medicinal purposes. Yeah. You can. It's legal in the ACT. It's coming here. So, Nico, get your people to talk to my people. My people live out Marylands and wear a bum bag, but other than that, I think you got to be smart about your money. Investing in medicinal marijuana is the future.
Right, we'll see. We can tee that up, hopefully.
Yeah, I'll tee it up. I've got to go.
Hey, Nico, just because Fletch and I are a couple of desperates, and we have actually bought crypto horses. I understand Pap's bought a couple. If we wanted to get a couple of players on to chat about that, maybe educated on it, who are the main crypto horse entrepreneurs, so to speak? Pap would be one. Who else?
Cheese seems to know a lot about crypto and the coins and all that kind of stuff.
Okay.
I think Jerome Hughes is starting to educate himself a bit more. I seen Paps on his laptop doing some research the other day, and Romy went and sat next to him, and I think he started to learn a little bit. But I think Paps might be drip feeding a few of the boys, and they might start getting into it. But Cheese is you don't really see much of Cheese's smarts when he's doing interviews and playing the game, because he just he's that larrikin, but he's actually quite switched on with that sort of stuff, so he'd be pretty good to talk about it.
Haven't he timed the rugby?
He's just explained you then. Nico Hines has just explained you.
But I'm just saying, hasn't rugby league changed? From the days of sitting down with a laptop and looking at crypto to we used to look at People magazine, the game, you blokes have certainly changed the game. So, Nico, we're going to let you go. Get back to watching the Olympics. Thank you for joining Drive for Gold with Joel and Fletch, and best of luck next year, my friend. And this year
Thank you very much. Appreciate it, guys.
Well done, Nico, and it's a massive game on Saturday, so well done. Good luck with that one. That's Nico Hines. This is Drive for Gold with Joel and Fletch. Jess Fox, fastest qualifier easily as far as the canoe slalom is concerned. We might grab a grab after that as well. But anyway, we're going to take a break. When we return, plenty more still to come here on Drive for Gold with Joel and Fletch.
M1 Cowan, earlier smash southbound near the Pacific Highway overpass. That's got delays back over the Hawkesbury. That's 5 kilometres. Northbound the M1, steady off Pennant Hills Road and the Pacific Highway up towards the Central Coast. No problems I'm seeing on the Princess Highway, Cogra past Jubilee Avenue, down towards Kirrawee. Looking good for the M1, heading in towards Wollongong, Mount Uzi, Mount Pleasant. Off the M4, Lapston Hill, travelling well for the Great Western Highway. Time's running out to grab your ticket in tonight's huge Oz Lotto $10 million jackpot. Can't make it in store? You can also enter online or via the Lots app.
The newspaper, back to front. Breakfast with Andrew Voss, tomorrow from 6.
Abbey Timber, Sydney's timber flooring and decking specialists. Heathcote Road, Norbank, or abbeytimber.com.au.
If it's happening in sport, 1170 SEN will be there. NRL, State of Origin, Test Cricket, Big Bash, A-League and Racing, 1170 SEN, your new home of sport.
Some same-game multis decrease the odds on certain legs, reducing your potential returns. But with Top Sport's same-game multi, you'll get the most competitive multiple for every leg, so you actually win what you're expecting to win. So if you want to get the top odds every time, bet with Top Sport. Visit topsport.com.au. Top Sport. Feel the excitement.
Gamble responsibly.
G'day, it's your Daily Bailey. Is it a try? Let's go to the big screen that's got to be seen. Yes, it's a try because no one tries harder than Palmer's Glass. The shower screen that has to be seen. The footy is first class, but the glass is world class. Palmer's Glass, like a star fullback, you can't go past Palmer's Glass. Try Palmer's Glass. Come and kick a goal because you can't go past Palmer's Glass.
A start, that's all it takes.
It doesn't matter when or where
or how, just start.
Sporting dreams start at Rebel.
With the biggest range and the best brands in store or at rebelsport.com.
Rebel, dreams start here.
Are you supporting Australia? Whether it's the grind of the daily drive or being ground at the racetrack, Penrite has emerged as Australia's trusted lubricant. Increased performance, economy and renowned reliability from a lubricant range made for Aussie conditions, meeting or exceeding most manufacturers' specs. Don't just choose Australian made, choose Australian made and owned. Remember, quality lubricant is a small price to pay for peace of mind. Trust Penrite.
G'day, I'm Jacob the Builder from Leichhardt. When setting up the construction site, I leave nothing to chance. I call SBS Fence and Toilet Hire before organising anything else. With SBS Fences, the worksite is kept safe and protected, and their loos ensure the apprentice has somewhere to hide while he's scrolling on his phone. SBS Fence and Toilet Hire, Sydney's best sanitation solutions. Just one quick call and they're on their way. sbsfence.com.au.
Tax. It's the largest single cost line in your business. If staying on top of tax is becoming unmanageable, talk to Prestige Australian Financial Services. They'll work together with your business to improve your tax situation, including reducing your taxable income, increasing your tax deductions, and taking advantage of tax credits, rebates, and losses. Prestige Australian Financial Services, because your success is their business. To learn more or to book an appointment, visit ilovepafs.com.
Brett Kamoya here for Gallagher Insurance Brokers. In my footy days, I had a massive support team on and off the field. If things didn't go our way, we had each other's backs on the next play. You need that support in business too. With Gallagher Insurance Brokers behind you, your business is always ready for whatever comes. More than 100,000 businesses around Australia trust Gallagher. That's 100,000 small, medium and large businesses facing their future with confidence. Gallagher, the official insurance broker of the NRL. Visit ajg.com.au or head into your local branch.
At Rolled Vietnamese, we don't mind how you eat as long as it's fresh. We're talking Vietnamese dinner, like Mum made, without the messy kitchen, but all the love. So go on, bite into banh mi, French soldiers, slurp pho. Eat bao with your hands. Talk with your mouth full of gai. Keep your elbows on the table. That's how we roll. Rolled, fast, fresh Vietnamese. Download the Rolled app to order now.
Giddy up for New South Wales Racing Week on SEN Track.
From Wyong to Kembla Grange, Ballina to Hawkesbury, Tamworth to Lismore.
In lockdown, racing continues New South Wales wide, and SEN Track is your home for all the action.
Welcome Welcome back. You're listening to The Drive for Gold with Joel and Fletch, with thanks to the new Hyundai Tucson. Tomorrow wants its car back. Test drive the Tucson today.
Brendan Cow not too far away as he begs for bronze, boys. It is Teamless Tuesday. We'll get through the first 4 games. We'll pick up the last 4 games a little bit later on. But Fletch, you open the batting for round 20. It is the Roosters taking on the Parramatta Eels for what cup?
Yeah, no, they're playing for the Poor Mayor's Medal. And so Joey Manu will go onto the wing to replace Matt Ikavalu. J-Moz is back in the team after getting a reprieve, along with, very interesting here, Adam Kieran is into the centres. So Manu on the wing. Don't know whether they'll start like that. Siwa Takiaho is back after being named on the bench. And for the Eels, Tom Opacek is back after being rested in round 19. So there you go.
There you go. By the way, I think it is, I'm not 100% certain, but I'm pretty sure it's the Jack Gibson Cup officially.
Yes,
so the great Jack there, of course, we're just having a bit of fun with our team lineups. When we go to the next game, which is the Tigers take on the Warriors, I was uncertain whether to go the Wade McKinnon Cup, the Richard Villasanti Cup, the John Simon Cup, the Robbie Mears Cup. I'm going to settle on the Johnny Carlaw Cup.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, the
One
Johnny
of the
Carlaw
all-time
Cup.
greats.
One of the greats, Johnny Carlaw. As far as team news is concerned here, for the Tigers, the major out, Seafarth, of course, is out. Garner and McKaylee, they are out. A few kids coming into the side. And for the Warriors, well, we know that Roger Tuivasa-Sheck is out. Adam Fanua-Blake is out. Chad Townsend is out. Armour, Murchie, Lodge. Their halves, Peter Hiku and Sean O'Sullivan. There you go. They get Jermaine Tanoa-Brown back. We move on to the next game, and we're just skipping through these. It is the Broncos taking on the Cowboys. Gibbo?
I think this was a pretty easy one. Scott Minto, Aiken Shield for sure. Jakey Granville played for both clubs. He will be playing at fullback again for the Cowboys. But
Named at fullback.
Yeah, it's interesting from Todd Payton, but the Broncos, they've got pretty much a similar side to last week. Tommy Flegler is suspended, so that brings TC Rabadi will be back for the Bronx. For the Cowboys, as I said, Jake Granville will play fullback. It's interesting because Dejan Arce, he's been thereabouts, but he's again named on the reserves bench for the Cowboys.
Yeah, I can't understand that. Right, Brooksy, we move on to the Dragons take on the Rabbitohs. I see there's a big change in the back line for the Dragons, but who are they playing for?
Yeah, there is. Mine's obviously Wollongong, Illawarra fan. Mine's a Steeler and Rabbitoh. 156 games for the Steelers, 46 for the Rabbitohs. It's Brett Rodwell in his Madison Edgars Cup.
Brady Rodwell.
He played for South.
Yeah. 46 games, 98, 99. Remember, one Origin, did his knee, scoring a try.
Wow.
Never seen again at Origin. He was a great centre. Anyway, to the game, a lot of changes for the Dragons due to, obviously, the barbecue gate. We've got Tyrell Sloan at fullback, so he's back there. Corey Norman's in the centres. The halves are still Sullivan and Hunt from last week. The big news for the Rabbitohs is Cam Murray is out with except a one-game ban for crusher tackle charge. So coming in for him at 13 is Jai Arrow. 2 players that have played for both teams, Damien Cook and Tyrell Fuimaono, are starting for their respective clubs.
I'm sceptical too whether Cody Walker plays after getting injured last week. But anyway, we'll see how that plays out. This is Drive for Gold with Joel and Fletch. We'll get through the remaining 4 games as far as round 20 is concerned. But we need to hit the news because after the news, we have got our man who is begging for bronze. The great man coming up very, very shortly, Brendan Cowler. Breaking back with more.
Sport's biggest moments called play-by-play from around the world, right here on SEN.
Here are the headlines making SEN news this hour. Victoria and South Australia will end their lockdowns overnight after both states recorded no new COVID-19 cases infectious in the community in the past 24 hours. New South Wales, meanwhile, has recorded its highest daily increase in cases with 172 new infections. More than 60 were out and about in the community with the virus. An apartment block in Sydney's West has been under police guard today after 6 residents tested positive. SEN.com.au Sport is next.
Until July 30, all non-essential businesses must close to the public and operate online or through click and collect only. Visit nsw.gov.au for the rules.
Owen Wright has won Australia's first ever Olympic surfing medal, securing bronze ahead of Brazilian world number 1 Gabriel Medina a short time ago. Meanwhile, the countdown is on to Jess Boxer's run in the canoe slalom final after she recorded the fastest time in the semis.
The all-new SEN app. Download it today and never miss a moment of your favourite show. Streaming live, anywhere, anytime.
Sydney's voice of sport, Andrew Voss. Breakfast with Bossy, tomorrow from 6 on 1170 SEN.
Sunny in Sydney today, a top of 22. Mostly sunny in Sydney's west, a top of 21. And don't miss SEN's coverage of the Matildas and the Opals, both live in action tonight on SEN and the SEN app.
April, thank you very much. You can have your text messages while we speak to the great man who has been begging for bronze. Brendan Cowell, 0457 736 736 is a way to do that. And he'll be very, very excited because Australia, they begged for bronze and they were rewarded for the begging because we've just had a big bronze land on our lap by the way of Owen Wright, our first medal outside the pool. And I'm pleased to say one of the great beggar for bronze is Brendan Cowell. G'day, BC.
Brendan. No.
Where's our begging Brendan gone? Anyway, we'll try him again in a moment. 1300 01 1170 is the call line. Plenty of...
This is a beauty. How is the South Steelers game not the Peter Smith Shield? Fitzy.
Well done, Fitzy. Let's try our man who's... No, he's not there. 1300 01 1170. You can text us 0457 736 736 is the way to OTB. Keep them coming through. By the way, just before we get to our man Brendan, he'll be delighted about this. Round 3 of the table tennis, the 48-year-old Jian Feng Lei versus Ying Han from Germany. That's all about to happen. So Ying Feng Lei Hong.
She's a 48-year-old.
Yes.
Yeah.
So,
Sixth Olympics?
Yep. So she plays penhold with a long pimple rubber at one side for use of attacking, blocking as well as chopping. There you go.
Oh, that's what I've always wondered. So that's why one side of the paddle is red and black.
That's right.
So what's the red for? Just tell me again.
Well, she says with a long pimple rubber at one side.
Yeah, but on the racket.
Yeah. For use of attacking, blocking as well as chopping. She's currently the number one female
Nothing
player
like
in
a
Australia.
pimply thing when you're chopping. That's what I always say.
That's exactly right. At the 2020 Tokyo Olympics, she became the first Australian, which is this year, of course, woman to compete at 6 Olympic Games. There you go. So we're looking forward to our man begging for bronze. Geez, he'd be happy about that, Owen Wright. They did like that. It was a bit of a Mossy Masoi post-try celebration too, wasn't it? We're going to speak to Shawnee Owen Wright from Sportsbet very soon.
They're the Irukandjis, so they're about to do it now. So they all just lie on the ground. He moves his board. Owen Wright gets the medal, gets the hugs from his team, and they assume the position of the Irukandji, which is a deadly jellyfish, box jellyfish.
And bang, there he goes. Now, your horse called Irukandji, by the way.
Yeah, don't go there.
Anyway, let's go to our man. We won't go there, but we'll go to this bloke here, the great beggar for bronze, Brendan Cowell. Good afternoon.
Joel's son, Fletch's son, Moshi, how are you? Can you hear me?
Got you loud and clear.
Got you now, mate.
Oh, it's a bronze medal to this connection, I tell you what. But how exciting is that? Owen Wright has just brought home some bronze, which is what we're all about here on SEN, begging for bronze. So he goes in to join 3 swimmers in the bronzed Aussie. And isn't that fantastic? I've just had a look at the medal tally. USA, 8 bronze, China, 7 bronze, and we join Italy in bronze with 4 bronze.
Yeah.
So we're coming bronze with bronze. And I did notice that Owen Wright was also surfing in bronze-coloured water, which I thought, I don't know.
Shocking, wasn't it?
Wasn't it just gross? It was messy and weird out there. It looked like a nightmare, but great effort and great to see his supporters on the beach going bananas for bronze because they clearly know that's where we're at as a competitive nation. How are you guys going?
We're going good, Brendan. We had, you're a Cronulla's Sharks fanatic. We had Nico Hines on, obviously playing for Melbourne this year, but going down to the Shire next year. He's very excited to get down and pal around with you.
Yeah, look, I'm kind of looking for a bit of a bronze medal in terms of hoping to be his best friend. That's the secret reason why I'm doing all this work with SEN is to get into the rugby league culture and then hopefully kind of massage a friendship with Nico because he's so talented, but he's so good looking as well. Like he's kind of like he's got the Heath Ledgers. Can't wait to see him with the jersey on. It's going to be ET again. But what a humble bloke. He's the most extraordinary passer of the ball. He puts the ball, I was talking to Finchy about it last week, he puts the ball exactly where the bloke has to, run into with the momentum. And with him and Finucane, I think yesterday there was some stuff going around about will Cronulla make the six? Well, does winning the grand final mean you make the final six? Because I think that's what's going to happen.
They just on him too. When we spoke to him, Brendan, he just had that little bit of a how should I put it? Maybe a little underlying confidence. It didn't seem as though he was prepared to necessarily hand over the number one jumper just yet.
No,
didn't it? It seemed as though he thought, I've got the jumper at the moment, so that may stay the same way.
I love that, and because there's not enough of that in Australia, because we're so quick to be humble. Because we're always on the lookout for someone to kind of chop us down as soon as we're a little bit cocky, as is the Australian way. I love it when I hear a bloke who just backs himself and knows how talented he is and wants to go for it. I really appreciate it. I think there should be more of it. And, like he said, it was sad what happened to Pappenhausen, but it opened the door and I took it because I'm pretty good.
Yeah.
So he backs himself. So he should back himself. Like, how good is he? And I watched the Matty Johns face-to-face, and his story was heartbreaking, and I love how honest he is about his mental issues and his past, and I think it was the Hectic Cheese was saying if you want to chat to a bloke, he's always there. Like, he's just that guy that's like, if you want to have a chat about some big stuff, I'm available. So that'll definitely be good for the Sharks culture, because God knows we're privy to a bit of drama.
Yeah, I'm the total opposite. Don't come to me with anything heavy.
Is that right?
Oh, mate.
Speaking of good-looking blokes, I was watching the Ricky Stewart doco last night and saw you score a try in the grand final. And geez, you're a handsome bloke back in the day, weren't you?
I know.
Are you one? Do you not like having mates unload on you for serious stuff?
I just say nah. See, ta-da.
You've got a very similar personality to my brother Pud. Just does not want to hear about any of that stuff.
No, I don't.
Not welcome in his life.
No, I will if I have to, but I'd rather not. Hey, hey, Brendan.
Well, actually, I wanted to talk to you about some stuff. I've had some personal.
No, I'm not going. I don't want to be in Avatar.
I was just wondering if we could sort them out on air.
I don't want to be in Avatar. What about yesterday with Ariana Titmus? And what did you make of that, mate?
Quiet, please. I was disappointed that she didn't beg harder for bronze, but I was looking at that swim, and the Colossus tries to go out there and just kind of tries to burn the other swimmers. That's what she's renowned for. A very American type swim. I'll just go out hard and destroy you. And as she tried to kick ahead in those fourth and fifth lengths, you saw Titmus just go, "No, I'm going to hang with you. I'm going to hang with you. I'm just going to stay in this. I'm just going to stay in this." And then with that one length to go, she knew she could just storm ahead. And it just made me think it was such a great swim for Australia and definitely New South Wales at the moment, because it's like that's what we kind of have to do with lockdown. It's like you just hang in there, and then finally the floodgates might open. But I thought it was amazing. I loved Dean Boxell going bananas. I love what Ian Thorpe said. I don't know how that fence is going to feel about that. I thought that was just... I thought that was great. I thought that was awesome from Thorpe, who I reckon is really coming of age as a commentator. I love when he talks about grabbing the water and being high up in your chest and all this kind of stuff. It's like, damn, people are complaining about Bruce, the lack of Bruce. I think Thorpe's coming to his own. He's really specific and he gives you insights into stuff you don't really know about. Because when you watch swimming, he's like one arm goes over, the other goes over the back right. And Thorpe's been fantastic.
AP would like to ask you this, Brendan. He said, "Hey boys, can you ask BC about the boxer who?"
Oh yes.
The Moroccan dude, the Kiwi, right on the Matsir.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Are you talking about the Harry Garside, our guy?
No. This afternoon, the Moroccan boxer, I think his name's Bella, was having a fisticuffs with the Kiwi bloke, David Naika, and bit his ear. It was Holyfield-esque.
Really? Mike Tyson style?
Yeah. Don't know if you saw that, but he got disqualified. Maybe, funnily enough.
Clearly, I'm underprepared.
No. Are you getting around the box, mate?
Mate, I like to think myself as a bit of a boxer. I love it. love the pugilism, and that's great to see. Maybe they're just not enjoying the tucker in Japan, and just thought, I'm just going to grab something, a bit fleshier here. I'm sick of the raw fish. But yeah, I love boxing. It's fantastic sport, and there's a really interesting story. There's a bloke called Harry Garside who is a ballet dancer. And he's used the skills of ballet, inspired by the Vasyl Lomachenko. He's used his dance floor skills to improve his footwork. He defeated Papua New Guinea's John Yume in round one, and he's got a date with Namibia's Jonas on Saturday night. So he's a real chance. And there's also a boxer that I believe we're going to try to talk to, Sky Nicholson, who is just this is a great thing about the Olympics, all these stories, isn't it? There was a couple of stories today with the female swimmers and stuff, and I might just say that I think most of the swimmers are from Queensland, so I think they're making up for what the rugby league sides have really dropped this year, and a lot of, Queensland's the Maroons are having a great dip, let's just say, this year at the Olympics. But Scott Nicholson lost her brother to a car crash, and he was a boxer. She never met him, and apparently she's quite similar to watch, according to her parents. And so I think she's on tomorrow at 6 p.m. in her second round. So check out, let's get behind our boxers, because you want to see, what else we got beyond, our tennis players really just flopped in the heat. We got a bit of action in, with the Stingers and the Matildas, but it's, these peripheral sports that we don't usually, let's hope these boxers and canoeists can do us proud and beg for some bronze.
We're going to have you covered here on SEN 1170 for the Jess Fox final as well. But BC, mate, outstanding work again as we continue to beg for bronze. We'll chat tomorrow. You're going to be in studio Thursday, Friday as well, so we look forward to that.
Yeah, mate, beg for bronze. We can do it, Australia.
We certainly can. Stay with us right here as we drive for gold and beg for bronze. This is Drive for Joel and Fletch. Shawnee Omrod's coming up now. He's going to update us on the latest as far as the Olympics is concerned, including Jess Fox in the final. So stay with us right here. A break and back with more.
4 Pines Brewing Co. The official beer of Drive with Joel and Fletch.
If it's happening in sport, 1170 SEN will be there. NRL, State of Origin, Test Cricket, Big Bash, A-League and Racing, 1170 SEN, your new home of sport.
Breakfast with Vossi, the newspaper, back to front.
Cameron, your thoughts, the confusion now, crackdown and confusion.
We just rushed into it. All of a sudden, one weekend, we just said, right, we're going to crack down on this, rather than talking about it with everyone having an understanding of what's going to happen. And now we find ourselves in this mess where, you're watching games and thinking, well, that was a sin bin last week. Why isn't it now? For a fan, it's confusing and frustrating. Imagine being a player and a coach right now.
Weekdays from 6 on 1170 SEN.
Men's health. We're getting better talking about it, but men's sexual health is still a subject not all blokes feel comfortable talking about. Well, guess what? With Pilot, you don't have to talk. You can text a health inquiry confidentially, finishing early or experiencing dysfunction. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Do an online assessment, get discreet shipping and ongoing care. Real doctors, real treatments. Pilot.com.au.
Hello. National Tiles have European-made timber look laminate flooring for under $19 per square metre. Yes, National Tiles exclusive European oak look flooring for under $19 per metre. That's less than $190 for an average 10 square metre bedroom floor. So rush into National Tiles' all-new spectacular megastore at Alexandria or go to nationaltiles.com.au now and save.
All Aussies love a holiday, but lately it's been hard to get out and about and test out those hotel spas.
But let's be honest, nothing comes close to that permanent holiday feeling you only get from a Splashes spa in your own backyard.
Yes, because they've got a massive range of spas, swim spas and plunge pools, lifetime customer support and bubbling litres of great value.
Splashes, part of your backyard since 1993. Find their new showroom at 13 Old Pittwater Road, Brookvale.
Hello home buyers, Greg Alexander here. Buying property is more competitive than ever. So if you're tired of missing out on the properties you want, take a new approach with UPIN. The UPIN property app gives you back the buying power. Pin the property you want and ensure you never miss out knowing on when the property is listed for sale, be it privately or through an agent. UPIN property is available online and via the app. Dream it, find it, UPIN it. UPIN property. That's YOUPIN. UPIN.
G'day, it's your Daily Bailey. As the footy heats up, so do your winter showers. And we've found the best try of the season. You just gotta try Palmer's Glass. Just like Tommy Turbo, you can't go past Palmer's Glass. And while the footy lights up the screen, this is the world-class shower screen that has to be seen. Try Palmer's Glass. First class, world-class glass. You can't go past Palmer's Glass.
There's a new way for footy fans to start their day with the AFL's newest podcast.
They both went at it, didn't they? The two big boys in Mitch Robinson and Dusty went at it. He's not one to show pain. That win is right up there in the matches that mean something to this footy club. They're a chance to win this premiership until mathematics says they can't.
Find out the biggest footy stories first on AFL Daily with me, Nat Edwards and Damien Barrett from 7:30am weekdays. Subscribe to AFL Daily wherever you listen to podcasts.
A start. That's all it takes. It doesn't matter when, or where, or how. Just start. With the biggest range and the best brands, sporting dreams start at Rebel. Sport is calling.
How's an incredible 3-night stay in Queenstown for 2 sounds? Try out Kia's Footy Survivor. Pick a winning AFL and NRL side each week and you could win. Sign up for Kia's Footy Survivor before August 19 at sensurvivor.com.au.
Bred on a Kimberley cattle station to withstand the Aussie life, Ringer's Western clothing looks great in the city while toughing it out on the land. From tees and jackets to boots and denim, Ringer's Western. Shop now at ringerswestern.com.
This ad for pilot.com.au, your online men's health navigator, is going to go for a really long time. I'm feeling it. We are on here. We are on. Oh, hold on. Oh, it's about to finish. Oh, no. Yep. Not sure we'll make it. Oh, it's finished.
Join the conversation on your new home of sport, 1170 SEN. Call 1300 01 1170.
Welcome back. You're listening to The Drive for Gold with Joel and Fletch, with thanks to the new Hyundai Tucson. Tomorrow wants its car back. Test drive the Tucson today.
Thank you very much, Paddy. From one doyen to another we go. Sports bets, bet with mates. Start your group. Bet together. Share the moment. Conditions apply and gamble responsibly. The coal miner, Shawnee Omrod. G'day, mate.
G'day, boys. And it's definitely official. I've got Olympics fever. It's taken me a few days to really sort of warm up to it, but the Fox, Jess Fox, she has got me up and about, and she's really about to ramp it up over there in Tokyo. Where's that? It's the Kaisei Canoe Slalom Centre, this one. Now, the final actually starts in about 25 minutes. I think she's not off until just under an hour away. But we've got her on the board, $1.45 favourite to win gold here, lads. Second favourite is Ricardo, who has got the funk, the German. She's $5 next pick. And their qualifying times, I've just been doing the form just then. They actually qualified very, very close, but the German funk, she just got pinged a couple of penalty seconds. So she's going to start third last. Our girl Jess Fox obviously off last at 5:48. It's telling me here on the Olympics website. But $1.45, get on. Everyone knows it's the most overused stat at the Olympics so far. She's won silver, she's won bronze. Now she just needs the gold. She's $1.45 to do that.
Absolutely. By the way, Sean, we're getting text messages. This is the kind of sway you have after you came on yesterday and you were declaring in the women's trampoline Hikaru Mori. And people are saying, how do we back that? Where do we find the trampoline? Well, you've actually got to look up gymnastics. So if you look up gymnastics, women's trampoline gold medal winner and Hikaru Mori, $4.33. But if you do a little cheeky multi into Jess Fox, you get about $6 there. That might be the play.
It's a nice little price for yourself there.
What else you got, Shauno?
Well, it's a big night for women's sport. We've got the Opals going off $1.25 favourites against the Belgium girls. That one's about 6:20. The line there is -7.5. And the Matildas in the soccer as well. We're playing the Yanks tonight. Now, we're big outsiders here, the Matildas. $6.50. The Yanks are going off $1.33 favourites now. Now, we've played Sweden a couple of days ago. We lost 4-2. The Yanks lost 3-0. So going by my form, I think there might be a little bit of value there. $6.50 the Matildas are to get the job done. And there's some big swimming heads tonight as well. We've got the sort of blue ribbon event in the pool. The men's 100-metre freestyle heat, so we get to see Cole Chalmers going around. He's even money favourite to win gold eventually, and that final might be on Friday. And then tomorrow, we get to see the Golden Girl, Ariana Titmus, go around again. She's $1.30 favourite in the women's 200-metre freezes tomorrow morning. Katie Ledecky, the big arch rival, the Yanks, she's $4 as well. So I think we might learn a lot about old Ariana's coach in this one. If he carries on like a pork chop again, then we definitely know he's doing it for the cameras. I think he might just want to stay away from that fence this time, Fletch. And,
mate, I can't have it. I can't have you come on here and disrespect the box.
Anyway, we can't disrespect our ad breaks either, Shawnee, so we're going to go. Mate, we'll chat to you tomorrow. There he is. Sportsbet Bet with Mate. Start your group bet together. Share the moment. Conditions apply and gamble responsibly.
Farms travelling well out past King George's Road, Beverly Hills towards Moorback Avenue around Hammondville. You can get sun glare in your eyes. Also the M4 sun glare through Eastern Creek and the Prospect up towards Orchard Hills. No problems the M1. Earlier crash was cleared southbound Cowan near the Pacific Highway overpass. All lanes open. Traffic's eased southbound. No problems the M1 up towards Newcastle and the Central Coast over the Hawkesbury. Enjoy great deals at Snooze plus free local delivery with orders over $999. Call or chat online. It's amazing what little Snooze can do. Exclusions, T's and C's apply.
Breakfast with Andrew Voss tomorrow from 6 on 1170 SEN.
Abbey Timber, Sydney's timber flooring and decking specialists. Heathcote Road, Moorebank, or abbeytimber.com.au.
If it's happening in sport, 1170 SEN will be there. NRL, State of Origin, Test Cricket, Big Bash, A-League and Racing, 1170 SEN, your new home of sport.
The all-new Hyundai Tucson is here, and it's as futuristic as it looks. The Tucson is packed with advanced technology.
This is a priority message from the future. All Hyundai Tucsons are the property of 2045. Several pieces of technology contained within the Tucson are banned at any time before 2032. Any all-new Hyundai Tucsons will be confiscated.
All-new Hyundai Tucson. Tomorrow wants its car back.
G'day, it's your Daily Bailey. Is it a try? Let's go to the big screen that's got to be seen. Yes, it's a try because no one tries harder than Palmer's Glass. The shower screen that has to be seen. The footy is first class, but the glass is world class. Palmer's Glass, like a star fullback, you can't go past Palmer's Glass. Try Palmer's Glass. Come and kick a goal because you can't go past Palmer's Glass.
At Rolled Vietnamese, we don't mind how you eat as long as it's fresh. We're talking Vietnamese dinner, like Mum made, without the messy kitchen, but all the love. So go on, bite into banh mi, crunch soldiers, slurp pho. Eat bao with your hands. Talk with your mouth full of gai. Keep your elbows on the table. That's how we roll. Rolled, fast, fresh Vietnamese. Download the Rolled app to order now.
While trying to stay active, there's always minor setbacks, aches in your knees or complaining muscles. Ask for Sudox at your local chemist so minor setbacks stop holding you back from taking care of yourself. Sudox offers no odour and no grease. Sudox, now available in Chemist Warehouse, Chemist Outlet and Pharmacy for less or sudox.com.au. That's SOODOX. Always read the label, follow the directions for use. If symptoms persist, talk to your health professional.
Penrite Oil has always been a winner, and right now you could win a Penrite Pit Stop arcade game machine. It's got over 50 retro gaming favourites, including Pac-Man, Gallagher, Frogger, Donkey Kong, Space Invaders, 1942, Super Breakout, and heaps more. All you've got to do is head to iCanWin.com.au to enter. You could be taking it back to the glory days. Win a Penrite Pit Stop arcade with SEN and Penrite Oil. 100% Australian, family owned and trusted since 1926.
What's the right spirit to have in sport? AC Green was a pro basketballer in the NBA. He was nicknamed Iron Man.
for playing the most number of regular games in succession, 1,192 to be precise. It's an NBA record. He built up an impressive list of achievements. Some of those, he won 3 championships with the Lakers and was named an All-Star in 1990. But before all this, when he was at high school, he had an aha experience. He discovered the truths of Jesus. As a result of this, AC Green became known for his discipline and strength of character, not only on the court, but off it. For example, he made a decision that the world would consider bizarre. He decided to remain celibate until he got married. The pressure then came from others to make him change his mind, but he stood firm. In the Bible, James, who was Jesus' half-brother, put a call out to all of us to cleanse our hands and purify our hearts.
The Spirit of Sport for the Council of Churches, a part of 1170 since 1932.
Reconciling bank transactions, but with a couple of taps. Making sure everything matches up, but handled automatically instead. With Xero, it's business, but better. Start your free 30-day trial at xero.com.
Giddy up for New South Wales Racing Week on SEN Track.
From Wyong to Kembla Grange, Ballina to Hawkesbury, Tamworth to Lismore.
In lockdown, racing continues New South Wales wide, and SEN Track is your home for all the action.
Welcome back. You're listening to The Drive for Gold with Joel and Fletch, with thanks to the new Hyundai Tucson. Tomorrow wants its car back. Test drive the Tucson today.
A lot of text messages saying how good Brendan Cowell is. Yeah, he'll be back begging for bronze tomorrow. We look forward to that. This one here, I never thought about it this way. It says a lot of talk about what sport will put forward for 2032. People asking why not netball? Well, currently only a women's game, primarily. Every sport needs to be gender equal. Men's netball team on the way. Yeah, that's a fair point, isn't it?
They play mixed. There's a lot of mixed netball out there. You ever played netball?
I have.
Good game.
Yeah, not bad. Not bad.
I say good. You say not bad.
I say not bad. I know he's yet to play a first grade game as a contracted Eels player, but if he does play this year, round 25 will be the Michael Oldfield round robin. Tom from Coogee, thank you, Tom. Saints versus South, the Mitch Brennan Bowl. Thank you, Fitzy. Hi, guys. In what world is the Seagulls versus the Sharkies, not the Jesse Senny Lafayette Cup? The Dirk.
That's very smart. Very smart.
Plenty here. The Neil Piccinelli Cup, Fitzy. Did he play at South?
Yes.
Did he?
Yeah.
Piccinelli?
Yeah. Oh, no, Skiffaletti.
I think Renault is more at risk than Walker for South. Hammy strain last week, Shane. Yeah, it may be the case. How is South Steelers game not the Peter Smith Shield? Fitzy, thank you very much, Fitzy. Appreciate you and your mate Sledger me on social media as well. Saints versus...
You got a good memory.
Rod McGregor Cup.